one-day international here at Kensington Oval, and Sheldon Cottrell just raises his right arm to say to Felipe, give me 2 seconds. I'm looking at my marker, and then he's quite happy. So hold is a solitary slip, and here is Cottrell again over the wicket, and it's turned down towards fine leg for the first run of this, the second ODI, as Akil Hossain comes off the boundary. It's a leg by being signaled by the umpire Joel Wilson, who today is partnered by Nigel Duguid from Guyana. Of course, Wilson is a Trinidadian. Duguid replacing the Barbadian Gregory Braffett for this game. Leslie Reefer Jr. is the television umpire. The match referee, Richie Richardson. 1 for no wicket after 2 deliveries in the second ODI. And the toss won long time ago on Thursday. Here is Cottrell, and he bowls short and shaping to turn it through the onside is McDermott, wrapped on the pad, and there is no run, 1 for no wicket. Here's Roland Butcher.
Yeah, Keith, and what I'm seeing so far is that I'm looking at the field placing, and the West Indies have started off with 5 on the leg side. Really, that's allowing Cottrell to bowl straight. I mean, I would have preferred to have had another field on the offside and get Cottrell to change his line more toward offside.
Cottrell, short, flashing outside of the off stump. There's an appeal, and he goes, caught at the wicket. The first wicket goes down, and a flashing stroke from McDermott gets a nick and a regulation catch to Nicholas Pooran. So, Australia, unlike the opening ODI, losing a wicket in the very first over in the first match, this pair put together 51 in 11 overs. And McDermott goes caught at the wicket by Hope, of Cottrell without scoring, and it's 1 for 1.
Yeah, short delivery outside the off stump from Cottrell. McDermott going for the square cut. Didn't bounce as much as perhaps he thought it would. Gets a bottom edge, and it carries all the way through to Shea Hope, who thankfully and gleefully tossed that one in the air. So Australia have lost an early wicket, an early breakthrough to the West Indies, and really they'll need to keep doing that, because the performance in the first ODI was certainly below par, especially with the bat. Allowed Australia to get a pretty decent score, 250 odd on the pitch, without playing exceptionally well. They played well enough to get that, but then really West Indies' turn at the crease wasn't the best with the bat. Particularly the opening burst between Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazlewood got them at a position at 23 for 6, which you wouldn't expect a team from there to recover, and they certainly didn't recover, Keith Holder.
So the new batsman is Mitch Marsh, still the slip of the gully, and Cottrell bowls a low full toss. It's driven down to mid-off, and there's no run fielded by Joseph. So 1 for 1 in the first over. Australia, who won the toss with Ben McDermott, caught at the wicket by Hope off Cottrell without scoring. He faced 2 balls. Josh Felipe is the other batsman, and Mitchell Marsh, very much the batsman in form. Sheldon Cottrell operating from the Joel Garner end at the north as he moves in again. About to pass umpire Wilson, and this delivery pitched up. Marsh is forward and drives it straight, but mid-on coming around to do the fielding, and there is no run. So 1 for 1 in over number 1.
Yeah, successful over for Sheldon Cottrell. Over of no great pace, really. Sheldon Cottrell just medium fast, really, and also no hint of swing there, because the couple of pitched at deliveries to Marsh didn't appear to swing. But now Jason Holder will get the opportunity to open the bowling, and we'll see whether we're standing right behind Jason Holder, so we'll get a good opportunity to see whether he's actually doing anything with the ball.
And Holder picking it up from the Malcolm Marshall end. He has 2 slips, a third man cover, short extra cover. There's the orthodox cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a long leg. Quite an interesting field. 2. So Holder, he's about halfway there, moving in now, about to pass umpire Duguid, and outside of the off stump. Felipe picks up the line and allows it to go through to Hope. 1 for 1 with the wicket of Ben McDermott, caught at the wicket by Hope off Cottrell for 1. and a good start for West Indies, Roland.
Yeah, most definitely. That's what you want really in these games. You want to set the opposition back as early as possible. That means they've got to be a little bit more careful in how they go about rebuilding the innings. So they've had a perfect start.
So here's Holder in again to bowl to Felipe, and fishes short. He's in behind it and pushes it down to mid-on. Cannot score, fielded by Hossain.
Yeah, bang on target there. First delivery was a good line, good length, but left alone by the batsman on this occasion. A little bit straighter, and Felipe getting into a very good position for an opening batsman, right in behind the line of the ball, showing the full face of the bat. And Jason Holder just really easing into his work right now.
2 slips, a third man point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a long leg. Hold the ball short and turn neatly out through forward square by Felipe. They will go back now for the second run as Hossain running from the mid-on is now on to the ball, and his return goes in on the first bounce to Hope. So Felipe is off the mark with a couple. It's 3 for 1 in the second over. And I was making the point, Roland, that I find the field to be quite interesting with only 2 fielders on the onside.
Yes, well, Jason bowled quite a lot like that in the first game. I think he's learnt his lesson, because you may remember that he was punched off the back foot a couple of times by Felipe into the offside for boundaries.
In he goes again to Felipe outside of the off stump. Good carry to Hope. No stroke. 3 for 1 in the second over. Australia having won the toss against West Indies in the continuation of this second ODI here at Kensington Oval. The opening game on the Tuesday, a 133 run win for the Aussies. There are 2 slips, a third man point cover. Pollard, the captain himself, at short extra cover, mid off, mid on, and a long leg. As Hole is in again over the wicket to bowl to Felipe, and he tucks it off the pads behind the square. Cockrell comes off the long leg boundary rather quickly, picks up and just tosses it over arm to Hope as they take a single, and the score now moves to 4 for 1 in the second over, with Felipe on 3 from 7 deliveries, and Marsh to face his third ball with the wicket of Ben McDermott, caught at the wicket by Hope off Cockrell without scoring, and that was 1 for 1. After the 4th ball of this second ODI, umpire Nigel Duguid just sticking his left arm out and dropping it both hands in front of his body as Holder goes over the wicket from the Malcolm Marshall end, and Marsh comes right across his stumps and pushes it down to mid-on. Hossain is the fielder. There is no run. It's the second over of the match completed. The latest score at Kensington Oval, Australia having won the toss in the second ODI, 4 for 1.
Yeah, tidy over there by Jason Holder. Just really trying to find his line and length, not worrying too much about the pace, trying to ensure that he gets the line right. A couple of deliveries just a bit too straight, which on one occasion Felipe was able to turn him into the onside for 2, and then on another occasion, so bat pad as he tried to work it down to fine leg and picked up another single. But Keith, looking at the West Indies one-day side, not just in this game but going forward, I'm going to talk a minute about their bowling attack.
Cockrell, big left arm fast ball over the wicket from the Joel Garner end, outside of the off stump, and somewhat of a loose drive being essayed by Felipe, misses, taken by Hope with a slip of gully cover, mid off a bit wide, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, backward square on the boundary, and a fine leg. Here is Roland Butcher.
Yeah, Cockrell, as we said, he's bowling with 5 men on the onside. He's got a mid on, a mid wicket, square leg, and then 2 men out on the fine leg and the deep square leg boundary, so he's protecting the onside.
Sunny conditions at Kensington Oval. Cockrell goes in again to Felipe, and he wristily drives it down to mid-on and cannot score, fielded by Bravo moving to his right. 4 for 1 in over number 2, Australia.
Yes, the point I was trying to make about the West Indian bowling attack, this is going forward into the future. I think at the moment, Keith, our attack is very lightweight. Too many of the bowlers are samey, just above medium pace. No one of any great pace to hurry up the batsman. I think that's an area they're going to have to look at in the future. They're going to have to, try to find that little bit of extra pace from somewhere, because right now it is pretty gentle.
Here's Cottrell into goal to Felipe. Fishes short, and with a flourish he drives it down towards mid-off, where a loping Alzari Joseph moves to his right to do the fielding, and there's no run. Jason Holder runs from slip to have a word with the captain Pollard, or vice versa, and a bit of discussion. What could they be discussing so early, Roland?
I guess at this stage, Pollard is probably inquiring from Jason how he feels, and if bowling this end is okay for him. Just, I guess, generally having a chat.
4 for 1 in over number 3. Cottrell is into Felipe, short, and he swings it down towards fine leg. And Hossein comes off the boundary, returns it into the gloves of Pope. They take a single as Felipe moves on to 4. Marsh to come on strike. He's yet to score, having faced 3 balls, 11 against the name of Josh Felipe. 5 for 1. Australia having won the toss in this second ODI. Ben McDermott caught at the wicket by hope of Cottrell without scoring. He faced 2 balls. That was 1 for 1 off the 4th ball of the game. It's 5 for 1 in over number 3. And here is Cottrell in from the Joe Garner in left arm over the wicket. Marsh goes right across his stumps and turns it out to the forward square. There is no run, and it's 5 for 1. Hayden Walsh Jr. did a bit of spinning in the nets, bowling to his coach, the head coach Phil Simmons, about half an hour before the start of play. And have a question for Roland. When you see the players warming up and playing a bit of football, sometimes the tackles, you get a bit nervous. Here is Cottrell, and this delivery, he loses grip of the ball and it bubbles out on the onside. The captain Pollard from that short straightish mid wicket picks up, and there's no run. 5 for 1 in over number 3. Do you like this whole idea of playing a bit of football in your warm-ups? And in your day, did you play football? I know you were somewhat of a professional footballer in England, Roland.
But Keith, before you get to that, I just want to talk a little bit about that delivery there that slipped out of Cottrell's, and I go back to a period when I played.
Here's Cottrell in goal to Marsh, short, rearward down the leg side, and that's going to be called a wide by umpire Joel Wilson as the score goes on to 6 for 1 in the 3rd over Australia. Yeah,
I want to go back to the period. There was a period when I played where that delivery, even though it slipped out of the bowler's hand and it landed somewhere shortish mid-on, you were able to walk up to it and smash it to the boundary for 4, and the fielders couldn't move. Obviously that has changed now.
Well to Marsh, down the leg side, stifle appeal, coming off the thigh pad as Hope takes the latest score at Kensington Oval. Australia 6 for 1 off 3 overs, having won the toss in this second ODI against West Indies.
Yes, another good over by Cottrell, his second. And looking at the pitch, Keith, it looks rather slow. Doesn't seem to be any great pace in it, but at the same time, as I said, they're not bowlers that are bowling of any genuine pace, so it'll be difficult to say just how quick the pitch is. I think Jason Holder got one to go through quite nicely, but that was off a goodish length. But in terms of out and out pace, as you know, there's no out and out pace in this current West Indies side, and as I said, that's something we're going to have to address going forward, Keith.
Yes.
Because into the future we're going to need to. We're going to have to find a couple of X-factor fast bowlers.
Cottrell has gone off the field, entering the steps of the Garfield Soares Pavilion. Here is Hole at the start of over number 4. And it's pushed down towards the area of mid-on, straightish mid-wicket. Coming across to do the fielding in Lewis, and there's no run. 6 for 1. And to my question of warming up with a kick of the ball, football.
Yeah, I mean, I did some of that in my time when we played, obviously. It takes your mind off the cricket, because it can be cricket all the time. I know some people don't like it, particularly when there's an injury.
Holder is into Felipe and head over the ball. He drives it down to mid-off. There is no run. Joseph moves his right to do the fielding. 6 for 1 in the 4th over. And no spectators allowed in the ground, Roland, but there are some smart guys who live around Kensington Oval. If you were to look out at the far side, you would see by that gate there are a few spectators and a wave. I think they're listening. So welcome to Kensington Oval from the outside.
Yeah, I think they're acknowledging your Words, Keith.
Here's Holder over the wicket from the Marshall line, short and pull. Excellent shot through square leg, just forward of the umpire, and that's the first boundary of the second ODI, signaled by umpire Nigel Duguid, as Australia moves to 10 for 1 in the fourth over, and Josh Felipe in his second ODI moves on to 8 from 14 deliveries with the first boundary of the game.
Yeah, very good shot there by Felipe, but food and drink, short, no great pace, didn't get beyond the hip in terms of height. He was able to swivel on it very quickly, even though Holder's got a reinforced onside field because he started with 2 on the onside. He's not got 3, but he was able to put that to the boundary.
Holder's in the game to bowl to Felipe, and Felipe goes right across his stumps and defensively plays it down to mid-on, where Hossein moves in to do the fielding. There is no run. 10 for 1 in the fourth over. Felipe on 8. Mitch Marsh yet to score after 5 deliveries, and the wicket of Ben McDermott, like Felipe in his second ODI, caught at the wicket by Hope off Cottrell off the fourth ball of the game. It was picked short and a forcing back foot drive. Got a nick, regulation catch for him. This is a drive down the ground uppishly as a couple hands go up, and a very fast outfield. Joseph runs and is now onto the ball, helped by the mid-on in Hossein. Joseph running from mid-off, and they're able to double up and then triple. 3 runs, taking the score on to 13 for 1 with 1 ball left in over number 4, and Felipe is into double figures on 11 from 16 deliveries.
Yeah, good shot by Felipe, and a good piece of fielding there by Joseph. He had to run hard from the mid-off position, driven in the air, but with good power, timing, and very, very straight. And Joseph doing some really good work there.
Yes, they're still checking on it, Roland, but I reckon he's pulled it back at the right time. And the Holder anxious to go in, but umpire Duguid still waiting on the official response to whether or not it was a boundary, and they reckon that he touched the board, and now comes the signal of a boundary. So the batsmen will go back to their original creases, and that boundary moving the score on to 14 for 1.
Yeah, Keith, we only saw it from one angle, so it was difficult for us to see. We saw it from behind.
Holder with a solitary slip, third man point, cover short, extra cover, pitches short. This guy Felipe Roland looks rather stylish as he defends it down to mid-on, fielded by Hossein. And the latest score at Kensington Oval after 4 overs, Australia having won the toss against West Indies in the second ODI, 14 for 1. Felipe 12, Marsh yet to score.
Yeah, Keith, in this game of cricket, this game of glorious uncertainties, you mustn't be too eager to rush to judgments, because if you were to judge Felipe on what you saw in the T20s, you would really feel that he wasn't much of a player. But what you've seen so far in these ODIs, particularly the first one and this one, and you're absolutely right, the positions that he gets into, he does look a very, very compact and solid batsman. So the point I'm trying to make is that you mustn't see someone once or twice and suddenly make a decision on them. I think you've got to really give him an opportunity, and Felipe looks a player that's why Australia is backing him.
Here's the first bowling change, and Joseph pitches a trifle short, somewhat chokes Mitch Marsh as he replaces Sheldon Cottrell from the Joel Garner end at the north. Let's acknowledge the presence of 2 wonderful ladies in our commentary box, Susan Bell and Ayana Holder. Ayana Holder has cricket in blood. Her dad, Gregory Wayne Holder, played cricket at the Law School, and he played first division cricket for YMPC. A diminutive keeper, but he was still able to grab balls from Joel Garner and William Bilbourne. Short delivery, a bit of bounce, and Marsh looking to flash it through the offside. Misses taken by Hope. And of course, being the daughter of Wayne Holder, that gives her the real cricketing ticket, Roland. It means that by extension, she is the niece What do I have it right? Is it the niece then or the cousin of Shamar? It would have to be the cousin of Shamar Holder, because Shamar's mum is the sister of Vane. So she has claim to fame apart from scoring and umpiring. You know, she's a local umpire, very young, and pitches short. Joseph forces out into the covers and there's no run. And they're now going to get an extra run because the ball was fired at the non-striker's end. The ricochet down towards mid-on. And that gets Marsh off the mark. He is on 1 from 8 deliveries as Andrew Mason tries to interrupt us by bringing a big, long box. Describe what's in that box to me, Roland.
Well, there's things in there that I don't want for a start. They're very sweet stuff. There's cakes, there's pastries, there's meat pies, there's sweet bread. You name it, it's there. So, Crumbs Bakery, and Andrew's going to fill his face to there, no doubt.
There's a slip gully point cover mid-on, mid-wicket. Backward spray on the boundary on a fine leg. Joseph induces a defensive stroke from the rather correct Josh Felipe, and he plays it back down the pitch to the bowler. There's a run. He is on 12-15 for 1. In fact, I was curious as to the whereabouts of Shamar Holder, and Ayana has informed me that he is traveling today. The CPL is around the corner, so he's up to Kingston, Jamaica, Roland.
Right, well, as I said, CPL is it's only a month away, isn't it? So
early preparation.
Yeah.
Well, in COVID times, that is mandatory. As Joseph goes short again, but it's a good length, Roland, that he's been able to put down in this first over, and it's pushed defensively out towards the extra cover. Again, there is no run. 15 for 1 in the 5th over. Australia having won the toss.
Yeah, the good thing about this Joseph over is he's just bowled back of a length, but he's, more importantly, the line has been outside the off stump. He's kept the batsman having to play mainly off the back foot. There was just one ball that was pitched up, but I think generally by bowling one side of the wicket, that was important.
Here's Joseph in again. Short and pulled savagely down to the mid-wicket boundary by the dugout in front the Hall and Griffith stand, asking for trouble. I really like this guy Felipe. He's only in his 2nd ODI and he's now counted his 3rd boundary to move to 16 from 20 balls. Mitch Marsh has 1 from 8 deliveries. Ben McDermott was caught at the wicket by Hope of Cockrell without scoring. And the latest score at Kensington Oval, Australia put in, having won the toss against West Indies, 19 for 1 after 5 overs. More from Roland Butcher. And then your next commentator will be Christian boy, Philip Hackett.
Yeah, lovely shot there by Felipe to finish that over. The shot of the day so far. Picked the length very quickly because it wasn't that short. It was just short of a length. But he'd obviously decided that he was going to pull if it was short. But he struck it quite beautifully off the middle of the bat. And through the mid-wicket area, it got down to the fence in a hurry. So, bad start. That last delivery, as I say, good afternoon to Philip Hackett.
Good afternoon, Roland. As this first delivery is played down towards point, and the mark remains on 1 as Jason Holder continues from the northern end. I was listening to Keith Holder just now speaking about Ayana, and the impression I got is that Ayana seems to be good at anything cricket.
Well, I think she's very much part of anything cricket. She's not involved with mid-wicket or in-swing, but anything cricket.
Well, you're talking about anything cricket. Let's talk the program. Yeah, so it's interesting that she is on that, and she's also good at anything to do with it. Here's the ball that is ballooning down towards the slip cord, and Mohammed comes up and can't get there in time to. In fact, that's Purang who comes up and can't get there in time, but I'm not sure if there's any bat onto that as the batsman tried to swing it from the outside, and it hit his pad. It may have been an edge, can't tell from here, and it ballooned down to the slip area. Well,
I think Marsh was sitting at that 1 for 6. There was no attempt to roll his wrist on that pull shot. He was certainly hitting it up. He obviously in a very confident mood, Marsh, and brings a discussion with Pollard now, who perhaps wondering for Jason whether he needs to bring that fine leg a bit square or whether he needs to reinforce the onside field. But for the time being, they have kept it as it is.
Here's Holder again, 19 for 1 as he moves into play for Marsh, and Marsh is defended. A good delivery too. He had no choice. There was never any thought of trying to do anything ambitious. It was a ball that was right on target, just about maybe middle and off stump, and he just came across and defended it stoutly, and the ball rolled back along the pitch. He's operating Holder that is with a slip. There is a a deepish fly. What do you call that? A fly gully, a fly slip? What do you call that?
Well, effectively it's a short third man.
A short third man. But yes, because he is on the edge of the third foot when you really think about it. Here is Holder as he moves in again, right arm over the wicket, and here's a drive on the box going towards just mid-wicket. Rather close in, but it hits mid-wicket and ricochets from the mid-wicket fielder out towards Whitish Mid-on, where the fielding was completed by Hussain, and there was no run. 19 for the loss of 1. So that slip in the short third man, there's a point. There's a couple mid-off. Then on the onside of that mid-on I told you about, and then the mid-wicket, and one other fielder who is out in the backward square boundary. Here's Holding, against the ball to Marsh, and Marsh is driving up towards mid-off. Past mid-off, in fact, out towards the boundary for 4. Well played. He came forward and stroked that elegantly, and with confidence, with aplomb, really, and picked up a boundary.
That is a lovely by Mitchell Marsh. Over-pitch delivery by Jason Holder. Really gets himself into a nice position. Straight bat, high elbow, and just eased it between Holder and Joseph at mid-off. Moment it left the bat, on the way to the boundary. Textbooks, Mitchell Marsh, and another boundary.
Let's see how Holder will respond as he makes his way into both of Marsh. Marsh is coming forward and maybe she just thinking about driving, coming forward, at least preparing himself to do so, but found that it wasn't there for that. Just checked it and dropped it in front of him. Well played in the end. So the over is completed by Holder. 3 overs, no maidens, none for 15. Cottrell 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 2, and Azar Joseph 1 over for 5 runs. So we've had the completion of 6 overs so far, and the Australians opt into bat. 23 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, good comeback, that last delivery there by Holder. Haven't been driven down the ground. The previous delivery for 4, that one just slightly short of a length, a little bit straighter. And Marsh really on that occasion had very little option but to defend. But again, looks like a pitch that's going to be workmanlike. Don't think there's a great deal in it for the bowlers. You just got to steady yourself and bat well.
Joseph comes in now to start the second over, and the first delivery is defended by Felipe. Up into the onside. He's got 16 from 21. Felipe. 3 4s he's struck so far. Joseph in his second over. So 23 for the loss of 1 wicket. The Crumbs quiz coming up shortly. And I'm not so sure if even Roland Butcher would know this, but we'll find out as Joseph is into Felipe, and Felipe comes right across and defends. So it's the first over of a test match. Not the first over of a test match, but there's plenty of room in the 50 over format, unlike the T20, for a defense of the nature just shown by Felipe.
Yeah, good delivery, just coming back at the right-handed batsman and got nicely into position and defended on the onside. But yes, this format of the game, you can afford to defend a lot more deliveries.
A slip of gully, backward point, cover mid-off on the offside as Joseph is right on target again, and once more Felipe can do no more than come across and defend up towards mid-on, and there's no run for him. So in terms of the Crumbs quiz, let me tell you that you can, after your response to 2534679, of course the area code 1246, 2534679. There's also an email address. I'll give that to you after this delivery from Joseph, who turns with a mid-on in place, a mid-wicket, a backward square on the boundary, and a fine leg as he moves in from the top of his run with the 3W stand behind him. And here's the ball in the air, down towards backward square. Will someone get under it? Someone does. And yes, the catch is taken by Hussain, and that's the end of Felipe. Lewis coming across to his right and taking the catch. So 23 now for the loss of 2 wickets. And what a blow struck by Alzari Joseph.
Yes, this delivery short, cramped in for room. Felipe is hitting this one up in the air. He's hitting this one up. He's no attempting to keep that one down. Doesn't quite get hold of it, and it goes high in the air. And fielder coming in there from the square leg boundary takes a fairly straightforward catch, Evan Lewis. But Joseph would be very pleased with that because Felipe was looking in good touch. Australia have now lost their second wicket, and that brings Henriquez to the crease. And again, another player who perhaps in the T20 you didn't see the best of him, and maybe this form of the game is his form of the game. But 2 good strikes for West Indies early.
Well, I wonder, Roland, how much of that was cricket really, because yes, we're in the power play, and you want to take advantage of that, but at the same time there was a backward square and there was a fine leg as well, so I'm not so sure that in terms of risk, managing the risk, that was the best option for him.
It probably wasn't. I guess his confidence level was high, because you could see that he was trying to hit it for 6. He wasn't trying to keep it down. At no stage did he get on top of the ball and try to roll his wrist. He was always hitting it high in the air, but he certainly succeeded in doing that. He didn't get the distance that he wanted.
So 23 for the loss of 2 as Enrique come to the crease, but he will not be facing. It will be Marsh, and actually the batsman crossed. The ball was in there for a very long time, agonizingly long. Lewis did well as Joseph is into bowl to Marsh, and Marsh drives uppishly but well over cover. Wouldn't get 4, he'll probably pick up 2 here as they turn for the second now, and return on the bunks to Hope. Pulls him away from the stumps, but no fuss, no bother really, because 2 runs always on and easily taken. So 25 for the loss of 2 as Marsh does a bit of gardening, comes down and has a prod at the pitch. He is on 7 from 15 deliveries. Enriquez hasn't faced as yet. The batsman out. First of all, McDermott without scoring, and Felipe for 16. So West Indies having the better of the afternoon so far, as Joseph is into Marsh, and Marsh tucks this one away neatly just to the right of the umpire, down towards the deep square position for a single that will take the score up to 26 for the loss of 2. It'll also bring up the end of the over, and at the end of it the Aussies win the toss and opt into bat. We've had 7 overs completed, and they've gone to 26 for the loss of 2, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, steady progress by Australia. I think West Indies will be very pleased with what they've done so far. This time in the first game they hadn't picked up any wickets. On this occasion they've picked up 2. Joseph have got one of those wickets, and Jason Holder is going to continue. I'm going to leave you now, Philip, as Jamal Smith will take over.
Well, Jamal slips into position. I will attempt to give the question for the Proms Bakery quiz, but I'll have to do so after this first delivery from Jason Holder, who is going past the outside edges, allowed the fielder catch, the is gone. That's Marsh, a big one, and Jason Holder is jubilant. So too the West Indies team. Marsh walks away. He nibbled at that delivery that was pitched just about off some, maybe just outside, lured into that indiscretion. The catch taken. Marsh goes for 8, and Australia 26 for the loss of 3. What a welcome to Jamal Smith.
Yeah, straight into the action, Philip. Good afternoon to the listeners. A wonderful delivery there from Jason Holder on and about that 4-stump corridor, asking Mitchell Marsh to play a bit of a way movement, Philip, and an easy catch through to wicket-keeper Hope. And the West Indies now with a firm grip on the first, I would say, quarter of this innings. Really looking good, the West Indian seamers so far.
Yes, 26 for 3, and that's a big one gone, because he has been the player of the tour so far, if you will, at least from the Australian standpoint. Really excelled in the T20 when most others failed, but he has not had the same sort of fortune so far in this format. And just the one match to come for him now. So he seemed to have used up most of his runs in the shorter format.
Well, from a West Indian perspective, they would certainly hope so. But once again, Philip, that was a wonderful delivery, a delivery that would dismiss any top order batsman, really, Philip. Jason Holder finally get his areas right. I find he was just a bit off today, not going for many runs, but not finding his areas. But on that occasion, it was a lovely delivery on about that 4-stump corridor, and an easy catch for Shea Hope.
Hope coming back into the team after missing the first game because of an ankle injury which had been sustained on the eve of the first match. And it was certainly good enough for him to have a go on the scheduled day on Thursday. Would certainly be much better than one would imagine, as he is about to go down behind the stumps. He is 2 catches now as he goes down, and Holder runs into bowl to the new batsman, the left-handed Alex Carey, who leaves the first delivery alone outside the off stump, and it goes through to Hope.
Yes, Philip, you said he goes down, but he actually doesn't. The new modern day
keeper, go all the way down,
Philip, they don't go all the way down to stay in the power position, and notice that Pooran adopts that as well in the T20. Nothing really wrong with that still, Philip. At the end of the day, once you are in a power position, a position to move laterally, that's okay. So, we're accustomed to seeing Sheaho operating like that. But as you said, he started very well so far, poaching 2 catches.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you on that point. You've been a top wicket keeper yourself.
Well, I tried.
Not a better person to speak.
I tried, Philip.
Yes. So Holder at the top of his mark. Second slip coming in. First slip, the second slip rather close as Holder. Right arm over the wicket into Carey, and Carey comes forward. Not just this one of them to be honest, you didn't get the impression that there's a lot of confidence there as he came forward. Understandably, it's just his second delivery. And played it towards the wicket and there was no run. So the quiz, the prompt quiz that I promised you, name the 3 West Indian batsmen who have scored 2 one-day international hundreds at Kensington. Name the 3 West Indian batsmen who have scored 2 one-day international hundreds at Kensington, and you can email your response to middlestumpvibes@gmail.com. Holder runs in to go to the left-handed Carey, who is leaving his one alone outside the off stump, to the keeper. There's also the option, of course, as I indicated earlier, to WhatsApp 1246, the area code 2534679. So you've got 2 options there. The WhatsApp at 2534679, or you can email middlestumpvibes@gmail.com. And the question, name the 3 West Indian batsmen who have scored 2 one-day international hundreds at Kensington. Well, I don't know if Carey has plans of scoring one today. He would certainly love to do so for his team as he pushes this delivery up towards the extra cover, where Pollard is in the way. And the score remains at 26 with a loss of 3. We are in over number 8 being bowled by Jason Holder, his 4th. So far he has figures of 1 for 15. So a wicket each to Cottrell, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 2. Azari Joseph, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 8. And Jason Holder just about to complete his 4th over, and he will move into bowl with Carey. Carey is driving just over the head of Pollard out towards the extra cover boundary. It will run very, very close to the boundary indeed, and just a diving effort on the part of Hossain to pull it back. He sends the return in, and I don't know if the umpires will want to have a closer look, but it looked pretty good from here to me. And the batsman coming back for 2 runs? 3 runs in fact. So that brings an end to the over. You've had now the completion of 7 overs. No, 8 overs bowled? Yes. 8 overs completed. Australia 29 for the loss of 3. After more words from Jamal Smith, your new commentator. Saw Andrew Mason around a short while ago. He seemed to have given me the slip. So I guess I will hang in for yet another over, as Azari Joseph is at the top of his mark at the far end, with the 3 doubles stand behind him, waiting for some final adjustments to be made to the field. And in fact the umpires had a look, and 4 runs. So I didn't, from here my initial reaction was, okay, well done, Hossain. But the umpires, of course, had the benefit of the replay, and they ruled that it was 4.
Yes, and not all that well timed from Captain Carey to get off the mark, but nevertheless, he got away with 4 runs. And as we know, Philip, we're playing pretty far to the west today, so that eastern side of the ground where that ball traveled had a long way to go, and I'm sure it was a bit of a chase for Hossain, who tried valiantly, but in the end it was 4 runs.
2 slips in position as Joseph starts a new over. He's into the right-handed Henrique, and the first delivery, which is actually his first, is pushed up into the onside. He was there before Carey, but has been a spectator up until now. In fact, he's been in for almost 10 minutes and never got to face the delivery, so he is now facing his first delivery, pushing it up into the onside, and there's no run. 2 slips, there's a 3rd man in backward point, extra cover, mid-off. On the onside, we've got a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a backward square, as Joseph, most costly umpire, right arm over the wicket and played away up into the cover region. The return comes in at the non-striker's end as the batsman scamper in for 1. And a single to take the score to 31 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, a bit on the pitch here Philip, it sounds very good through the stump mic. I don't know if you listen for those things, but our sound effects are working quite well today. But you can definitely hear that very firm, hard nature of the surface. The batsman tapping away, scratching away, and so far the bounce has been very even. You know, we were a bit concerned about the pace earlier, but especially since Jason Holder has gotten into rhythm, he's looked good. And certainly Alzari Joseph has also been hitting the deck pretty hard. He's coming through with nice pace and bounce. So early indications that is a pretty good surface, Philip.
Yes. Jason Holder standing at first lip for around, I would say, a second and a half as Kerry whips this one away. Well played, well timed, superbly played out towards the straightest mid-wicket position. It's going to run out towards the boundary, and what a time by Cottrell. It didn't look like anything that one would expect to see maybe at the Olympics. But let's see what will happen, what will be the outcome now, as the batsman came back for 3 runs?
Yes, it looks like 3, Philip. But once again, good evidence that this surface is playing well. Kerry just able to come forward and work that delivery to the wide mid-on position for a long chase for Cottrell, who did really well there. Philip, he got in that swan dive very early, and he travelled at least a good 4 or 5 feet, sliding across. And that's good to see from the West Indian fielders, that desperation.
Here's Joseph as they move in to go to Henrique, who is in behind it and defending. It's not 1. His partner Alex Carey, the captain, is on 7. 44 for the loss of 3. We're into the 9th over of the innings, the match which technically started on Thursday and only got as far as the toss and picked up from there today. So
technically we will be paid for Thursday as well?
Well, I think, you say technically, I think, for practical purposes. So, I don't know anything technical about that. That's very certain, or I would hope, as this delivery is wide of off stump. And taken by Hope as it's left alone by Henrique. But to be serious, though, I mean, the game was scheduled for 2:30 start, and we've been on air shortly before that. And we went all the way up to 5 o'clock.
Most certainly, and we did have to use our brains, especially when in the presence of Andrew Mason. One thing about him, when he had some time on his hands, he can be really cheeky and sneaky. And, he kept us on our toes, so we should be paid, certainly out of his pocket, for putting on that production.
Even if only out of his pocket. I think he's getting ready now to take over the commentary as Joseph is into Henrique's outside the end of the off stump, taken by the keeper. That's the end of the over. I think I see Andrew Mason around. Yes, he's just about ready to come in. So at the end of the over, it's 34 for the loss of 3. You're going to hear more from Jamal Smith. And then your new commentator is going to be Andrew Mason.
Yes, another solid over there from young Joseph, bowling reasonably well today. Actually, he would have bowled pretty well in the first ODI as well. Nice pace, nice rhythm. Alex Carey was able to pick up 3 runs with a lovely stroke wide of mid-on, but certainly so far one would have to say that the West Indies are in control of these first 9 overs, Andrew.
Yeah, nice to see you. So it's 34 for 3, and Holt has Bowell comes up now. He's in and bowls to Carey, and Carey's forward to a ball which is on the line of the off stump and steers it square down to backward point. There's no run. So Enriquez has got 1, Carey's on 7. This is over number 10. And Jamal Smith will all agree that the West Indies have made an excellent start here.
Yes, and what I've liked to see so far, although albeit that the boundaries were not saved, is that desperation in the field. They've been diving around, especially certainly as the balls travel towards the boundary, suggesting that there's a bit of desperation in them.
Here's Holder again, operating from the southern end. Comes in to bowl to Carey. Carey is getting about outside the off stump and hits it in the air down to backward point. We'll get a second run here as the fielder from third man has to come across to pick it up. That looks like the soldier Cottrell. Sends a return of the bunks to Hope. The batsman get to it, was short, but after didn't hit it all as well as he would have liked, but he was able to get a second to go to 9 now, and Australia go to 36 for 3 over number 10 with McDermott, Felipe and Marsh, the batsman, to go. Let me remind you the game continuing from Thursday. Holder again comes in to bowl to Carey. Carey's getting the ball on the off stump and steers it square in the offside. Good length. A little bit of suspicion as they play that down towards the position of point. There's no run. There's a slip and a point. There's a cover. There's also mid-off. Looks like potted out of extra cover. On the onside, there's a mid-on, slightly whitish. There's a forward square. And that is just about it. So There's also a third man, so heavily packed offside field. So I would imagine Holder's line will be on top of the off stump. He's in, and he's delivering just on top of the off stump. Will not get a run. Carries, he steers the ball down to third man. Fielder from that backward point here comes across to make the stop. There was a ball that was outside the off stump and went square in the offside. Good afternoon to wherever you are, and welcome to Kensington Oval. We know the challenges of Thursday, but that's behind us now. Weather absolutely brilliant in Bridgetown, and no threat of rain, although the forecasts for some rain this afternoon. Here's Hole as he comes in again to bowl to the left-handed Carey, and Carey's covering up to ball in the line of the middle stump, plays it up towards where forward short would be, and mid-wicket comes in to pick it up. There's no run. 36 for 3. Carey's got 9. Hendricks is on 1. Last ball of over number 10 about to be bowled. Jamal Smith, how has the pitch played so far? Can you tell me?
Yes, it's played reasonably well, Andrew. And I noted with interest the way how you described the field. You know, I like to use the more technical terms. We're having a 6-3. 6-3. And obviously, you know, there's a 5-4 and a 7-2, Andrew.
Yeah,
you know. I want to hear you use those terms, Andrew.
No, you're very right, because this is why I talked about the line, because it looked like it was an offside bias. He comes up now, he's in and holds the Carey, and Carey is getting the ball outside the off. I mean, is in the air for a long time as he goes after it very hard, and it comes off the outer portion of the bat, runs down to third man, a long way in the air, but safely in front of Cottrell coming in to pick it up. The batsman will get the single. So the end of the over, over number 10 comes to an end. Henriquez has got 1. Carey is on 10. It's 37 for 3, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and most naturally, Andrew, as we pick up that discussion topic on the field placing, you would have a heavily populated offside field, i.e. a 6-3 to the left-hander, simply because we're playing to the second western pitch at the Oval. Therefore, the offside for the left-hander there would be a great deal of landscape to cover in order to get a boundary, but obviously going to the leg side, the boundaries would be pretty short, so that could be one reason. The other reason as well, Holder is in good rhythm and bowling reasonably well and within himself at the same time, and just hanging around that 4th and that 5th stump area. So, you know, it is a bit of both, Andrew, but I would probably say that the way the field is lined up in terms of the distances between the offside and the leg side is a possible reason for why you see that overpopulation to the offside.
So it's Cottrell 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 2. Holder 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. Joseph 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12. And Hossein comes into the attack now with his left arm orthodox spin. Would you continue with the pace a little bit more? You think it's right now to bring the spinner in? What would you have done?
The pace would, honestly, Andrew, the pace has been pretty even. I possibly would have been tempted to get another over or two from the seamers.
Because this is now over number 11, and we've now introduced our 5th bowler. In he comes. This is Hossein. He's in and bowls to Carey. Carey's getting the ball down the leg side. A wide is going to be called by the umpire. Looking to just get a little bit of bat into that, but didn't. So Hope skipping across to his right, the batsman will be the left-hander. The score goes to 38 for 3, and we're into over number 11, bowled by the left-arm orthodox bowler. This is Hossein, bowling one down the leg side. The keeper doesn't take it. It goes behind him. Let's see what the signal would be as Joseph is after it. The return is about to come in on the bounce, and wide signal by the umpire, so not getting his radar right. The ball before was outside the leg stump, and that one was outside the leg stump as well, but this time the keeper didn't take it, and 40 for 3.
Once again, Andrew, the overcompensation would be because of the lopsided nature of the field, possibly trying to bowl as straight as possible to Alex Carey, not wanting to give him those arms early on, and because the offside boundary would be easier to hit, and obviously he has the majority of fielders in the leg side and a lot of landscapes to work with, so that's a possible reason why Hussein has started 2 straight.
Well, he's going to continue now on his way to bowl to Henriquez, and he's in into this delivery. He's onto the front foot. That's a good delivery. Well bowled indeed, bringing the batsman forward. A little bit of bounce. His head went towards square leg, and that will certainly encourage the bowler there. He's got a slip. There's a backward point. There's a cover. More extra cover. There's a mallet cover, a couple 10-15 meters inside the boundary. Long off. There's also a mid-on, slightly deepish mid-wicket, and a man inside the circle for the top edge. And there's also a fielder out of a view down by the Greenwich and Haines stand down to the backward square boundary. So over number 11 being bowled, and it's up to 40 for 3. Here's so since he comes in again to bowl with a forward short leg in now, and off the back foot goes Henriquez, and we'll get a single as the ball goes out towards the cover area. The cover comes off the boundary. Now the captain may just say to him, look, I'm not going to give you that easy single. Australia not 80 for 3 and over number 6 or 7. They're struggling. But he's allowed to get the single as the fielder came off the boundary. And he's away from the strike now. So he goes to 2 with that, 41 for 3. Here is Hossein in bowls, a ball which is swept inside the circle at short fine leg. It was swept away. Carey loves that shot but can't pierce the onside field. So the score is kept in 41 for 3. Poran was the fielder coming in to pick it up. Hossein again with a leg stump line comes in from the northern end. He comes up into this delivery. Carey's lapping the ball away again, can't pierce the onside field, goes down towards that short fine leg area. Poran comes across to his right to pick it up. He loves that shot, doesn't he, Jamal?
Yes, most certainly. Alex Carey is adept at sweeping both the reverse sweep and the traditional sweep as well. But Andrew, as we said before, Hussein opting for that straight line because the field does suggest that he cannot be afford to bowl outside the off stump.
But he's on his way now to bowl to the left-handed Carey into this delivery. He's giving the ball. Bolton, beautifully bowled indeed by the man from the land of Calypso. And he's jumping as if he just won gold at the Olympics. It was a beautiful delivery, given some air. Carey went for the drive. His stumps are disturbed and the West Indies are doing well. I'm going to say this slowly. Australia are in big trouble there in the doghouse. In over number 11, they're 41 for 4.
Any time is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Now with 2 convenient locations, Fairchild Street in the city and Speightstown, St. Peter. Try their snack boxes, 2 pieces, fries and a bun for only $12.99, or the loaded fries with chicken deliciousness for only $11.99. With barbecue and fried chicken, delicious burgers, the freshest salads and sides. Any time is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Follow at Crispy Fried Chicken BDS on Instagram.
Bro, did you know that if you switch to LED lighting throughout your home, that you could save as much as 80% on your lighting costs?
Yes, man.
And did you know, wait, you knew that?
Of course, I also know that with using LED lights, I get brighter lighting that lasts longer and is better for the environment too. And by choosing my LED lights from Caribbean LED, I get up to 3 years warranty.
Wow, you know very much.
I hear all the ads on radio for Caribbean LED. Call them and ask at 621-0092 or visit them in Lower Estate or Wildy if you don't believe me.
And of course we want to thank our sponsors, LED Lighting, and of course our friends at Crumb's Bakery. Well. Not describe what happened there. 41 for 4. What a wicket to get.
Context, Andrew, about the intricacies of the game. The mid-off is up, and as I said before, the offside to Alex Carey will be more accessible, certainly in terms of the distance of the field. And there was Hussein giving a delivery of a little bit more air. And obviously, Carey inclined, probably looking to go over that mid-off area because he's always looking to score. So that is actually the beauty of the bowling from Aki Hussein. That ability to just draw him into looking for that scoring option. Also good captaincy from Pollard, but at the end of the day it has to be execution, and on that occasion Hussein executed perfectly, Andrew.
Wonderful. Well, the forward short leg is in now as Turner comes out to do battle. Here is Hussein comes in and bowls to him, short side the off stump, in the air down towards that cover area. There was a shot of catch it. Well, he didn't really play that very well. That could have easily gone out to the field at cover and the catch taken. It was a pretty loose shot, so the end of a fine over from the left arm orthodox spin. At the end of over number 11, Australia in trouble. They're 41 for 4, which is the latest score at Kensington.
And interesting to note as well, Andrew, from the first delivery that Hussein bowled, which went down the leg side, there was a bit of turn as well, because that one went through the old proverbial gate, as we would call it, and he was actually gated. We normally use that reference for the off spinner to the right hand batsman, but there was the left hand orthodox encouraging Carey into offside play, possibly looking to go over that mid off region or into the extra cover region, and he opened up just enough for Aki Hussein to spin through the gate, as we see now Captain Pollard opting to go straight into the leg spin and here to Walsh. Possibly, hear me, Andrew, are learning some lessons from the last game when Hussein is operating well and there's a bit of turn on offer. Maybe getting in your wrist spinner is always a good option, and at 41 for 4, certainly a very aggressive move from Captain Pollard.
Well, the action will continue as it's going to be more spin, first ball from the leg spinner. On top of that, off stump, beautifully bowled by Walsh, operating from the southern end. And Jurikis is forward and drives down to cover. There's a pep in the step in the West Indies side here. Scores 41 for 4 in over number 12 now. A slip in place as the action continues. On his way, he's up and bowls. That one is coming onto the front foot. That was given lots of air. And Walsh was bang on target, coming onto the front foot and dropping the ball in front of him. Henriquez, there's no run. There's a slip.
And again, Walsh.
The backward point. There's a man at cover shortish. In comes Walsh from the southern end bowls. And this is very short. And swung away down to backward square for an easy single, short of a length. And just swinging the ball away down to backward square for 1. To carry the score up to 43 for loss of 4 wickets now. We're into over number 12. So this has been a very good start. That was too short then. Played away down to backward square. Here's Walsh as he comes in to bowl this time to Turner. And Turner's forward. Whacks the ball away in the air. Dropping just in front of the mid-wicket. He'll contemplate the second. Won't get it. But that ball was given a lot of air on the line of the leg stump. There was the batsman coming forward, Turner, and got it down to mid-wicket, and it almost carried the ball at mid-wicket.
Yes, most certainly. Almost defeated in flight there. I just slightly misread that delivery. Did Turner, but he got away.
But he comes up again into this delivery, which is on the line of the middle stump. Might have been the googly. Does he bowl the googly? It's the batsman coming onto the front foot. That was Turner, and the ball going down towards the position of a square leg for a single. Well bowled. So his control has been impeccable here. Walsh, operating from the southern end, comes in again to bowl to Turner, who's got 1, and to this delivery he's on the back foot and almost playing the ball into the stumps. That might have come from the pad. He was beaten by that delivery in the decisive approach there, and the ball went very close to the stumps. The end of a fine over from Walsh, an over in which just 3 runs came, but he was really good.
It's in our name. Fried chicken. It's our thing. Others may try, but we have the original. We put the extra and extra crispy. And our secret in everyone's mouth. So if we want to make the best chicken sandwich, we just need to put our name on it. New Kentucky Chicken Sandwich. An abundant triple-breaded filet, premium mayo and pickles, all in a buttered brioche bun. The best chicken sandwich had to be KFC.
Attacking pace, just asking the batsman to come forward and play a stroke, and that's always a very good area to be in for a leg spinner.
Well, it's going to be the all-spin attack to continue. It's going to be Hossein as he comes in to bowl to Henriquez into this delivery. He's off the back foot and hits it into the offside, short of a length, down towards that cover area, squarish cover. Might have been looking to pierce the offside field, but can't do that. That was a long hop. That was a gift they didn't accept. 44 for the loss of 4 over number 13 being bowled. Henriquez is on 4. Turner's got 1. And Hossein comes in again, round the wicket to bowl. And this delivery is total slip. Beautifully bowled indeed, and more success. There was the batsman Henriquez going for the drive, and the ball went to Holder. We know he's got buckets. The catch taken, and Australia have been torn apart here at the region's Mecca. Well. Listen to this. They're 44 for the loss of 5.
Yes, most certainly drawn into indiscretion. You'll have to say it there, Andrew. A delivery outside the off stump, relatively wide, good length, and obviously a bit of spin and bounce. And there he was being drawn into an injudicious stroke and caught easily at first slip by, it looks like, Jason Holder. So you have to say a soft dismissal of just about slightly up against the run of play, Andrew, simply because that was a delivery that could have easily been left alone. So Australia under further pressure here at 44 for 5.
What's going wrong? Can you explain all of this?
Well, Andrew,
it's unbelievable.
Yeah, obviously I can't look into the hearts and minds of men, but what I can say is that the West Indies have been playing good attacking cricket so far. Remember, I told you I like how they look so far in the field, being very aggressive in the field in terms of field placing, and the way they were diving around despairingly, so there's a bit of pep in their step, and so far Aki Hussain has bowled relatively well, and also the seamers as well, so it's been good pressure bowling, and they're getting the results.
Well, Wade, 96 matches, 1,780 runs has now come to the crease. So he comes out at the time. We just have a chance to see on the monitor.
Almost a waft there, Andrew. It was a little wide. Yeah. But credit to Hussain still for creating that pressure to lure it into that indiscretion.
Yeah, well, Pollard, of course, will want to go on the attack here. And he's going to have the forward short leg in as little Matthew Wade comes out. 44 for 5 over number 13. And there are 2 men in attacking positions. There's a forward short leg and the slip. And Hossein, who's had a good time, comes in to bowl to the left-handed Wade, and Wade is coming forward. The ball comes off the pad, or did it? The man at short fine leg came in, that's Poran. A leg by signal by the umpire. Some indecision about going for the leg by, in the end they got home. 45 for loss of 5 and over number 13.
Yes, and a bit of spin and bounce around there, Andrew. That delivery luring Wade into a false stroke. You know, Aki Hussein persistent to the left-handers in terms of being very straight to them, Andrew. As I said, he's working with the landscape, being given Pollard as that short leg as well for the leg spinner, so that's good bowling.
Well, it's going to be Hussein to continue the attack. Now, operating from the northern end, he's going to bowl to Turner. Goes past the umpire now, and to this delivery, Turner is coming forward. Hold him! Well. This is absolutely beautiful cricket by the West Indies. The batsman completely deceived by that, losing his off stump, and Hossein can do no wrong. Australia are in big trouble here. They're 45 for a loss of 6.
Andrew, that was a peach. As we see it here on the monitor, look at those revolutions on that delivery. Pitching it on about middle and leg, drawing the batsman forward, spinning away and hitting the top of off stump. That is the perfect left arm orthodox delivery there, Andrew. He want to repeat that every day if he could. But certainly 100% delivery there, Andrew. A beautiful delivery, and the West Indies are cock-a-hoop.
They are indeed, and you have to wonder now whether Australia may make 100 here. Can we start to bet on that?
I don't have my crystal ball with me, Andrew. I don't have my crystal ball. Left it in the truck.
In the truck. Okay, go and get it, please. 45 for 6. Now talk to me, Jamal. What's going on at Kensington Oval?
Well, there's a bit of grip and spin around. I think the pitch is playing pretty good. I wouldn't say that there's been any uneven bounce. What we are seeing here is good spin bowling from Aki Hussein. Good quality, good pressure bowling, good feeling as well. Good pressure captaincy by Pollard, working with the areas that are given to him in terms of field placing, and his spinners are executing well. All his bowlers actually have bowled well so far, Andrew.
Well, you're right. And let's look at the figures of Hossein. Will make interesting reading. 1 over and 4 balls. No maidens, and has picked up 3 wickets for 4 runs. Wonderful stuff.
You can ask for a better start from Hussein, and obviously he still has more overs to come. But Andrew, as I said before, he's operating really well. Beautiful place, good flight and gun. As we see that delivery once again, Andrew, look at that. That's picture perfect. My golly.
Wonderful.
you can't want it much better than that, Andrew. Look at that spin. Look. Ooh. Revolutions on the ball, top of off. Wonderful bowling.
Yes. Does he remind you of anyone, Hossein?
Not particularly, not really. Andrew. You can tell me if you think.
No, not really. I'm just trying to think, really. 45 for 6. The new batsman is Mitchell Stark, who will want to be a star here. As this delivery is pitched up, and he's driving quite confidently for single. Lovely flowing shot from the left-hander. We always love to see the left-hander go for the drive. Of course, Lara was the man for that. The ball given lots of it. He came forward and drove it wide a bit off for 1, take it off the mark. But these two will have to bat under the cows and the pigs, and the dogs come home here, because Australia are really in big trouble. They're 46 for 6. Over number 13 is about to come to an end. Here is Hossein looking for more success. Comes in to bowl to Wade, and Wade is getting the delivery, which is, he's looking to sweep it. I think that was because of the pressure applied with his leg slip and the forward shot and the slip as well. And it got to him in the end. The ball hit the pad and just dribbled away in the offside. So at the end of a fine over from the left arm spinner Hossein. At the end of over number 13, Australia winning the toss and batting. They're 46 for 6, which is the latest score at Kensington. Yes,
Andrew, there's certainly nothing else more that you could want from Aki Hussein at this point. Beautiful bowling, good variations in pace, getting a bit of spin and bounce. Really putting a good shift here for Captain Pollard and the West Indies. The onus now is upon Hayden Walsh to just stick to his plans, stay in good areas and pick up a wicket or 2 if he can. But certainly, Andrew, the Australians under immense pressure here at 46 for 6.
Indeed. Well. Of course, I see some lovely stuff coming in from our friends at Crumb's Bakery. I can see the croissants. I can see about 12 or 13 sweetbreads are also on show as well. They're hot and nice. We're going to leave one for you to take home, Jamal.
Andrew, as I told you, I don't deal with the flour.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No, I won't.
Okay, you don't deal with the flour, but you deal with the fish. All right, 46 for loss of 6. In the meantime, it's going to be the spin of Waters. He comes in now to bowl to Stark, and Stark is forward and drives up to that extra cover area. There's no run for him. Real pressure on Australia. They won the against the West Indies in that first game on a canter, but they're in trouble. They're 46 for 6 over number 14. Walsh again comes in, bowls to Stark. Stark is on the back foot. The ball pitches on that off, someone spins into him, and he pushes up the pitch. There's no run. Score is kept on 46 for loss of 6, and Walsh continues to do well. In he comes, operating from the southern end, comes in to bowl to Stark, and Stark is forward. The ball went the other way, beautifully bowled indeed. That started on the line of the middle stump and spun across him from the outside edge, went down towards the gully area. There's no run. What I'm impressed with so far is the control of Walsh, and he's bowled beautifully. 46 for 6 over number 14 being bowled. And Walsh is in to bowl to Stark, and Stark is forward and fits a full toss down to backward square. Will get 1, just jogging that first run. No thought of the second. It was a full toss, a single. 47 for loss of 6. Good control by Walsh.
Yes, most certainly. And what has impressed me most so far in the entire home series, in the T20s as well, is his ability to bowl that googly and spot it, as we would say, Andrew, get a bit of grip and bounce from the surfaces on offer. Really wonderful to see the leg spinner coming into his own.
Well, these two would really have to drop anchor here and bat for quite a long time. Here is Walsh as he comes up, he's in and bowls, and there's the last one with the sweep. There's an appeal for something. The keeper took it, and they're appealing for the stumping, it would appear. So let's see what happens here. It was outside the land of the leg stump. There was Wade sweeping. Hope took the bails off, went up with a big appeal, and they're going to go upstairs. What's your gut feeling here? Can you tell me, Jamal? Or is it a catch? Tell me what's going on here.
Well,
Talk to me.
It looked like a lot, Andrew. We couldn't figure out what was going on, but there was Wade going into a dink, really. Let's see it.
Oh!
He maybe hit that, Andrew.
Well, if he did, he's going to be on his way. Might have just come from the glove. So what do you think? You think it's going to be wicket number 7?
I think I'll wait on the spin vision.
Okay, please do that. Well, I see Roland Butcher saying that did he hit it? Roland is saying that it came from the glove, and Roland is always right. So if we go with Roland, then he's outgone, and if he's wrong, it will be the first time that Roland Butcher is wrong in his life. So our eyes on the sparrow, as they say. We are watching the TV. Here we go. Have a look at that.
Ooh.
Talk to me.
Okay.
Nobody will go to the catch first.
But they go into the stumping, or what are they doing here? Talk to me, Jamal.
Just looks like they've gone straight to the stumping, so there's been no consideration for deflection, Andrew.
And on the evidence there, you think he made it?
He's back.
He's back in, yeah. His foot is behind the line. The bails, well, that's coming up. But on the evidence of what we're seeing on the TV, he's not out. But the reality is that it looks as if he's going to be safe, or they're going to have another angle. Here we go. What are they looking for here now? Roland, do you still think it came from the glove? There's a little bit of a dink, as Jamal Smith is saying, but beautiful work by Hope.
Yes, most definitely. No, we have the ultra edge there.
Here we go. Ooh, what do we get in there?
Absolutely nothing, Andrew.
Absolutely nothing. So it looks as if he's going to be safe. Ultra edge is saying that he's safe.
So, Andrew, it was much ado about nothing.
Yeah. I think he's good. Yes, he's going to survive. So we're going to go upstairs. So Roland Butcher would have got it wrong for the first time in his life. He was quite confident. Roland, I can't take your advice anymore. 47 for 7, and well, of course, there was a sweep. Good work by Hope. Good to see Hope behind the stumps.
Yes, most certainly, Andrew.
Yep, indeed. Well, are there spectators in the 3W stand? Have they allowed a couple to come in? Or they're
probably workers that just having a look in, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm being cheeky
as usual.
Yeah. All right, 47 for loss of 6. And Mr. Walsh, Hayden Walsh, the man from Antigua, he comes in on his way. So we're on our way again. He's up to bowl to Wade, and Wade is on the back foot, one which is in the leg stump, so forces the ball away on the onside. Slightly choked because the extra puck generated by the spinner, and the ball goes down towards that wicket area to end the over. At the end of it, it's Wade. He is on naught. Stark is on 2. It's 47 for the loss of 6. Over number 14 comes to an end. That's the latest position here at Kensington Oval.
Yes, and another interesting over there from a West Indian perspective. What we can say about that delivery as well, Andrew, that we were questioning it with a bit of spin around. That was actually a pretty good leg break. Yes, it spun away to the leg side, but obviously with Matthew Wade making provisions to the offside and trying that dink, that's why we would have ended up seeing the delivery travelling over the leg stump. So good signs for the West Indian spinners so far, Andrew, and overall good signs for the West Indian unit. 47 for 6 tells the tale.
All right. Of course, it's 47 for 6. So we're going to run through the details for you in terms of what has happened. McDermott was caught by Hope off the bowling of Cottrell for a dot. Felipe caught Lewis, bowl Joseph 16. Marsh caught Hope, bowled by Holder 8. And then it was Carey bowled by Hossain for 10. Enriquez caught Holder, slip off Hossain for 4, and the last man to go. Turner was bowled in spectacular fashion. The bowler was Hossain for 1. Cottrell 2 overs, 1 maiden, and he's picked up 1 wicket for 2 runs. Mind you, the players are refreshing themselves, so it gives me time to run through what has happened so far. Holder 5 overs, no winners, 1 for 22. The figures of Joseph 3 overs, no winners, 1 for 12. And the marvellous figures of Hossain, 2 overs, no winners, and he's picked up 3 wickets for 5 runs. And Waltz 2 overs, no winners, none for 4. So it's been a tremendous performance by the West Indies. Let me remind you that Australia won the toss and they chose to bat. Let's pause for business calls.
Any time is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Now with 2 convenient locations, Fairchild Street in the city and Speightstown, St. Peter. Try their snack boxes, 2 pieces, fries and a bun for only $12.99, or the loaded fries with chicken deliciousness for only $11.99. With barbecue and fried chicken, delicious burgers, the freshest salads and sides. Any time is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Follow at Crispy Fried Chicken BDS on Instagram.
Bro, did you know that if you switch to LED lighting throughout your home, that you could save as much as 80% on your lighting costs?
Yes, man.
And did you know, wait, you knew that?
Of course, I also know that with using LED lights, I get brighter lighting that lasts longer and is better for the environment too. And by choosing my LED lights from Caribbean LED, I get up to 3 years warranty.
Wow, you know very much.
I hear all the ads on radio for Caribbean LED. Call them and ask at 621-0092 or visit them in Lower Estate or Wildy if you don't believe me.
All right, we want to thank our sponsors, of course, for being with us, LED Lighting. Thanks to Miss Shelley Hardin, and also thanks to our good friend there, Michael Arth, and the wonderful staff who provided some wonderful stuff for us at Crumbs Bakery. I like the slogan, even down to the last crumb. And I note with interest that Roland Butcher has been enjoying the lovely goodies that they've provided for us. Thanks to the wonderful team Cecil and company up in Wildy. Now, it's 47 for 6. And it's going to be Hossain to continue. He's in and bowls the ball, which is on the line of the stump, and Stark is covering up and plays the ball to the pitch. There's no run. This looked like a 4-day game, and the side is struggling to save it because he's got 3 men round the back like vultures looking to pounce on prey here. 47 for 6. Here we go. Hossain has been brilliant. Comes in over number 15 to bowl to Stark, and Stark is on the back foot. The ball goes down the leg side. A wide is going to be called by umpire Wilson, the man from the land of Calypso. 48 for 6. Roland, can you explain what's going on here? Can you tell me?
Well, the spinners are bowling very well. I don't think you're going to get Stark caught in one of those positions there. He's going to give you a chance, but he's going to go deep. He's
well, long off and long on in. In comes Hossain. He's in and bowls to Stark, and Stark is driving outside the off stump. Well, when you call it, you know your cricket, and the ball beats him, taken by the keeper. And Hope has looked rather sharp behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's kept very well. Obviously, he's had to keep quite a bit against the spinners who are doing really well. So he's handling his job well.
Yes, he's back in the side. 48 for a loss of 6 wickets over number 15. Yes, it's 48 for 6. I'm not telling any lies at all. This is happening at the region's Mecca. Hossain comes in to bowl to Stark, who's got 2. And he's got the front foot. The ball pops off. Something goes down to that good short, fine leg area. Let's look at the umpire leg by signal. So no alarms. He came forward. The ball popped off the pad, went over the head of Poran, who looks rather out of place when he's not keeping. The ball goes behind him, a leg by 49 for 6.
Yes, and I think Hossain is very mindful of the power of Stark, so he's not giving it as much air against Stark. He's actually bowling the ball into the pitch and not giving Stark the opportunity to get under him, because he will go after him. You could get him out, but you'll have to get him out caught long off and long on, or maybe deep mid wicket.
A new batsman has come to the crease, so the long off is now up at mid off. In comes Hossain, who's been brilliant, looking for his 4th wicket as he comes into bowl to Wade, who hasn't scored as yet. He's on the back foot. The ball goes down the leg side. The wide is going to be called by umpire Wilson. Score goes to 50. So finally, the Australians limp into 50 for 6 in over number 15. What problems for them. There are all kinds of contortions here at the region's Mecca, thanks to the wonderful work of the West Indies side. So, well, it's really a positive result they're looking for, I can imagine. Here's Hossain, comes in bowls, he's off the back foot, and a good stop by the fielder up at the forward short leg position. That's the captain, whipped away, and he got his big frame in the way. A big man, of course, brought up in the crab and callaloo of Trinidad and Tobago, and of course those lovely rotis that we get there behind the Queen's Park Oval. 50 for 6. Pollard lurking at the position of a forward short leg. Hossain, another Trinidad. So the Trinidad connection is very much evident here. Here's the batsman coming forward, sprawling across the stumps. That's the way the ball comes from the pad and runs down to another Trinidadian, and that's who's that? Poran coming in from short fine leg to pick it up. There's a run. 50 for 6. Hossain is bowling really well here, isn't he?
Yes, he certainly is. I think the pitch is very much suited to him. It's slightly slow. There's a bit of turn there. Got the early breakthrough.
But he's in now to bowl to Wade, who's faced 5 balls, and he's on the back. We'll get off the mark now. He forced the ball away down to that wide long on area, and will come back for the second run. Long on came off the boundary, mid wicket came across, they converge, and finally Wade gets 2 runs. He's off the mark, and the score goes to 52 for 6 in over number 15. In fact, it now comes to an end. So Wade has got 2, Stark is on 2. Over number 15 comes to an end. 52 for 6 is the latest score here at Kensington.
Yes, and the spinners really put in the brakes on Australia. Right now they've got them very much on the back foot. Hossain has completed, I think, his overs. Hossain now has gone.
His third over.
Well, that doesn't look quite right. I think it's
third over.
I think it's probably more than that. But
okay,
he's picked up 3 wickets. It's only cost him 9 runs. At the same time, the leg spinner Walsh, he's done a good job as well. So the spinners really put in the brakes on Australia and picking up wickets in the meantime.
With 3 overs, no middens, and he's picked up 3 wickets for 9 runs, thanks to Miss Bell, who's doing the job of ensuring that we can bring you all the correct action. 52 for 6. Here is Walsh. He comes in and bowls, and first forward, then back as Stark as the ball spins into him. Just plays it square in the offside onto backward point. There's no run. I see Keith holding this black mass is about to come. Is he going to do commentaries in the mass? Do you think he will do that? I like to hear him. He said 52 for 6. Here's Walsh comes to the balls, and the batsman is on the back foot, beating the ball, goes by to be taken by the keeper. You see some of the politicians trying to speak in the mass. Oh my golly. 52 for 6. Keith Holder is going to pull that mass off. We want to hear him from Bridgetown right through to Kingston, Jamaica, in a place called Ligony. I loved that place in Jamaica, Ligony. Here's the deliveries in the line of the leg stump. Bowled by Walsh, and the ball is flipped away down to that position of mid-wicket. And look at Pollard, very, very sharp in the field to his left. Makes the stop, 52 for 6. Beautiful piece of bowling again by Walsh, who's been all about economy. He turns down, tosses the ball from hand to hand, and there's his brand name shades from the southern and comes in and bowls to Stark, and Stark is on the back foot and will get a single and will maybe even get more than that. The ball is going to head down towards the boundary, will get a second run. It was a short ball, it was a long hop really, and it goes down to 5 leg. Backward square has to come across to pick it up, and Stark is back for a second to go to 4, and Australia 54 for the loss of 6 in over number 16. Roland Butcher.
Yeah, a real loose delivery there by Aidan Walsh. He's afraid at this moment to toss it up to Mitchell Stark, just dragging it down, and Walsh is able, and Stark just helped him away down to that fine leg position.
Well, he comes in to bowl to Stark, and Stark is on the back for the ball goes down the legs, and the wide is going to be called by the umpire. I think you're right. He doesn't want to give it air. He maybe doesn't want to be hit somewhere in Broad Street. The long off, long on waiting. Give the ball some air. Tease him, Mr. Walsh. Aidan Walsh Jr., 55 for 6. Keith Holt is standing by to come in. He's had so many products from Crumb's Bakery. He's going to put on a pound or 2 before the day is over. Here's Walsh. He's in bowls, and Stark is dragging the ball from outside the off stump down towards that wide long on area, almost straight mid wicket really. The return comes in and Stark gets to run, they will have to really bat for a long time, try to get up to maybe 100, then 150, and try to give Australia a score that they want to defend. But at the moment, it's all about the West Indies side. The last ball of over, number 6 is about to be bowled, is going to be the leg spinner. This is Watch as he comes into Wade, who's got 2. Stark is on 5. He's in and bowls to Wade, and to this delivery, Wade is forward and drives up to long off. Ball given lots of air and driven, lovely shot down to long off. Joseph comes across very fleet of foot to pick it up to end over number 16. At the end of it, with that single, Wade goes to 3. Stark is on 5. And the Australians winning the toss and batting in all kinds of trouble here at Kensington Oval. They're 57 for loss of 6, which is the latest score here. After another word from you, it's going to be Keith Holder.
Yes, and Hayden Walsh again, very tight with that over. Not really posing the batsman a lot of problems, particularly against Mitchell Stark, just dragging the ball down somewhat. As I said, even though he's got the fielders in the deep, just a little reluctant to toss it up and invite Stark to go for the big one, because he will. He may hit it in the stands for once or twice, but you've got a chance of getting him out. And really, at 6 wickets down, it's worth the risk. I don't think just pitching the ball into the pitch all the time at Stark. Give him an opportunity, give him some runs and get his wicket as well.
So Hossain starts his 4th over, and with his left arm spin bowling over the wicket, pitches short and pulled down to long on for a single. And in the 17th over, Australia having won the toss, now 58 for 6, with Wade on 4, and the tall imposing figure of Mitchell Stark on 5. Felipe 16, McDermott no score, Marsh 8, Enriquez 4, Carey the captain 10, and Turner 1 the batsman out. Hossain 3 for 10, and a wicket each for Cockrell, Holder, Joseph. There's an appeal as he pushes forward. I reckon it came off the pad, Roland, taken at slip in the right hand by Holder. 58 for 6.
Yes, a bit of excitement about nothing, and yes, I don't think there's going to be any. Looks like it's a no ball, actually, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a no ball.
And a free hit.
I think probably one fielder in the deep too many.
So 58 for 6, and Pollard giving Hossain a rather, well, I would say, about to say a rather attacking field, but short leg will come down to what a field, Roland. There's a slit and a leg slit, and going right being up our commentary position. Backward point is in. There is an extra cover. Is
he going to try and bowl Stark or bouncer?
Deep in wicket, backward square. So here's the free hit.
Could be Bulma bouncer. That could be a wide too.
Yes. So the body action of Hossain in his sunglasses. It's a little discussion. Okay, everything is fine now. And Hossain to go in 59 for 6. As he goes into bowl to Stark, and Stark swings and swings it wide of long on. They've gone for one fumble. Will allow the batsman to come back now for the second run. Stark then moves on to 7, and in over number 17, Australia having won the toss, 61 for 6. Stark 7 from 15 deliveries. Wade has 4 from 9 balls. Left-handers at the crease. And Hossain in his 4th over, yet to bowl a maiden, 3 for 13. The only maiden sent down has been by Cockrell, 2 overs, 1 for 2. Hossain with a slip of leg, slip on the forward short leg. And this one comes off the inner portion of the bat from a defensive stroke by Stark, and it goes down to leg slip. There is no run. Picked up by Puran, Holders at slip, and Pollard onto the bat at short leg. 61 for 6 in the 17th over Australia. Here's Hossain again, flighted and a drive. Very powerful, ricochets off the hands, the left hand of the bowler, and goes into the stumps. But Wade well grounded as the stumps are being knocked back in, and the bills put in place by Joel Wilson, the umpire. 61 for 6. Hossein, the 4 for 5 bowlers used so far. Bit of overcast here at Kensington Oval in the second ODI. And for this reason, swing across is in the field for leg before wicket, and he's been given, I think almost immediately. Yes, he asked for the replay. Mitchell Stark. And Hossein feels very strongly that he has been able to pick up his 4th scalp. Swinging across, umpire Wilson giving him out leg before wicket and reviewed. So Roland Butcher with a hawk iron very close to the television. Talk us straight, Roland.
Well, I'm waiting for the replay because Stark is obviously gone on the sweep. Let's see, that ball's pitching. Will it go on and hit the off stump? That's what we would have to see. When is there any?
Well, there's ultra edge.
No ultra edge there.
And it missed the front pad and
it goes on to hit the back leg. Question is, will it go on and hit the stumps? He's already been given out, so even if it's hitting on the outside of the stump.
As it stands, 61 is the score, and ball pitch. Yes. Talk us through, Roland.
Is it going over? That can be the only thing. Or is it? It's pitching outside, and he has to change. Pitching outside.
I think poor umpire Wilson, in his anxiety to change his decision, got it wrong initially and then quickly recognized. So he made his signal. Well, he's made the wrong decision and has had to correct it, pitching outside. So the score remains on 61 for 6 with 1 ball left in Hossein's 4th over, the 17th of the Australian innings. In he goes again with his left arm spin over the wicket from the Guyana end, and it's driven just to the right of the bowler, who is unable to get down and field down to long off. And a single taking Stark now on to 8. 62 for 6 after 17 overs. Australia having won the toss against West Indies in the second one-day international. That's the latest score here at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, the pressure being kept on by the slow bowlers, and Keith, this is something that we have seen in the West Indies for a long time. These slow pitches and slow bowlers really coming to the fore. And really, for a one-day game, I really want to see something with a little bit more pace, less turn, and so we can have a little bit more excitement. But as far as this game is concerned, obviously it's working perfectly for the West Indies because they've picked up 6 Australian wickets, and the spinners still have a lot of overs to bowl, so they'll be quite pleased with the way things are going at the moment.
So Joseph returns for a second spell, replacing Walsh, the leg spinner from the Malcolm Marshall end, and his first delivery is outside of the off stump. Does not induce a stroke from Stark, as Hope takes 62 for 6 in the 18th over. And in order of dismissals, Australia first losing. Ben McDermott caught at the wicket by Hope off Cap Cottrell, without scoring 1 for 1, the 4th ball of the game, 23 for 2. Then his opening partner Josh Felipe was caught by Lewis off Joseph for 16 from 24 balls. Here is Joseph, pitches short, and Stark plays it just forward of point as the fleet-footed Walsh moves around to do the fielding, and there's no run. It was 26 for 3 in the 8th over. Then Mitch Marsh was caught by Hope of Holder for 8. 44 for 4, the captain Alex Carey bowled by Hossein for 10. That was in the 11th over. And then 44 for 5 and 45 for 6, wickets falling in the 13th over. And this next delivery is turned behind square, taking the bottom hand away as Pollard is now onto the ball, shows his footballing skills. And and they take a single. So 9 to start, Wade to come on strike. He has 463 for 6 in the 18th over. As the sun comes back up here at Kensington Oval. The technical staff today, we've had an addition, and one of cricketing fame. One has a cricketing name but cannot play the game. That's Michael Sobers. He just lives and really beats him chest over the fact that he has the surname of the greatest ever all-round cricketer. But he doesn't know how to bring his arm over. He's a pelter, and he's normally sent in at number 11. He's been joined by the burly David Howell. He's like the old Colin Milburn. Enough weight. This one, a big drive outside of the off stump, essayed by Wade against Joseph, misses, and Hope takes 63 for 6 in the 18th over. The thing about it, Roland, is that at least David, he's a young guy, he's just 31, but he's a genuine all-rounder, and he has played for St. John Cultural in the BCS second division competition. This is an express pacer who you can be assured will give you at least 2 bounces and over. When you look at that guy, do you think he's capable of doing that? That was back then.
No, he said that was before.
Oh, that was back then. Here's Joseph. And Wade defends it, screwing the offside again. Walsh very fast across the outfield, runs in to do the fielding, and there's no run. 63 for 6. And he only plays in celebratory matches now. Roland, last have you played a celebratory game?
Not for a long time, and I don't think I'll be playing anymore, Keith. You won't see me on the field again.
Okay, you are retired, full stop.
Full stop.
Great. 63 for 6. I get the impression that you've been able now to get your pass, so you have no more nerves about leaving late, Roland. Have no fear. This game at this rate, a big drive off the outside edge down to third man, and a single to Wade as Joseph then turns and walks away. He has completed his first over of a new spell. 4 overs, 1 for 14. Matthew Wade has 5 from 12 balls. Mitchell Stark is on 9 from 22 deliveries. And Australia having won the toss under pressure at 64 for 6 after 18 overs. That's the latest score at Kensington Oval.
Yes, and West Indies doing everything right here so far. Cottrell's got 1 for 2 of 2 overs. Holder 1 for 22 of 5. Joseph 1 for 14 or 4. For saying 4 overs, he's got 3 for 14. He's going to continue, and Walsh 3 overs for 9. So really good all-round performance so far by the West Indian bowlers. And yes, Keith, I have got my emergency pass now, so I can drive as slow as I like going home this evening.
Okay, sir. A slip and a forward short leg. Hossein pitches on the pads, and it's driven along the ground down to long on by Wade, who can be described as diminutive when compared with the tall, well-built Mitchell Stark. 65 for 6. Wade on 6 from 13 balls. Stark has 9 from 22 deliveries. The debutant Riley Meredith, Adam Zampa, and Wes Agar are the batsmen left to come. 65 for 6. So this next delivery is played defensively out onto the offside by Stark, and Hossein runs across to do the fielding himself. There is no run. He is in his 9th over, the 19th of the innings, the main wicket taker with 3 for 15. He has a slip in holder, and the captain pottered at short leg, and he bowls from over the wicket at the Joel Garner end. Hossein pitches short, and wristily it's played down to mid-wicket for a single as Walsh runs around to do the fielding, moving to his right. 66 for 6. Stark goes into double figures on 10. The third batsman to do so behind Josh Felipe, the opener who made 16, and the captain Alex Carey with 10. And 66 for 6. This is the 19th over. McDermott didn't score. Marsh 8. Enriquez 4. Carey 10. Ashton Turner 1. Here's Hossein, and that's a reverse sweep, well played, and Holder will go into the boundary at what would be the orthodox third man if he were in his correct position, but he played the reverse sweep and passed Holder, who was at the solitary slip, into the boundary. In terms of a right-handed stroke, that would be fine leg. He too joins Stark on 10. That's Matt Wade, and taking Australia on to 70 for 6. A bit of a recovery here, Roland. They came together in the 13th over with the score 45 for 6, a double strike with Enriquez caught by Holder off Hossain for 4, and then a couple balls later Ashton Turner bowled for 1. So 70 for 6. The slip is in. Then there's backward point on the boundary, cover, mid-off, long on, short mid-wicket, short fine leg, deep mid-wicket, and deep backward square. This one goes out on the onside, hope from behind the stumps to do the fielding, and there's no run, 70 for 6.
Yeah, Keith, for me, you really would expect that at some point during the innings that there would be a partnership. I don't think wickets don't just fall all the time, but yes, there's a bit of a partnership now between Wade and Stark, and I think it's a very important partnership for Australia, really, because Wade is the only recognised batsman. Stark is very handy and can also contribute, but Wade is the proper batsman.
So Pollard goes down in that crouch position at the short leg. Across the line, a beautiful leg before wicket. Begging for it is Akil Hossain. On this occasion, the umpire says not out. Umpire Joel Wilson, who a couple overs ago having given the decision with the same bowling operation, and it's 74-6 after 19 overs. That's the latest score here at Kensington Oval.
That's the sound of doors opening to another Crumbs Bakery to serve another important part of the Barbadian community, this time at Silver Sands in Christchurch, another location with the same Crumbs commitment to bring you a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries and bread, because they should be as close to you as we can get. Crumbs, now at Silver Sands in Christchurch.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
This is Middle Stump on Vibe Radio, the champion station.
And Alzari Joseph at the start of his 5th over. First delivery outside of the off stump goes past the outside edge of Mitchell Stark and taken by Hope. Both Stark and Wade on 10. 74-6. This is the 20th over. And one change 4 since the original teams were announced on Thursday. And Hazelwood out with a calf injury, replaced by Wes Aguirre. Here is Joseph, right arm fast, bowling over the wicket from the Malcolm Marshall line. Short pulls from outside of the off stump, misses Stark, and Hope takes 70 for 6. Here's Roland.
Yeah, good response there by Joseph, banging that ball into the pitch, testing the Mitchell Stark. He went for it, so obviously he was not at all afraid of the short delivery. He went after it. Didn't get a touch on this occasion, but Joseph just reminding Stark that he's a fast bowler as well.
He has a slip, third man point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg on the boundary and the fine leg. In goes Joseph again, short, and that's a pull. Excellent stroke. Played with savagery down to the mid-wicket boundary in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. And Stark, who's no slouch with the bat, moves on to 14 from 27 deliveries with his first boundary. And Australia up to 74 for 6 in the 20th over. This partnership now worth 29.
Yeah, this knot's the most sensible bit of bowling here by Joseph. Really, he's got a slip in place. He's got 5 men safe in the singles. And he's bowled one good bounce, and then he decided to bowl another one. And Mitchell Stark really put that one away with some disdain, just smacked it over mid-wicket like a batsman. So let's see how Joseph responds.
He is in his 5th over. Cottrell has had 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 2. Holder 5 overs, 1 for 22. Hossain 5 overs, 3 for 20. And Walsh 3 overs for 9 runs. Outside of the off stump, good pace and carry, no stroke from Stark as Hope takes. And the batsman out, Josh Felipe, caught by Lewis off Joseph for 16. Ben McDermott caught Hope, bowled Cottrell, no score. Mitchell Marsh caught Hope, bowled Holder 8. Moses Enriquez caught Holder, bowled Hossain 4. Alex Carey bowled Hossain 10. And Ashton Turner bowled by Hossain for 1. The wickets falling at 1, 23, 26, 41, 44, and 45. Still that solitary stick. Joseph is in, and that's a drive down the rung, a straight drive. Lovely stroke for another boundary. And the recovery continues here for Australia as Stark goes ahead now of the original top scorer, Felipe. So he has 18 from 29 balls with his second boundary, as the partnership now worth 33. And with one ball left in the 20th over, Australia 78 for 6.
Well, Keith, I don't think you'll see a better shot than that today, really. Not even by a top order batsman. Really, he's hit that one on the rise, straight as an arrow down the ground. And Joseph has now conceded 2 boundaries in this over.
And with an economy rate of 4.55, he is the most expensive of the 5 bowlers used by West Indies outside of the off stump. No stroke from Stark. Hope takes. So 20 overs have been completed. Australia having won the toss against West Indies in the second ODI here at Kensington Oval, 78 for 6. That's the latest score.
Yes, and a very good over that for Australia. They haven't had an over for a long time like that, where they've been able to pick up a couple of boundaries. But on this occasion, Mitchell Stark got 2 very good boundaries. First the pull shot, then the straight drive. So the score now moves on to 78 for 6. This partnership now starting to, it's worth some 33 runs, as Hussain will continue, and really still a lot of work for the Australians to do. Really, Matthew Wade has got to stay in there. He's the primary batsman. Whatever starts contribute really is a bonus. So that's the importance of Wade now at the crease.
He is on 10 from 16 balls. Stark has 18 from 13 deliveries. Slip on the short leg, he bowls from over the wicket and driven down to long on for a single as Cottrell comes off the boundary to do the fielding. Wade moves to 11 from 17 balls with 1 boundary, and Stark comes on strike. 18 he has from 30 balls with 2 fours. 3 boundaries for Felipe, who made 16. 1 against the name of Marsh, who was dismissed for 8, and a boundary as well for the captain Carey, who got 10. So Pollard has removed himself from short leg and placed at a short, straightish mid-wicket. And forward goes Stark, a stifle appeal from the bowler. Stifle, but yet stifle in inverted commas because he was shouting. Goes clear on the offside and there is no run. Bravo and Lewis, who's at backward point conversion on the ball. Bravo is out in the covers. The next delivery from Hossain, head well over the ball. Good sensible batting here in the circumstances by Stark. Plays it back on the pitch on the onside. There is no run. 79 for 6 in the 21st over, a partnership of 34. The best of the innings as the recovery continues. 50 overs aside. West Indies on top, looking to level the series to make it an exciting series going into the final match on Monday. And again, defending, this time out to that short mid-wicket in Pollard the captain. There is no run. 79 for 6 in the 21st over. Australia won the toss, and Hossain in his 6th over, 3 for 21. The left arm spinner from Trinidad and Tobago pitches short, and that's going to be called wide as it turns down the leg side. Neatly taken by Hope. 18 now for 6. So where are they keeping of Hope, Roland?
Yeah, it's been very tidy, and I think the comparisons that people have made with Pooran and Hope, Hope justifying.
As Hossain is in again, pitches short, and Stark pushes it into the covers, fielded by Bravo. There is no run. 80 for 6. And you were saying?
I was saying, I hope really justifying his position in this team really as the number 1 keeper and obviously opening batsman. So
the toss, 80 for 6 after 21 overs. That's the latest score at Kensington Oval.
C-R-O. C-R-O. What you doing? Practicing how to say hello in Italian so I can go impress the folks at Caribbean LED.
You mean because they have the new Fumagalli range of lighting fixtures, ideal for outdoor use, especially for homes like ours in the tropics, affected by constant sunlight and sea spray?
Si, Fumagalli.
Alright you, head to the store at Windies. I will go to the Laura Estate location on my way home. Oh, and it's not C-R-O, it's pronounced Chow.
Wait, it's Chow?
is Middle Stump on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
80 for the loss of 6, Australia. Not the type of scoreboard that one would expect. The conditions look quite good, but they've found themselves in all sorts of trouble. Wade is there batting away on 11. Stark has got 18, and Cottrell 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 2. Actually, he started the whole massive confusion. That massive confusion being the Australian collapse. As he comes back now for a second spell, this time from the sudden end. The first delivery is banged away out towards extra cover. He's going to run very close to the boundary, but the deep cover comes around and picks it up, and Mohammed is able to keep the scoring down to just a couple, and the score now moves up to 82 for the loss of 6. As we welcome back Jamal Smith.
Hey Philip, nice to be back. West Indies have seemed to have lost a bit of teeth since we last came in. And Captain Pollard just shuffling the changes, trying Azari Joseph and now going to Cottrell to try to break that partnership to assist Akil Hussain, who's been having a wonderful time of it so far.
82 for 6, Cottrell in his second spell. His first was a short one, just 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. Maybe a bit of the inspiration there by the captain, as Cottrell left arm over the wicket, and here's a ball that brings an attempted swing from Matthew Wade. Not one that seemed to have any real purpose, almost like a shadow stroke, and didn't make contact as Cottrell turns and makes his way back. Some 5 bowlers used so far. Cottrell initially was replaced by Joseph, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. Jason Holder, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22 as well. Hayden Waltz Jr., 3 overs, no maidens, none for 9. And the star of the show I'll give you after this delivery from Cottrell, who is bowling without a slip, and this delivery is pushed down in front of him by Wade, and anxiously actually touching it a second time as he feared it might have come back onto his stumps, and then in the end completed the fielding by pushing it across to Kyron Pollard, the captain, coming up from mid-wicket. So in the end, it was a Wade show completely. But the star of the show, 6 overs, no maidens, 3 for 22. I was checking on my chat there, and Jamal, I recognized someone came in and said that they just tuned into the show. And could anyone explain how Australia got themselves in the position of 65 for 6? Here's a ball that is pushing, that is played down towards the short third man position by Wade for a single that will take the score up to 83 for the loss of 6. I don't know if you want the challenge to explain that, just in case that person is listening.
Well, I was just taking the opportunity to clean my station. Philip, as you know, we have to follow with the protocols and stuff. We were spraying me with my wipes. But if we're being honest, the West Indies played some good pressure cricket early on. They obviously took their chances. Akil Hussain came in and he had a dream start. He got some balls to spin and bounce, and obviously he produced that piece to Ashton Turner as well. So how Australia got in this position, simply put, the West Indies have bowled well.
Cottrell, one of those bowlers, is tucked away up towards mid-wicket, no run. So Stark has got 18, Wade 14. And have you been able to figure out the Crumbs quizzes yet, Jamal?
I haven't even seen it, Philip. You're not sending it. No one sent it to my WhatsApp. Andrew usually fills my WhatsApp with a lot of stuff, but haven't seen the Crumbs quiz.
So then you should be eligible then to answer the question if you haven't seen it. So for those who may not have heard it, it will come to you very shortly, as Cottrell is here now and his left arm over the wicket and played defensively up towards mid-on by Stark, and there's no run. 83 for 6. We're at the end of over number 22 in the quiz. Very quickly, name the 3 West Indian batsmen who have scored 2 one-day international hundreds at Kensington. And while you think about it, and just before we give you the contact information, I can say that after 22 overs, Australia 83 for 6, the latest at Kensington. So the quiz: name the 3 West Indian batsmen who have scored 2 one-day international hundreds at Kensington. The email address: middlestumpvibes@gmail.com. middlestumpvibes@gmail.com. Now, you know spelling is very important when it comes to email. middlestumpvibes. middlestumpvibes@gmail.com. And the WhatsApp, or as I say, alternatively, the WhatsApp, of course, is 1246 and then 2534679. So you'll be entitled to some products from Crumbs if you're able to figure out the 3 West Indian batsmen who have scored 2 one-day international hundreds at Kensington. So Hayden Walsh Jr. has been switched now to the northern end, the end from which he picked up 5 for 39 in the opening match. In a losing effort as he starts his second spell. This first delivery is bringing an attempted cut from Wade. Doesn't make contact, it goes through to the keeper. Let's see the support for Walsh Jr. He's got a short third man. There is a cover and a mid-off. There's a deep backward point as well. Then there's a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and inside the circle, a short fine leg and a mid-wicket. Pushed forward up into the offside, down toward mid-off. There's no run. So that's the support for Walsh from mid-off. Extra cover, short third man, and between them there's a backward point on the boundary. Then on the onside, the short fine leg, the backward square, the mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a long on. Here is Walsh, and a ball that is flighted, turned down towards short fine leg, looking for a run that's not there. Matthew Wade, and very quickly Cottrell charges in and picks it up, and immediately wiping any thoughts of that run from the mind of Wade, who waits for Walsh halfway through his fourth over. None for 9, the only bowler who has not taken a wicket yet today. But he wouldn't complain. He had 5 of them in the opening game. Flighted delivery, driven down towards long on, easy single to take the score up to 84 for the loss of 6.
Yes, we are looking a bit circumspect, and understandably so, Philip. At the end of the day, Australia are 84 for 6, and himself and Mitchell start looking to forge a partnership. Hayden Walsh now being reintroduced into the attack from the Jewel Garner end, the northern end of the Kensington Oval, and obviously we would have seen his feats, his exploits in the last game, and obviously he'll be looking to close out the Australian innings.
Comes in again, and a ball that is again well flighted and pushed up towards extra cover. I remember the days going back to before your time, Tony Howard and David Holford bowling the off spinner and the leg spinner, bowling here at Kensington, and almost always you had the off spinner coming from that northern end and the leg spinner from the south. Here's a ball that is very sweet. There's an appeal for LBW. Goes out into the onside, picked up by Cottrell coming up from the short fine leg position, and the decision is not out. Nowadays, it happens, there seems to be no consistency where that's concerned, and maybe that's something you would want to weigh in on as an experienced captain yourself. The over coming to an end. 23 overs gone, 84 for 6, the latest at Kensington.
It's in our name. Fried chicken, it's our thing. Others may try, but we have the original. We put the extra and extra crispy. And our secret in everyone's mouth. So if we want to make the best chicken sandwich, we just need to put our name on it. New Kentucky Chicken Sandwich. An abundant triple-breaded filet, premium mayo and pickles, all in a buttered brioche bun. The best chicken sandwich had to be KFC.
Really doesn't matter anymore.
We get back to that in a minute as Cottrell starts without a slip as he makes his way into bowl to Wade, wide of leg stump, and that's going to be called wide. It is 85 for 6, a gift there for the Australians, and they certainly do need it. What would have been some of the factors that maybe would have determined in before? Which end? You're talking about the wind and things of that nature?
Well, Philip, to be honest with you, as cricket progresses, as you get higher, and obviously international level, those factors then become null and void.
But that would have been one of the factors.
Yes, certainly.
Down towards mid-off, and picked up there by Hossain, no runs scored. So as far as you're concerned, it doesn't really matter. So what then helps you determine where you're going to bowl, let's say Warwick from, where you're going to bowl? I'm talking about Empire where you would have done most of the captain.
It was just situation awareness. For instance, Captain Pollard today, he opted to bowl to start the leg spinner from this Joe Garner end, and obviously you would know there would be consideration to the size of the field way over to the west of us, particularly with the two right-handed batters batting. But obviously he brought him in to try to support Hussain, who was getting a bit of spin and bounce, so that's understandable.
Comes in now does Cottrell, and a delivery which is bringing the defensive stroke from Wade. He sort of plays a jumping defensive stroke, pushes it out into the offside. He's got 15 off 27, while Stark has 18 off 39, and together they've added some 40 runs to push Australia up to 85 for 6. We're into over number 24, a partnership of 40, and a run rate of 3.64, which is understandable given that they are under severe pressure. And survival is just as important as run scoring at this point in time. Plenty of overs left, and here is a ball that is bringing a cut from Wade. Doesn't make contact, and Cottrell turns and comes back once again. He's in his fourth over, 1 for 6, and one wonders if Wade maybe is getting a bit of anxiety here. He's got 15 off 28, but he has to be aware, I'm sure, that occupation of the crease is very important at this stage.
Yes, he likes to be busy, but he's been bogged down by some good bowling and obviously the situation. Outside of that too, Philip, when you're in this particular stage, at best what you try to do is look for a target that you feel you can achieve, that you can defend.
Cottrell is nudging, Wade is nudging this delivery from Cottrell. It's gone for 4-2. It seemed almost like a defensive stroke, but in the end it was very clever because he nudged it very fine, and the third man too wide to get around in time, and a much needed boundary to Wade, and that certainly should calm him somewhat.
Well, I beg to differ slightly, Philip. We see on the replay there no, actually a bit of both. Let's go 50-50. He actually went to run it down. I would suggest he probably went to run it down to the third man, but it got a bit big on him. But credit to the batsman still to be able to bunt it much finer, and he got 4. But albeit that was a 50-50 delivery, a pretty sharpish delivery from Cottrell, and Matthew Wade escaped with 4 runs.
Ball a bit of a step at this stage. A good idea is ball upside length the off stump. Wade comes across and leaves it, and it goes through to the keeper. 89 for the loss of 6. Your new ball is in the attack. You're fully in control. You've got a middle order batsman and a lower order batsman. A bit more pressure could be applied. What do you think?
Consideration can be made for a slip, and as you rightly said, Western is looking to close out the innings. If you're bringing back your seamers at this stage, certainly looking to take wickets. The question is, where are you looking to take those wickets? And Captain Pollard, based on his feel, is suggesting that he's looking to take the wickets in front of the wicket.
Well, let's see if Cottrell will oblige, and a short delivery which way it goes under. It's called wide, actually. So another gifted run to the Aussies, and well, they certainly need them. Goes to 90 for the loss of 6, but a call of wide.
But you're totally correct, though, Philip. Let me ask you this: if we're going to put in the slip, where we're going to take him from at this point? We have the cover, we have the point, we have the mid off, mid wicket, mid on. Then we have a man way out at a squarish. Let's call him a squarish point. No one sees a sweeper because he's very square on the offside. We have a deep bat with square and a fine leg. So Philip Hackett, where are you getting this slip from?
Well, I'm going to answer that after this delivery, as Cottrell makes his way into Wade, and Wade nudges this one away out towards the right of the umpire. Pollard chases from the mid-wicket position, picks up, and the batsmen get just 1 to take the score up to 91 for the loss of 6, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Old-time bakers in Bim bake from home. Remember the Dutch oven made of stone? Then came the bread cart. Oh, you could smell that bread a mile away. And then there was the bread van. Many have made a living selling from them. Now, your bread is as close to your home as you can get it, because there's sure to be a Crumbs bakery near you for a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries, and bread.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
So, 91 for the loss of 6 as we begin over number 25, and it's going to be bowled by Hayden Walsh Jr. His 5th over. He comes in now to bowl to Wade, the first delivery sadly the off stump through to the keeper. So I guess we'll have to go back to wait until we return to the next over for me to answer your question.
If you're still with me, but you can tell me no, Philip. You can tell me no. We know the field.
What I would have done.
Yes, what would you have done?
There are the number of options, but the two that I would have looked at as Walsh comes in to bowl to Wade, and Wade comes forward and pushes up into the onside, picked up by Pollard, and there's no run. I could have taken a man from on the leg side, because if you're looking to post a slip, I would think you would want to be attacking around off or outside off that 4th stump. That's one possibility. The other would have been to bring one of the deep fielders. I think there were about 3 deep fielders on the offside, and one of them probably could have come in. Here's a ball that is driven down towards mid-off, and there's no run. Of course, there's a possibility that you may leak a boundary if the bowler doesn't respond. But at 90 for 6, if you leak a boundary, I don't think that's going to change the game. And you always have the option of going back to your defensive field if nothing happens after an over or 2.
Wonderful, Philip. Thinking like a captain. Lovely to see.
Here is Walsh into bowl to Wade, and Wade is giving himself room and trying to force it through the offside, but only gets it up towards extra cover where Bravo does the field, and there's no run. I believe I spend my time among good people, and things tend to rub off. And if I'm thinking like a captain, it's probably because I've done so much commentary with Jamal Smith, one of the leading captains in local cricket.
Fair enough, Philip. We won't argue with that.
Let's not. Here's Walsh as he makes his way into Wade, and Wade goes back and turns this one away down towards short fine leg. Cottrell coming in very quickly trying to save the single, but overran the ball, which only made it all the easier for the batsman to complete the run, but I think they would have done so in any event. and a single that takes the score up to 92 for the loss of 6.
Yes, what I would like to see though, Philip, on the West Indies at this point look just a bit subdued, which they really shouldn't be. You know, should be looking to create something and make something happen. And credit to Hayden Walsh, he's bowling relatively well, but you know, they just look a little flat-footed, almost as if they're just waiting for a wicket to fall as opposed to making it.
And that may have been the problem really, as the ball is bringing the batsman forward and start coming forward in a stifled appeal as the ball ended up into the onside, and there was no run. 92 for the loss of 6. I suspect maybe West Indies expected to go right through, and this resistance has frustrated them to some extent, and that may very well explain what you're talking about. But meanwhile, let me tell you, we're halfway through the overs. 25 overs gone, 25 to come. Australia 92 for 6.
Well, as you know, we would have commentated many games and watched many cricket games. Capitulation does not always happen at the rate that you expect it to happen. Sometimes, you know, there's a little lull in the innings. There's always a little partnership, albeit, you know, it may be a small relative to the overall context of the game. But, you know, there's always two batsmen who come in and seem just to get the hang of things, and a small partnership, as I said, relative to the target. So a partnership now of 47 in the score reflective of 92 for 6 is a suggestion somewhat of some sort of recovery or some semblance of a recovery. But the West Indies just slightly flatter than we would like to see, as we've seen the slip now. Philip coming in.
Let's see where he took him from, as this delivery is right on target and defended by Wade up into the offside. And there's no run. So is it one of those deep fielders on the offside that was sacrificed?
What he actually did is that he took out the cover, and he brought the man that was sweeping square, he brought him more in front, so he's now in the traditional sweeper position, which means there's a lot of landscape through cover and extra cover.
But didn't he have 2 men out last over?
No, he had one. He had the cover in a man in the cover region, a man at point, a man at mid-off, so he's decided to go with the slip, leave the deep man out and leave the cover region open. So he's probably actually telling Matthew Wade if he wants to drive, he will only get one.
Well, and if he gets the edge, he'll be out caught. Here's a ball that is pushed into the point region and dashing into picking up his Hayden Walsh Jr. There's no run.
Yeah, but in the mind of a captain again, and as a batter as well, if I'm batting and I'm saying, and Captain Pollard is saying to me that if I drive it to extra cover I only get one, would I be so inclined to try to drive the ball to which would induce the edge? Understand what I'm saying to you, Philip? You may have to concede giving up the boundary, leave the cover in, bring in the slip, and try to get Wade to pierce the offside field, which may induce the edge. So, you know, there's more than one way to go about it.
And that's a more attacking way for sure, as this delivery is tightening the batsman up somewhat. He gets the single up towards cover, despite the efforts of Pollard. In fact, not Pollard, that's Walsh. And the score goes up to 93 for the loss of 6. But to go back to what you were saying earlier about maybe the level of frustration, what we were discussing, I should say, a bit surprising somewhat, because the Australians have done well, but they haven't gone anywhere at 93 for 6. And with an experienced leader like Pollard, I would think he should be able to get the guys, you know, a bit energized.
Well, what I can say is he's keeping it in mid-wicket, which suggests to me that Cotterell would be coming in straighter, with a straighter line, as opposed to bowling outside the off stump.
He's in now and start defends up towards the mid-on area. Pollard comes across in front of mid-on, long before it gets to Joseph at mid-on and picks it up. And the score remains at 93 for the loss of 6. Wade has 22, Stark 18, Josh Felipe 16, Ben McDermott no score, Mitchell Marsh 8, Moses Henriquez 4, Alex Carey 10, and Ashton Turner 1, the batsman dismissed. At the crease, Matthew Wade and Mitchell Stark, the two left-handers. Wade has 22 off 39 and Stark 18 off 41. They've added 48. Here is Cottrell looking to break that stand and pull the way out towards a deep mid-wicket position for a single. So they approach that important landmark of a 50 partnership. And a single to move the score up to 94 for the loss of 6.
And once again, Philip, you see that straight line and you see the short delivery reason for the fine leg and the man at backward square. So it's a clear plan. As I said, if they're looking for the wicket, they're probably looking for that straight delivery LBW caught in the leg side field as well. So the slip doesn't really come into play, albeit that, you know, there's still consideration, there's still latitude for Cotterell to operate on the off stump as well.
Moves in again to Wade. Wade will get a run down towards fine leg to end the over, and also to bring the 50 partnership up. It comes up with that single down towards the fine leg position. Comes up off 87 deliveries, and Matthew Wade goes to 23. Start 19 after 26 overs, 95 for 6. The Crumbs Bakery quiz again. Name the 3 West Indian batsmen who have scored 2 one-day international hundreds at Kensington Send your answers to middlestumpvibes@gmail.com or WhatsApp 1-246-253-4679.
Yes, and Cotterell closing out that over in the fashion that we thought he would, which was a straight again in line. He erred a little bit too straight. He was tickled easily down fine leg. But as I said, Philip, these are the considerations of the modern day game. Most captains are not prepared to give it that boundary while they're still seeking the wicket, and what they do is go to what we will perceive as balanced field, so whereby he's released the cover, he's let the cover go down and sweep. And I mean, there are a lot of people there, schools of thought that would not agree with this, Philip. People may say the cover may be up, need to keep in that slip, force Matthew Wade to pierce the offside. But in Captain Sparrow's mind, he doesn't want Wade to get into the type of rhythm as well that would allow him to get away. So there are many considerations, and the captaincy is subjective. I always like to say this, Philip, captaincy is subjective. So I may have a different opinion to you, but as long as there's a solid cricket argument or logic for why we're going about business, I can live with that.
And to be honest, as far as most fans are concerned, the real test is if it works.
Well, fans just want wickets and runs, to be very honest with you, Philip. And there's so many intricacies in the game and nuances that go on for the period of the 50 overs. We can't get into that.
Walt, 5 overs no made in end for 11. Still looking for his first wicket as he comes in from the northern end. And this first delivery is played away by Wade up towards forward square. He's not going to benefit from it. Paulie just trots around from mid-wicket to complete the fielding. And Walsh goes back to his mark at the Joel Garner end, the northern end of the ground, where he picked up those 5 wickets a couple of days ago. Looking now for his first as he moves past the umpire. He's in, a flight to delivery, which brings Wade forward. He somehow squirts it out towards backward point. Gets a single for his effort. Cottrell comes around to his left to pick it up. And rotation in the strike to move Australia up to 96 for the loss of 6. We're into over number 27. Lots and lots of overs left in this innings. And these two batting away as though they recognize that. They recognize that occupation of the crease is important. It's not just about boundaries here as Walsh continues. And here's the ball that is bringing a big swing. He's wrapped on the pad and no, says the umpire. Walsh is on his knees. What will the West Indies do? Hope is having a chat with his captain. Walsh is there as well. What are they going to do? Looks as though they're going for it. So, a review as the decision turned down by the umpire. Just as I was saying too, that they were looking to just occupy the crease for the most part. That big swing, and umpire Jamal Smith, I may add, has given him out.
Well, that could be the fan Jamal Smith as well, Philip. But certainly to my eyes, and we're straight. We're actually very straight here. It looked pretty adjacent to me, but we'll have a look here on the monitor. Philip, I can tell you this: I rarely get anything wrong, and my finger is still up.
So you're not a rolling butcher then?
I rarely get anything wrong when it comes to these umpiring decisions. My finger is still up, Philip. My finger is still up. I think that is very well be out, but we'll have to wait on the technology to see.
What it is now, if it's just clipping or something, the decision was not out.
I don't believe that's clipping,
so
Philip.
If it's clipping, he'll be saved.
My naked cricket eyes tell me that that's out, but we'll wait on the technology.
My personal feeling is that it's clipping middle stump.
I don't think it's clipping.
I think it's clipping halfway up middle stump.
I think it would hit middle and leg. I think it would crash into middle and leg. Okay.
Yes, it's if it's clipping middle stump, then it's obviously slipping off stump and leg stump left. So,
yes, Philip.
He would need to, but we'll see. We're not in the position to adjudicate. Let's see if there was any bat, if that was the issue. I don't think so, and Ultra Edge confirms that there isn't any bat. So it's just a matter of what is the ball going to do. I would think he would have to be a very big turner for that one to miss, but we'll see. The decision should come shortly when they show the next shot, which will be when they track it now. We'll just have to wait and see what the predictor is. Yes, here it comes.
Okay, so
pitching
in line, impact in line. Wickets have to be hitting for the middle and leg.
Middle and leg. Walsh has picked up his first wicket. Stark is gone. And we were talking about Ayana Holder earlier, who is a local cricket umpire. And as I said, it seems as though she's good at anything cricket. And Jamal, obviously, we know you're a good captain, a good cricketer, a pretty good analyst, and it seems as though you've got some umpiring ability as well.
To be very honest with you, Philip, it's something that's a bit worrying to me. I find that a lot of decisions are being overturned by our home umpires, and as soon as I saw umpire Wilson not willing to give that out, the initial thought in my mind was he had a decision overturned earlier. where he was confident, obviously, that the batsman was out. Was that the reason why? Because certainly to my naked cricket eye of many meters away, it looked out. You know, understand what I'm saying? And sometimes I wonder what goes through the modern day umpire's mind, who has the technology and not necessarily to rely on, but sometimes to show them up. And I just find that our home tongue umpires don't seem to have the confidence that I would like them to have in decision making, and the technology more often than not is finding them wanting.
I believe that the system already protects them. All this thing about clipping and not clipping and so on, I think that really protects the umpires. But even so, I suppose they still feel the pressure. But like in anything in life, and you would know this as a batsman, Jamal, when you're deceived by a delivery, you've got to put it behind you. When you allow what happens now to affect what you do 10 minutes from now, that's where the problem is going to come.
Yeah, but I just wonder, I mean, obviously, you can't see the hearts and minds of men, but again, Philip, for me, that could be the only consideration there, because that, again, another telltale sign is how full the delivery was as well. That sometimes tells you a lot more than you want to know. And clearly, we could see that the batsman never left his guard as well. He never changed guard on that delivery, clearly coming down the middle stump line. So you know, questions to be answered of the officiating so far in this home series.
Given that we are behind the batsman, I'll get back to that after Walsh moves into his first delivery to the new batsman, who comes forward in defence, and there's no run. Given that we are behind him, I would have thought that from our position then, the likely outcome could have been maybe an edge that we couldn't pick up, you know, initially.
Well, that's fair enough.
Other than that, it looked pretty much up.
Yeah, man, that's fair enough.
Yeah. Here's Walsh into Meredith, and Meredith comes forward and pushes up into the covers. There's no run. So 96 for 7. We're into the 27th over. Andrew Mason is standing by. He'll be coming in very shortly. And Meredith settles and waits for Walsh. Walsh has got to slip a backward point, extra cover. That cover now is going to go deep. And then there's the extra cover. There's a long off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And there's that short fine leg, a backward square in as well. Here is Walsh, a flighty delivery which brings a big drive. It comes off the inner portion of the bat and squirts down towards backward square. The batsman goes through for a quick single return, not taken cleanly by Walsh. It wasn't the greatest, but he didn't take it. But very quickly he backs up and prevents an overthrow. So the over is completed. The 27th of the innings, 23 to come. Head and wall, 6 overs, no middens, 1 for 13. And after 27 overs, Australia winning the toss, opt into bat 97 for the loss of 7 here at Kensington.
That's the sound of doors opening to another Crumbs bakery to serve another important part of the Barbadian community. This time at Silver Sands in Christchurch. Another location with the same Crumbs commitment to bring you a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries and bread, because they should be as close to you as we can get. Crumbs, now at Silver Sands in Christchurch.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
This is Middle Stop on Vibe Radio, the champion station.
Well, it would appear as if the Australians need some Crumbs bakery, really, because they're crumbling. Oh, my God. I got that right, didn't I?
Oh, Andrew.
Language is something else, isn't it?
Yes.
97 for 7. A bit of a recovery. Stark and Wade got together, and I gave that out too as well. It looked long, really. He played right across it, and it was a raucous appeal. Of course, the old sportscaster Les Harris, when he did it on Saturdays, would say a raucous appeal for leg before. In the meantime, it's going to be Hossein. He's going to be switched to the southern end as he comes in to bowl to Zampa, and Zampa is on the back foot to a ball which is played away down to backward point. There's no run, so the West Indies are very much in control here at the region's Mecca, with Australia in all kinds of problems against the pace and the spin. Here's Hossein as he grips the ball and comes in with his shadow alongside him. Walks first, now breaks into his run and bowls. A ball which is on the top of the off stump, almost like a medium pace delivery. And Zampa's back and pushes to that city point area. There's no run. As you would expect, the captain is very much on the attack. He's got a slip and a silly point. There's a backward point. There's a cover, the extra cover. There's a man down at mid-on the edge of the circle, mid-wicket, and a backward square. Here's Hossein, left arm orthodox spin round the wicket, comes into Zampa, and Zampa is beaten with a delivery that turns right across him, beautifully bowled, coming maybe from the pad onto the bat. We'll just have look at that. But that's well bowled indeed by Hossain, who's really bowled beautifully here.
Yes, and a very positive move here from Captain Pollard, reintroducing Aki Hussain to partner No Hayden Walsh from the southern end.
It actually came from the glove and went past Silly Point. Here's Hossain, comes in again to Zampa. Zampa's driving out to cover, reaching for it slightly, giving a bit more air, went for the drive, and the ball went down to cover. There's no run. 97 for 7 over number 28. The West Indies are large and in charge in their own backyard, if one cares to call it like that. Here's Hossain, comes in again. 2 balls left in his over. He comes in to bowl to Zampa, and to this delivery, Zampa is flicking the ball away over mid-wicket. We'll get one, we'll get a second. Cottrell, the Jamaican, is after it. Picks it up just about now, and the return is on the way. And Hope, who's looked very good behind the stumps, catches it. They'll get a second run. It was a full toss clipped over the wicket. And Cottrell, the man from the land of wood and water, went after it rather speedily. But of course he's Jamaican, so you should know about speed. 99 for loss of 7. Although I saw Usain Bolt saying that he's a bit worried about the men in terms of the 100 meters. Well, maybe he may have to come out of retirement. Here's Hossain as he comes in. Last ball of the over, he's up. And bowls, and Zampa's coming forward to one on the line of the legs and plays the ball up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up to end over number 20 at the end of it. Wade has got 24. Zampa's on 3. Operation Rebuild here for Australia. Then 99 for 7, which is the latest score.
Yes, it'll be very interesting to see, Andrew, how Matthew Wade goes about his business. And know that we're well in, really and truly into the tail with the introduction of Adam Zampa to the crease. You know, he's been prepared to buy this time so far, 24 from 42 deliveries. But he just might look to get after Hayden Walsh here, because he will need to get a move on, because really and truly, Andrew, time is a beckoning. There are many overs to go, but obviously Aki Hussain bowling very well, and so too Hayden Walsh may prove a bit too much for Zampa, so Matthew Wade may very well have to get a move on.
Well, the spinners have done very well here, and Walsh will start his 7th over. Comes in to bowl to the left-handed Wade, and Wade allows the ball to go outside the off stump, taken by Hope, who's looked sharp behind the stumps. 99 for 7. As Walsh goes back to his mark, tosses the ball from Anta, operating from the northern end, or the Joe Garner end, with the World Weeks Walker stand behind him. He's getting one of the leg stump, and this is where turning the ball away out to forward square. Captain Pollard picks it up, sends a return to the keeper. The batsman have time for a sink. So the 100 has come on the board for the Australians finally in over number 28. Make that over number 29. They're 100 for 7. And we'll be hoping to get to maybe 125 then 150, and hope that Stark and company can defend the small score. It's looking likely to be that, but you never know. Cricket is a funny old game, Jamal Smith.
Yes, most certainly, and I would have said to Philip earlier that possibly Stark and Wade were probably at this stage looking towards a target. Obviously soaking at some overs, but possibly saying in mind, let's get to 180, 200 or so, see if we can defend. But certainly now with Zampa at the crease, there's a prime opportunity for the West Indies to really close this innings out.
Well, we shall see 100 for 7. Now the forward short leg is in as Zampa comes to the bat against Walsh. He's in and bowls, and he's off the back foot and steers it quite capably down to that backward point here with the leg break turned across. I mean, he guided the ball away down to backward point. There are 3 men inside the circle on the offside, almost like an arm in patrol. 100 for 7. Here's Walsh as he tosses the ball from hand to hand, now grips it and comes in to bowl to Zampa. Zampa's forward to one, giving a bit more ear, and he blocks it out towards cover. There's no run. Draws the way down towards square leg. He's got 3. Wade is on 25. 100 for 7 over number 29, being bowled by Hayden Walsh, who's picked up a wicket. Hossain has got 3 for 24 from 7. Here he comes and bowls to Zampa, and Zampa's driving up towards that long off area. The wooden sound coming to the microphones, which would suggest he didn't time it. And again, Cottrell has to come across to pick it up down at long off, and just a couple of workers in the stand. They see police as well, just watching the action. And you never know, for Pakistan, they may allow people to come into the ground. We shall see. That's all conjecture. What's reality is that the Australians are in the doghouse here. 101 for 7. Here's Walsh, comes in and bowls, and there's a batsman coming forward. That's Wade, blocking it really out towards the cover area to end the over. And Walsh continues to be Very, very economical here. 7 overs, Nobody's 1 for 15. 101 for 7 is the latest score at Kensington.
And certainly, Andrew, what has impressed me about Hayden Walsh in this innings is his pace, Andrew. His willingness to get that flight in, a bit of girl as well. Bowling 1 or 2 googlies, getting some deliveries to spin as well. He's really looked the part of a premium leg spinner, certainly in this match, and obviously so far in the home series, leading from those T20 games where he bowled beautifully, Andrew. So very good to see Aki Hussain obviously putting in some very good work today as well, and in the last one day international. So as far as the spin department is concerned, Andrew, West Indies are looking relatively well, and that's very good to see, considering that over a period of time or so for the last couple of years they've been really searching for those spinners who can win matches for them, and certainly the 2 spinners have put them in a wonderful position, with Australia reflected at 101 for 7.
Well, what we're going to do, of course, is just run through the details. The players are refreshing themselves. It was McDermott caught by Hopoff, Cottrell for a duck. Felipe caught Lewis, bowled Joseph 16. Then Marsh was caught by Hopoff, Holder for 8. Carey bowled by Hossain 10. Enriquez was caught, Holder, bowl Hossain 4. Turner bowl Hossain 1. And Stark leg before to watch for 19, the batsman to go. The bowling for you, Cottrell 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. Holder 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. Joseph 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. Hossain very good indeed, 7 overs, no maidens, 3 for 24. And Walsh supporting admirably, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15. And just before we go for a commercial break, let me tell you the Crumbs Bakery question. Name the 3 West Indies batsmen who have scored 2 ODI hundreds at Kensington Oval. And of course, we're going to be giving you some Crumbs goodies. Let's pause for business cards.
It's a super sale now on at CaribbeanLEDlighting.com. Shop online and find the fixtures you're looking for at super low prices. Get flush mounts, wall mounts, vanity lights, pendants, and even chandeliers, all now on sale. Reap the savings on the perfect accessories to style or restyle your home inside or out. Log on to CaribbeanLEDlighting.com for the super sale now on.
Caribbean LED Lighting. Look on the brighter side.
Any time is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Now with 2 convenient locations, Fairchild Street in the city and Speightstown, St. Peter. Try their snack boxes, 2 pieces, fries and a bun for only $12.99, or the loaded fries with chicken deliciousness for only $11.99. With barbecue and fried chicken, delicious burgers, the freshest salads and sides. Anytime is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Follow at Crispy Fried Chicken BDS on Instagram.
All right, so thanks to our friends at Crumbs Bakery, and they've got the crispy chicken as well. We're going to try that. We had lots of lovely stuff today, thanks to Cecil and his team at Wildy. In the meantime, it's going to be Hossain, who would love some Crumbs Bakery. He may very well want to try and win this. He's going to do battle. Of course, could very well be the man of the match. He's bowled beautifully. He's going to bowl his 8th over as he comes in from the southern end to bowl to Zampa. Zampa back peaked outside the outside with a beautiful delivery. That one pitched just outside the outside, a little bit of turn, a little bit of drift, and he groped at that. That went past the outside edge. That was good bowling indeed.
And Andrew, I'll tell you something that has been the hallmark of Akil Hussain in this spell and on this surface so far, his ability to have that flatter trajectory and still get a bit of spin on deliveries. That only happens when you have good revolutions on the ball, Andrew, I assure you.
Yes, he comes in now to bowl to Zampa, and Zampa is on the back foot, plays the bowler where the jerk into the offside, down towards cover, there's no run. So it's 101 for 7 over number 13. Akil Hussain, the man from the land of Calypso, of course Trinidad and Tobago. We want to thank our friends at 105 FM for taking the broadcast. We want to hail our stations are taking it from there and from far. Radio, still very keen, still very important, I can assure you. Here's a ball given lots of air on the line of the off stump. Bowled by Hossain, and Zampa comes forward and gets it past the field at extra cover down to wide long off for single. So they inching their way up, maybe looking for 110 and 115 as you try to approach 100. I would think Australia would love maybe to get 150 here, because they were in big trouble. They're still in trouble. At one stage they were 45 for 6. And they've gone to 102 for 7. But you know the Aussies, they're very, very tough. And of course they always feed their faith. And if you do that, then doubt will starve to death, I can assure you. 102 for 7. And they've been very tough over the years, so you don't expect them to roll over and die. Not a meek surrender by any stretch of the imagination. They made another twist to this game. Hossein is in and bowls to Wade, and Wade knows the importance of occupation of the crease, comes forward and prods the ball square the offside. Down to Gully. Holder from short belly comes across to pick it up. A couple of pigeons flying away up towards the St. George Valley, and I'm sure they'll make their way up to Bayfield and maybe go to St. John, where Biggs is from. Hello to all of our friends there in St. John. The neighbouring parish, of course, is St. Philip. 102 for loss of 7. Here is Hossein as he comes in again to bowl to Wade, and Wade is coming forward. The ball pops off the pad, maybe a little bit of bat, goes down towards the position of that short fine leg, and the captain comes forward to pick it up. Again, good bowling by Hossein. 102 for the loss of 7. 1 ball left in over number 30. Looking for his 4th wicket as he grips the ball and comes in to bowl to Wade, and to this delivery. Wade is first forward and back and pushes up towards that long on area with his head pushing back. A little bit of bounce. We'll get a single as the ball is picked up by, that looks like, is that Darren Bravo coming across to make the stop. Done at that deepish mid-off area to end over number 30 at the end of it. Wade is on 26. Zampa's on 5. 103 for 7 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, Andrew, and another very good over there from Akil Hussain. We saw some instances of good spin and bounce. And Andrew, obviously you would know that there is a difference between spin and turn. And as I alluded to earlier, the revolutions that Akil Hussain gets on those deliveries, he has a nice action, a nice strong action. He actually pauses just a bit on his delivery stride, on his final delivery approach, which will probably assist him in getting up and over and down, which is lovely to see. He has a wonderful action for left arm orthodox, and obviously the pitch is offering a bit because we've seen a couple of googlies as well spin from here to the wall. So the 2 spinners for the West Indies really doing a good job.
Doing an excellent job here. We're going to watch Walsh as he comes up now. He's in and bows to Wade, and Wade is getting him outside the off stump, a bit widish. Thought of cutting, then pull out of the shot. Some people tell me that Walsh has got his ticket booked to the World Cup. You reckon, Mr. Jamal Smith?
He certainly put in enough performances to have that done.
Okay, maybe, I'm sure he's going to buy the ticket online. Here is a delivery, says outside the off stump, bowled by Walsh, and off the back foot as Wade plays it down to that point area. There is no run. 103 for 7, Australia. Wade is 26. Zampa's got 5 over number 31, and Walsh has been impeccable in his control as he comes in from the northern end. Bowls, he's off the back foot, will get a single. That's Wade just pushing the ball slow into the offside onto backward point. Holder comes in from that short third man position to pick it up, and the batsman will come through for the single. See Keith Holder's having a chat with the technical men, because at the break we're going to have a special for you. Keith is just trying to work out how we're going to get our many listeners involved. He's talking to Biggs. Biggs, of course, is a good man, very good man indeed, from St. John. I don't know what part of St. John he's from. Maybe he's from Martins Bay, where my father was born. 104 for the loss of 7 wickets. Here's a lovely drive. Ball pitched up and driven through cover up towards the boundary. The ball had the legs to get there. It goes into the boundary, and that's 4 runs. Given some air, and there's no protection. I suppose influence because it's Zampa's batting, but that was given some air. And there was Zampa driving through cover that got pretty close to the boundary, and then had enough legs to get there. So welcome boundary for the Australians. These runs are important. 108 for a loss of 7 wickets.
Yes, and obviously here in Walsh looking to get the wicket of Adam Zampa, inviting him to drive on that occasion. The delivery just possibly a bit wide, Andrew. It was a nice flowing drive through the offside and good enough to pierce the cover in the extra cover region, and also go all the way out to the eastern side of the ground, which we have said before is the longest side of the ground today because we were playing on one of the most westerly pitches. So a very good stroke there from Adam Zampa.
He goes to 9 now. And there's the Davis outside line. That's him head away down towards the backward square position. A tumbling save by the fielder. And is that Lewis down there coming across to make the stop? Zampa's back for the second. So it's been a little bit of a spurt here. The ball before was driven through cover. That was swept away down to that backward square position. And immediately Pollard says, no, I'm going to come from the position. In fact, they just got the run. So it's Wade who's going to be doing battle. 109 for a loss of 7 wickets. Over number 31 is just about to come to an end. The partnership of 13 West Indies will want to wrap it up here. Last wicket fell at 96 when Stark departed. Here is the leg spin of Walsh as he continues. This is his 8th over. Comes in to bowl to Wade, and Wade is pushing the ball up towards that cover area. Takes off for a single. Good, intelligent cricket, playing the ball with soft hands, as I would say, and went out towards cover for a single. So the end of a pretty productive over. How many runs came from the over, Miss Bell? Can you tell me? About 7 or so coming from the over. Can you tell me? 7 from the over, says Miss Bell, the lady from St. Peter. So at the end of over number 31, 110 for 7 is the.
It's in our name. Fried chicken, it's our thing. Others may try, but we have the original. We put the extra and extra crispy. And our secret in everyone's mouth. So if we want to make the best chicken sandwich, we just need to put our name on it. New Kentucky Chicken Sandwich. An abundant triple-breaded filet, premium mayo and pickles, all in a buttered brioche bun. The best chicken sandwich had to be KFC.
And possibly take on this team in the back end of the innings, but obviously he has to get past the wonderful bowling of Aki Hussain. But we've seen another change now here, Andrew. Captain Pollard going to Jason Mohammed to see if he can get that breakthrough.
36 matches. Of course, he's going to come in now to see what he can do. 8 wickets, and somebody actually asked the captain of the side, why is he in this side? And I think it caught Captain Pollard by surprise. It was an answer that certainly was all across the world, the answer he gave. It was not very convincing, I must admit, really. Did you see the...
I saw the interview, Andrew. We have to leave that there for now.
Okay, leave it outside the off stump. Oh, it's going to be Mohammed. As he comes in with his uncomplicated off breaks, he's in and bowls. And Wade is jumping forward and back and pushes the ball away rather hurriedly. Bit of indecision out towards cover. There's no run. So let's look at the offside field. There's a slip, there's a short third and a backward point. There's a matter of extra cover, of course, saving 1. Here's Mohammed, he's in bowls. A ball which is very well bowled indeed, just on the off stump. Bringing Wade forward, opens the face of the bat, runs it down to short third man. Inside the circle is Cottrell. The soldier comes forward to collect it, and there is no run. 110 for 7 over number 32 being bowled. Now Pollard decides to make an adjustment to his field. The cover will go out towards the cover boundary. It's got to do battle with a couple of blackbirds that are very much on the outfield, looking for a late, I suppose, dinner. And at the same time, they're trying to increase the species as well. Outside the off stump. Here's a push down towards cover. A bit short, and they'll get a second run as Wade on the back. But this has been a very clever performance from him, batting with a washpan of common sense here, going back and forcing the ball to cover back for the second. And this is how you respond to a crisis, really. You never know, with the bowlers coming back, the fast bowlers. He would want for their tail to wag lustily and try to get up to 175. Here is a delivery which is given lots of air. Beautifully bowled indeed by Mohammed from round the wicket, bringing the batsman onto the front foot. He was beaten the flight and played it into the offside and down towards cover. There's no run. Mohammed giving that ball lots of air. Wade is on 30. Zampa's got 10. A partnership that has realised 16. 112 for 7. 2 balls left and over number 32. He's in now on balls and a drive. Lovely flowing shot up to that long off area, given lots of air. And Wade is driving to long off. Poran comes off the boundary to pick it up. The batsman have time for a single. So he goes to 31. It's been an important knock here from Matthew Wade. 57 balls, 94 minutes at the crease. He struck 2 fours, but of course for him occupation of the crease is important. And now Pollard decides not to have the silly point in. She had enough of that, so Zampa can breathe a little bit easier. But Mohammed is going to continue to bowl round the wicket to him as he comes in to bowl to Zampa. And Zampa is off the back and hits the ball in the air out towards cover for 1. We'll contemplate the second. There's a scream of no, and in the end just a single. So the first over from Mohammed comes to an end. 4 runs coming from it. He's now completed over number 32. Wade is on 31. Zampa's got 11. 114 for 7 is the latest score at Kensington.
And if we've been honest, Andrew, that was a pretty easy exercise for the Australian batsman there. 4 runs with no real risk, really, and being allowed to survive another over without any real peril. And one must wonder what's going through the mind of Captain Pollard with the introduction of Mohammed Aki Hussein, still having 2 overs and going very well, and possibly could have finished with another wicket or so, but he's opted to yield a bit and bring on his part-time man Jason Mohammed, and probably saving towards the back end of the innings, which makes no sense to me because there are 18 overs left. He should really be looking to close out this innings, but I think we see why. I think there's another bowling change there, Andrew.
Is it? Yes, it looks as if it's going to be Hussein to come in.
Okay then, so we give him a break for that then.
Yeah, and he's got the silly point and slip in, so he's looking to get the wicket here. Zampa's the batsman. I don't think he'll have the silly point for Wade, but they've got to try and close it out, the West Indies here. Here is Hussein as he comes in to bowl his 9th over. He's in and bowls, and Zampa's forward and drives off the edge down to third man. Run for Australia here. One will get a second. Poran is after it. We'll pick it up just about now. And they're back for the second. Outside the off stump, went for the big drive. Peeled off the outside edge pass holder. Poran went after it. Not with the pace of Atta Bolden. But in the end, pulled it back just inside the boundary. At third man, they're back for the second. 116 for the loss of 7. Zampa goes to 13. Here's Hossein again. Comes in to bowl to Zampa into this delivery. He's forward, plays it capably into the offside, down towards the short extra cover area. There's no run. Zampa growing in confidence all the time. Staying with Wade. The partnership is worth 20. Hossein looking for more success as he grips the ball and comes around the wicket again. On his way to bowl to the right-handed Zampa into this delivery. Zampa's driving out towards cover, reaching for a slightly squarish cover. There's no run. That was given lots of air, tempting the batsman there. Went out towards cover. There's no run. Over number 33 being bowled by the left-arm spinner, who's been really very good. Now the captain decides to make an adjustment, Jamal. What do you make of this? The cover is going to protect the boundary, and mid-wicket will come out towards cover. What do you make of that field?
Well, Zampa's actually staying very leg side of the ball, Andrew, and you can see he's looking to pierce that offside field. We've seen him playing a lovely flowing drive off the leg spin of Hayden Walsh, and a drive there, the delivery before, so Captain Pollard looking to fortify the offside.
And he comes, this is Hossein, on his way to bowl to Zampa, and to this delivery, Zampa's driving up towards extra cover, doesn't time it very well, but just draws the way down to square leg, rehearses that big booming drive. Walsh comes across to pick it up. There's no run. How many balls left in the over? 2. 116 for 7. Zampa's got 13. Wade is 31. And Hossein to continue. He grips the ball. Lovely breeze coming across the ground as he comes in to bowl to Zampa. And Zampa is get up outside the off. So that's a bit of a nothing shot as he plays it rather late. Taken by Hope, who's been impeccable behind the stumps. 116 for 7. 1 to come in over number 33. And Hossein looking for that breakthrough. He's picked up 3 for 28 as he comes in from the northern end of the Joe Garner end. Comes in to bowl to Zampa. Zampa's forward, opens the face of the bat and plays it capably. Down to short, third man. Poran comes across to pick it up. That ends over number 33. 116 for 7 is the latest score at Kensington.
And as you can clearly see, Andrew, Adam Zampa staying leg side of the ball, as I said, looking to open up that offside, not really interested in getting this side of the stumps. And it doesn't look like he'd be inclined to sweep. It probably looks like he would look to penetrate the offside, so that's why you're seeing a heavily 45 field from Captain Pollard. And Aki Hussein finishing off another good over. But Andrew, once again, this partnership starting to prosper just a bit. It's 20 runs, but in the context of the game, these are essential runs. The West Indies really wouldn't want to be chasing anything in excess of 150, so the onus is upon them to really close out this innings, as we see Jason Hamid would continue here to Matthew Wade.
What is he going to bowl to Wade, as you said? 31 he's got. He comes round the wicket, he's in and bowls to Wade, and Wade is back and forces the ball away. Down to cover, there's no run for him. So name the 3 West Indian batsmen who have scored 2 ODI hundreds at Kensington Oval. The Crumbs Bakery question of the day. As this delivery is short outside the off stump, and off the back foot goes Wade and punches out to cover, runs for Australia. 1, they'll get a second. Will they contemplate the third? Surely they will. The return comes in and they scoot back for the second. 2 short from Mohammed, and there was Wade pouncing and hitting the ball up to cover with Cottrell, with hands akimbo now. Seems to be winded and has to pick it up, and the return comes in. They're back for that third run. Partnership beginning to worry the West Indies. 119 for 7. Partnership realizing 23. Wade goes to 34. It's been a very, very useful knock from him. And recognizing that the wickets were falling around him like ripe mangoes. Of course, it's the mango season. Got some lovely Julie mangoes there in my backyard. But the problem is the monkeys are eating them. And the birds are eating them as well. And Elsa didn't help. 119 for 7. So here we go. Of course, Mohammed comes from a mango country as well. He's in and bowls. And there is the batsman standing tall. Zampa, ball in the off stump, just pushes up towards that cover area. Of course, you can send your answers to middlestumpvibes@gmail.com, or you can send a WhatsApp at 1246253 Lots of goodies from Crumbs Bakery, thanks to them. Here's the delivery, which is in the line of the leg stump ball by Mohammed. Coming forward is Zampa, just works the ball quite nicely into the onside to mid-wicket to pick up a single, to carry the score to 120 for 7. That partnership, Jamal, is now worth 24.
Yes, and as I said, the introduction of the part-time man, I keep stressing on that, Andrew. He has to be considered as a part-time off-spinning option for the Windies. I'm not necessarily sure that this is the way to go when you're looking to close out an innings. And the previous over, there was minimal risk and they collected 4 runs. And once again, so far, we've seen them just willing to just work around some really uncomplicated deliveries from Jason Mohammed. And one has to question the tactics, certainly, at this point, of Captain Pollard. He should really be looking to get one of his strike bowlers in to close the innings. But he has 2 more deliveries in this over. Let's see how he goes, Andrew.
Well, he's going to bowl to Wade, and Wade is batters as broad as Australia, as he's been doing a wonderful job. Mohammed comes in and bowls to Wade, and Wade is looking to play the reverse. Oh, sweeping, what a shot. It could have easily been bowled there. There's no need for that, really. Really could have been a victim of his own indiscretion. It was not a good shot at all. He was flirting with danger. You wouldn't want to flirt with danger, would you? Went pretty close to the leg stump, and Mohammed thought he'd gotten him bowled. 120 for 7. Last ball of over number 34 is about to be bowled. Mohammed comes in and bowls to Wade, and Wade again paddles the ball away. A reverse sweep. This time gets some contact, and inside the circle, coming across to pick it up. Who's that up there? Looks like picking the ball up out there. It looks like that's Hossein who picks it up, and there's no run. So the over comes to an end. Wade has got 34. Zampa's on 40. 120 for 7 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, the first sign of impatience from Matthew Wade. I don't understand the thought process behind trying to reverse sweep the part-timer when there's already a deep point on the boundary. It is the longest side of the boundary as well, so the most he will get for a shot with so much risk is just a single, Andrew. Possibly signs creeping in that Matthew Wade is getting a bit antsy at the crease and looking to get a move on.
Well, thanks to Jamal Smith, who goes away, and his place is taken by, of course, the elder statesman of the commentary team. You're talking about Roland Butcher. It's going to be Hossein to bowl his last over. He's in and bowls to Zampa. Zampa, growing in confidence, comes forward and drives well. Down to cover, there's no run for him. The score is kept on 120 for the loss of 7. Hossein is his last over. He's been brilliant. Comes into Zampa. Zampa is on 14. Wade is 34. Over number 35, and to this delivery, he's coming forward, plays it capably, solid in the offside. It was on the off stump, and he guides it squarely to the offside. There's no run for him. 120 for 7. Roland Butcher joins us, and we'll invite his thoughts in a minute. Here's the left arm spin of Hossein as he's got a silly point in on his way to Zampa, the right-hander, and he's forward. Ball given lots of air in the off stump, no problems at all. Him out a bit. And it goes out towards extra cover. There's no run. West Indies looking for the breakthrough, looking to wrap it up here. 120 for 7. Hossein is his last over. Grips the ball, and it will come in to bowl to the right-handed Zampa. He's in and bowls, and Zampa's forward and clips the ball wide a bit on. Lovely shot up towards the boundary. We'll get one, we'll get a second. The mid-on fielder, Joseph, comes across, picks it up. They'll get a second. It was full. And flicked away wide a bit on, back for the second. That was a bit of a gift. He goes to 16, 122 for 7. So Hossein has just got 2 balls left, 9 overs and 4 balls, no winners, 3 for 30. It's been a good day for the Trinidadian, the man from the land of Calypso. In he comes on his way to bowl to Zampa, and to this delivery, Zampa's forward and drives into the midriff of the Captain Pollard. That wouldn't bother him. Big, strong man. Ball that was hit pretty firmly into the belly area. And last ball to be bowled by Hossein in this match as he will bowl now to Zampa. He's in and bowls to Zampa. Zampa is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump. It was very close to the off stump. He must be a mathematician. And Hossein just goes on his hunches because he thought he bowled him playing no shot. So, at the end of over number 35, I'll give you the figures, certainly, of the bowler Hossein. 10 overs, no better than 3 for 30. Wonderful work by the left arm orthodox spinner.
Yes, Andrew, then good evening to you. An excellent spell of bowling by the left arm spinner Hossein. He'll be very happy with his work today. He's picked up 3 for 30. Thought he had a fourth one with that last ball, which was an arm ball left alone by Zampa. Must have been just missing the off stump. But Andrew, just a comment you made earlier, not the elder statesman, the experience.
Oh, experience is the word. Okay, fair enough. I like that. Here's Hossein. He comes up now. He's in and bowls to Wade, and Wade is off the back foot and chops the ball away into the offside. Down to cover for a single. We'll look for the second. Zampa wasn't keen at all. Wade was, and he put his hand up like a traffic policeman in the busy streets of Brisbane and says no, and they just get a run. 123 for 7. Wade is 35. Zampa's 16. A partnership of 27 here over number 36. And the action certainly continues. It's going to be the spin of Mohammed as he comes in to bowl to Zampa. And Zampa is off the back foot and forces the ball away down to cover. Doesn't time it at all. And there's no run now. Holder is going to go to slip. Pollard moves out of slip and will go up towards mid-wicket with a pair. 123 for 7. Here's Mohammed who's off breaks as he comes in from the southern end to bowl to Zampa. And Zampa is off the back foot to one, which turns into a little bit of turn. And Pollard is very successful in flicking the ball from Bhutan at mid-wicket. There's no run. 123 for 7 over number 36 being bowled by Mohammed. The off spin, he's in and bowls, and Zampa's coming forward. No difficulty at all in this, blocking the ball up towards cover. There's no run. Would you bring the fast bowlers back, Roland, would you? What do you think? Tell me. After this delivery. In he comes, Mohammed, on his way to bowl to Zampa. And Zampa is forward to one of the off stump. No difficulty in just stroking the ball to cover. There's no run. Talk to me.
Well, Andrew, you've got Holder, you've got Cottrell, you've got Joseph.
Yep.
You need to try and get 2 overs from the off spinner.
Here's Mohammed in bowls to Zampa. Zampa's looking to sweep and sweeps well. Runs for Australia. Down towards backward square 1. When they get a second, the return comes in and they get 2. Cottrell's return is not the best. In fact, it's taken as slipped by Holder. And it was not one of those driving returns right over the base like Keith Boyce did when he played for the West Indies. In the end, it looked very, 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 very meek, really. So, the over comes to an end. Australia continuing to fight back from a position of 45 for 6. They're 125 for 7, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and West Indies still in the driving seat at the moment, but as long as this partnership continues, I think if Australia could somehow eke their way up to 180, Andrew, I think we've got a game on.
I think so as well.
180, because the slowness of the pitch and obviously playing on the lights, it's not going to be that easy. In terms of Mohammed bowling, it seems very much it's not an attacking option because there's nobody around the bat. Mohammed is just really a very gentle off-spin bowler. I think Zampa would be quite happy facing him because he doesn't have to take any chances. Just keep batting. But with the finish now of the left arm spinner, it looks as the fast bowler Joseph is coming back into the attack.
Well, I think they heard you because you're a man of tremendous influence, and they've decided to listen to the advice of Roland Butcher, and they've brought Joseph back into the attack. 5 overs, no winners, 1 for 22. So he comes back to see if he can wrap it up. But this has been a good response. Overall, the Australians in trouble, but you know the Aussies, they're very, very tough people. Here is Joseph comes up, he's in and bowls in a drive out towards cover, lovely flowing shot, maybe seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit now, as they say. And if it comes from your tree, it's a very big one.
Well, these days, Andrew, the breadfruits in Barbados are very small, so it won't be.
You find? So you're not having any yellow meat? Keith Holden's tree has got some yellow meat on it.
Yeah.
Yes, the breadfruit tree. You said they're very small nowadays?
Very small.
I thought the ash from St. Vincent would have made them big.
That's in the future. That's in the future.
Oh, in the future. Okay, fair enough. Here we go. It's Joseph comes up now. He's in balls, and a ball's clipped away off the hip down to long leg. As Joseph is at the leg stump of Wade. He goes to 36-1, 26-7, and over number 37. So your breadfruits are small.
Well, I don't have any breadfruits, but the ones that I've seen.
Oh, they're very small.
Yeah.
I think you need to go to St. John. Biggs, of course. Daddy Biggs is his name.
Church View.
He's from Church View, which is very close to St. Mark's Church. I used to go there. St. Mark's, of course. You used to go to St. Mark's and St. Catherine. They had this. I think they may still have the same priest. Is that right? Yeah, okay. And who's the priest at St. Catherine's now? I know the days of Mr. Thompson. 126 we lost 7, so that's a long time ago, back in 1920. I think there was a guy called Mr. Fields. There's one called Mr. Boyce who was overseas, and they tell me he was the most popular. Here is a delivery which is on the line of the leg stump. As Joseph, who's not a priest, bowls up to Zampa. Zampa flips the ball down towards that mid-wicket area. 126 for loss of 7. Do you go to church, Roland? Have you ever been to St. Catherine's Church?
Andrew, come
You're close
on.
enough to East Point.
Andrew.
Come on.
Andrew, I grew up in St. Catherine's Church.
You have, wonderful.
I was an altar boy at St. Catherine's Church.
Boy. Okay. You know the old people say a tent. 126 for 7. Altar boy. 126 for loss of 7. So you were confirmed there as well. Here's Joseph. Comes up now. He's in and bows to Zampa. Zampa's forward to one which is on the leg. Some pushes to short wicket. There's no run. 126 for 7.
Andrew, actually, I was confirmed in St. Mark's.
How did that happen? You're an East Point man.
But in those
How did you get to St. Mark's?
In those days, I don't think they did confirmations at St. Catherine's.
Oh,
actually.
I see.
They were all done at St. Mark's.
All done at St. Mark's, I see.
Yeah.
And there was an old reverend there called Reverend Brathwaite. He was from, I think, Messiah Street in St. John. He's gone to the great beyond now. 126 for 7. Here we go. Joseph, as he starts his run, comes up on his way to bowl to Zampa. To see if Zampa is getting the ball in the legs. So just flicks it down to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Next up is Keith Holder. I wonder where Keith Holder would have gone to church. You think at Providence there? Or is it All Souls? He needs this.
I think when Keith comes in, he'll have to tell you. I think Keith looks very much like a Kingdom Hall sort of man to me.
Yes, I think so.
I figure he would be.
Isn't there a church in Barbados called St. Philip the Less? Am I right?
That's in St. Peter.
That's in St. Peter.
That's where Keith Boyce was buried.
That's where Keith Boyce was buried, of course. Owen Arthur. But in fact, on July the 27th was the year that Owen Arthur died. Yes, a great Prime Minister. In my view, Barbados is best. Here's the delivery to pitch on the line of the leg stump. And flicked away, of course, 14 years of an economy that really was tremendous. I didn't think he got the products that he deserved because he was the son of a shopkeeper. 127 for the loss of 7. Wade is on 36. Zampa's on 18. We've completed over number 37. That's the latest position here, of course, at Kensington Oval. More from our very good friend Roland Butcher. But let's pause for business cards.
Bro, did you know that if you switch to LED lighting throughout your home, that you could save as much as 80% on your lighting costs?
Yes, man.
And did you know, wait, you knew that?
Of course, I also know that with using LED lights, I get brighter lighting that lasts longer and is better for the environment too. And by choosing my LED lights from Caribbean LED, I get up to 3 years warranty.
Wow, you know very much.
I hear all the ads on radio for Caribbean LED. Call them and ask at 621-0092 or visit them in Lower Estate or Wildy if you don't believe me.
The brighter side.
That's the sound of doors opening to another Crumbs Bakery to serve another important part of the Barbadian community, this time at Silver Sands in Christchurch. Another location with the same Crumbs commitment to bring you a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries and bread, because they should be as close to you as we can get. Crumbs, now at Silver Sands in Christchurch.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
So it's 126 for 7. This is the 38th over. Wade on 36 and Zampa has 18. And Jason Mohammed trundling off breaks, rolling. It is 4th over, none for 11. And he goes from around the wicket at the Malcolm Marshall end. Back goes Wade and pushes it back down the pitch to the bowler. The lights are gradually coming on here at Kensington Oval in this second ODI between West Indies and Australia. Australia 1 up. The final game to be played on Monday. And he pushes up this one. It goes off the edge or pad down towards third man. And a leg by, as I thought, the latter. Signaled by umpire Nigel Dubid. So one more to the score, 127 for 7.
Yeah, a bit of turn there from that delivery by Mohammed. There is turn in this pitch, there's no question about that. So it keeps the batsman very honest. That's why Australia need to just keep ticking away, give themselves a chance, because late in the day, I think we very much could have a game on here, Keith. But right now, West Indies are still with their noses in front.
So a slip is in, point, slightly backward cover. Mid off at the edge of the circle, long on just inside of the boundary. A short, straightish mid wicket, forward square, deep mid wicket, and deep backward square. Mohammed is over the wicket. Zampa is wrapped on the pad. Stifle appeal for leg before wicket. The ball goes into the covers, and there is no run. A partnership of 31 between Wade on 36 from 67 balls with 2 boundaries, and Zampa, who has 18 of 42 balls with 1 4. 127 for 7 in the 38th over. Zampa sweeps, misses, taken down the leg side by Hope, and a wide signal by the umpire Nigel Duguid. 128 for 7. Felipe 16, McDermott no score, Marsh 8, Enriquez 4, Turner 1, Stark 19. The batsman out, picked short by Mohammed and off the back foot with a bit of flourish. It's pushed into the covers by Zampa, Lewis the fielder, and there's no run. Cottrell 5 overs 1 maiden 1 for 15. Holder 5 overs 1 for 22. Joseph 6 overs 1 for 23. Hossein 10 overs 3 for 30. Walsh 8 overs 1 for 22, and Mohammed about to complete his 4th over, and he has conceded 12 runs, and that will remain as the ball comes off the pads to Zampa, goes to short backward square. There's no run. Hope from behind the stumps picks up, and after 38 overs, Australia having won the toss, 128 for 7 in this second ODI. That's the latest score at Kensington Oval.
Yes, and the fight continues really, and it has been a fight for Australia. They've been very much behind the 8 ball right from the opening overs where they lost those early wickets. Found themselves 6 down pretty quickly, but the last 2 wickets have been very hard to come by. First of all, Mitchell Stark, he came together with Wade, he made 19, and now Zampa is shown to be a good 4 for him as well.
A drive and out caught at extra cover, driving through the line, down on one knee he goes, Matthew Wade. Disappointed with his dismissal. The first ball of the 39th over, driving through the line against the fast bowler Alzari Joseph, and Australia are now 128 for 8. So the likelihood of being bowled out, as we look at that replay, and a simple catch driven into the hands of cover. The catch taken by Puran. Wade 36 was in for exactly 2 hours, faced 68 balls and counted 2 fours.
Yes, really a gift of a wicket there by Matthew Wade, because it was wide. It was also a half volley. He went after it, not with a great amount of flourish, really just literally chipped it to extra cover instead of going full force over the top, and ended up picking the man out there at extra cover. So he's gone. Australia now have lost their 8th wicket, and just as we said that the partnership was going along nicely, Matthew Wade, really the mainstay of the middle order, he has now gone and has left it up to the tail end now of Zampa, Agard and Meredith, who's replaced Josh Hazelwood in this team, to try to get Australia to some total that perhaps they can fight with. At this moment, really, 128 is not something that they can fight with, even though they'll come out and try and work hard to put West Indies under pressure. But at this stage, I think West Indies will be very, very pleased with the outcome, that they picked up 8 wickets. There's still plenty of overs to go, and 11.5 overs remaining.
So Joseph with a solitary slip, and his first delivery is picked short to Agard. Held well over it. The ball and defends it down towards mid-off. There is no run, 128 for 8. I'll tell you what, Roland, talking about churches and religion, etc. when the late Keith Boyce passed on his birthday back in 1997, as I was telling Andrew, the funeral was held at the St. Philip de Les Church in St. Peter. And the priest then was my old schoolmate, who is now Canon Reverend Peter Haynes, bit short, and is guided down to third man, Joseph the bowler from the Joel Garner end at the north, a single to Agar. He's off the mark 129 for 8. He's now in charge of the St. Peter Parish Church. I did attend the funeral, but here's the story. Andrew Mason invited Monty Lynch, your old mate there in England, to Barbados a couple of years ago. And one Saturday morning about 9 o'clock, I got a call from Canon Haynes. And I said, well, since leaving school, we exchanged pleasantries, etc. But I don't expect Canon Haynes to be calling me. Is he inviting me to a church service? I became curious. Slip forward, short leg, and a backward square. Short from Joseph and pulled just over the head of the short forward square. And coming off the deep square leg, there is a single. Lewis in that position, 130 for 8, Zampa 19. He says, Keith, do you know a guy by the name of Monty Lynch? I said, very much so. He's a guest of Andrew Mason. He's been doing commentaries, etc. He said, well, Keith, I think he has a problem. I said, Peter, you know, his old mates, what's his problem? He said, well, he's looking for the gravesite of Sylvester Clark, and someone has sent him down to the St. Peter Parish Church. But I have looked all around, and I know that Sylvester Clark isn't there to rest here. I'll complete this story in a minute. 130 for 8 in the 39th over. Joseph is in, and driven uppishly but safely down to third man for a single. Agar goes to 131 for 8. So I say to Canon Haynes, Sylvester Clark, I attended that funeral, covered it, and he's very much at St. Patrick's Church in Christchurch. What is he doing in St. Peter? He said, well, he has a piece of paper and a note stating burial ground, and he started to read it out, of Sylvester Clark is at the St. Peter Parish Church. So he put Monty Maynard on, correction, Monty Lynch on to chat with me. I said, Monty, just relax yourself. I know that you were misguided by Andrew Mason, but I'll put you right. 131 for 8. Here is Joseph, and a drive over the head of the tall Pollard out at mid-off, and it will go into the boundary at long-off, driven on the up, and a boundary to Zampa. This is a good handy innings in the circumstances. He now moves to 23 with Agar on 2, and at the end of the 39th over, the latest score at Kensington Oval, Australia 135 for 8.
Yes, and a good last blow there for Australia, that full delivery, and Pollard with the field right in. Zampa struck it nicely over the infield. Very sensible shot. He's played pretty well so far for his 23, Zampa. Shared in a good partnership with Matthew Wade, and now he has to really take charge of this lower order to ensure that Australia can get some sort of total that they can fight with. But yes, Keith, I mean, I can imagine Andrew Mason giving Monty Lynch that sort of information.
Yes, Roland, and Monty was residing then just in the area of Welch's nearby the roundabout. So we talked, and I arranged for him to meet me opposite the Grantley Adams International Airport at 9:30 the next morning, the Sunday morning.
And where was Andrew all this time?
Well, Andrew, as usual, went into the back room. He wouldn't answer his phone after giving misleading information. Typical Mason. Nevertheless, all's well that ends well. And we drove over to the St. Patrick's Church. A service was going on. We went to Sylvester Clark's grave. Here is Cottrell at the start of the 40th over. His first delivery is driven up to mid-off by Agar, and there is Noran holding the fielder, 135 for 8 in the 40th over. Of course, Sylvester Clark, the late Sylvester Clark, and Monty Lynch played at Surrey, as you would know, Roland, for quite a number of years. He was excited. It turned out that he made me a photographer. He made me take out my cell phone, and they took about 12 pictures. I have them here as evidence which I can show to you. And we spent about half an hour inside the churchyard. As a matter of fact, coincidentally, perhaps ironically, his grave, Sylvester Clark's, is not too far away from where Elza Mosey, who tragically died in a car accident in February, is also now laid to rest, both Christchurch men. West Indies were playing an ODI in Guyana, and Monty Lynch contacted Phil Simmons and nicely arranged for some complimentary tickets for a couple of his family and friends in Georgetown, and Phil obliged. But the story is not yet finished. A drive up to mid-off and there's no run. 135 for 8. Cottrell goes from around the wicket at the Marshall lane, short, and he was backing away towards career leg a bit short, and he defended it. Agar, he is on 135 for 8. After taking all of those pictures on a hot Sunday morning, he got a chance to speak to the priest in charge. We hung around. But then he said to me, Keith, after going to St. Peter the previous day and now coming to Christchurch on a Sunday morning, I'm feeling hungry. Can you help my cause? Well, all because of Andrew Mason's misguiding. Short and a wonderful pull into the mid-wicket boundary. He went into the mud, so to speak, Cottrell, and a pull with disdain by Agar to the mid-wicket boundary. He goes on to 6, and Australia now 139 for 8 in the 40th over.
Yeah, good strike this by Agar. Previous delivery pulled away. He's pulling away here, but it's right in his arc, probably just about chest height. He's made a good contact and gets himself a good boundary. So the tail's wagging here. 140 is the target right now.
Cottrell still from around the wicket from the Marshall end, and it's pushed into the covers. Talking about the Marshall end, and of course not too far away, Roland, at the St. Bartholomew Church is where Malcolm Marsh is laid to rest. So 3 outstanding cricketers, all fast bowlers. Malcolm left us in 1999. Sylvester Clark within a matter of a couple of weeks the very same year. There was Conrad Hunt. That was a trio. And then sadly Elzomosi this year. So life continues, and Cottrell is around the wicket, and it's guided a bit skillfully for a number 10 in Agar down behind point for a single. He goes on to 7, and it's now 140 for 8. At the end of the 40th over, Zampa 23, Agar 7. 10 overs are left in the Australia innings. That's the latest score at Kensington Oval.
Yes, and they're gradually creeping up, and if they can eke another 20 or 30 runs out of these last couple of wickets, we will have a bit of a contest. I think West Indies at this stage would like to get rid of these last 2 batsmen now, so the score doesn't advance too much. But a bit of resistance being given here by the Australians, and you would expect with an Australian side, whoever they are, that some fight will come somewhere in the innings.
So Cottrell 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. Joseph to start his 8th over, and he's bowling from the Joel Garner end with a slip third man point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Backward square on the boundary and the fine leg. Pitch is short and it's guided down behind point by Agar. Walsh moves his left to do the fielding, and there's no run. 140 for 8.
Yes, and I think Agar looks as if he could be quite a dangerous batsman. At times he shows the bowler his stumps, but then when they pitch it up, he gets back in line and gets the bat down. So also he's going to also encourage them to bowl short.
Here goes Joseph again, about halfway there. Right arm fast over the wicket and pushed in a similar position by Agar. Again, the fielder is Walsh. There's no run. Australia 140 for 8. This is the 41st over. So on a Sunday morning, Roland, and you've gone out there, and then you get a request from Monty Lynch for something to eat. All I could think about was I know a guy who lives on the border between Christchurch and St. Philip called Stud. He sells perhaps the best ham cutters in Barbados. Solitary slip is holder as Joseph is in, and it's driven just to the left hand of cover, and a diving attempt by Mohammed trying to haul it in, unable to do so. Walsh runs after it from point, and they come back for a couple. Agar goes on to 9 from 12 deliveries. Zampa has 23 from 46, and Australia 142 for 8. It will be important here, Roland, for this pair to try to bat out the 50 overs.
Yeah, if they can do that, I think they'll probably get up to the 170, 180 plus if they can bat out. It's not going to be easy, but Agar said he shows the stumps to the bowler.
And here is Joseph again, and a drive to the left of mid-off. Oh, terrible bit of work, and the ball will go into the boundary now. Moving to his left from mid-off, it looks like Cottrell, and bad piece of work, giving it a boundary. and he looks rather sheepish as a defense force soldier in Jamaica. And it goes up now to 146 for 8 with that boundary. Aguirre into double figures on 13 from 13 deliveries. Handy little partnership. They've put together 18. Zampa has 23. This is the 41st over. Slit third man point, cover mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, backward square on the boundary and the fine leg. Joseph with 2 balls left in his 8th over. And a drive, nice shot between the cover and extra cover, heading out towards the boundary. And Mohammed is now onto it as they come back for the second run. And Australia with that never say die attitude. So Aguirre 15 from 14 balls, it's 148 for 8 in the 41st over.
Yeah, and I think Aguirre is one of those players that you feel you can get him out because, you know, he's backing away from the faster bowlers, but when the ball is pitched up at the stumps, he's not swinging wildly, he's getting back into the line. The previous delivery where he got the 4, it was a nice shot, nice time, should have only been a single, but it was timed so well that even though Sheldon Cottrell missed it feeling that bit off, it was still able to go to the boundary for 4.
Joseph and guided down now to the left of point. This is good skillful batting by Aguirre as a dive was made by Walsh trying to at least save a single, unable to do so. Aguirre will maintain the strike. He goes to 16 from 15 balls. Zampa has 23 or 46 deliveries. The partnership is worth 21. And after 41 overs, Australia 149 for 8. The latest score at Kensington Oval.
Yes, and the score gradually creeping up. Target now 150, a bit more respectable. I think Australia will be a lot happier once they've got to the 150 mark. They would think that anything beyond this really is a bonus. And these two, the last 3 batsmen, in actual fact, I think really the partnerships have come right at the end here for Australia. At the beginning, they struggled badly. The spinner is being brought into the attack now because it appears that Aguirre is very comfortable against the faster bowlers, and we'll see how he approaches Hayden Walsh.
He has 2 overs left. 8 overs, 1 for 22. Pitches short and pulled down to the deep mid-wicket for a single. Aguirre goes to 17 from 16 deliveries. Australia bringing up now the 150 in the 42nd over, 41 overs and 1 ball, inclusive of 13 fours. And if you care for the time, 185 minutes. Pitch short from Walsh and easily played out to the short extra cover by Zampa. He hasn't had strike for a bit. Fielded by Pollard, there is no run. 150 for 8. Walsh, the leg spinner, bowling over the wicket from the Malcolm Marshall end. Pitches short and it's hit uppishly but safely down towards the wide long off more deep extra cover, and they come back for the second run as Hope takes the return on the volley. So 152 for 8, 25 now is Zampa. Andrew Mason has given me an assignment to sit here throughout the entire dinner break and talk cricket, and I don't know why he's punishing me like that. What's the main topic, Andrew? Roland, what did he say?
No idea.
Oh, okay. I'll ask him to write a note. 152 for 8. I guess we'll discuss the likelihood of West Indies leveling the series and make it a thriller for the third and final match on Monday. 152 for 8. Pick short from Walsh and cut down to point. Joseph is the fielder. The batsman is Zampa, who's on 25 from 50 balls. Felipe was caught by Lewis off Joseph for 16. McDermott, the first to go, caught by Hope off Cottrell without scoring. Marsh caught Hope, ball holder 8. Here's Walsh again to complete his 9th over. And a swing to a flighty delivery. Zampa misses. And after 42 overs, the latest score at Kensington Oval, Australia 152 for 8.
It's in our name. Fried chicken, it's our thing. Others may try, but we have the original. We put the extra and extra crispy. and our secret in everyone's mouth. So if we want to make the best chicken sandwich, we just need to put our name on it. New Kentucky Chicken Sandwich. An abundant triple-breaded filet, premium mayo and pickles, all in a buttered brioche bun. The best chicken sandwich had to be KFC.
Baked from home. Remember the Dutch oven made of stone? Then came the bread cart. Oh, you could smell that bread a mile away. And then there was the bread van. Many have made a living selling from them. Now, your bread is as close to your home as you can get it. Because there's sure to be a Crumbs bakery near you for a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries, and bread.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
152 for 8. The 43rd over being bowled by Sheldon Cottrell in the distance at the Joel Garner end. And a stand of 24 with Adam Zampa on 25. Wes Agar has strike. He has 17 from 17 deliveries. Cottrell bowls around the wicket short and punch down through the area of long off, bringing long on around. And they will come back now for the second run as Agar goes to 19, 154 for 8. Roland, I think in recent years you really have to acknowledge the presence and the impact which the Fear 6 women have been making as far as scoring is concerned. Earlier today we gave the public the information in relation to the fact that our scorers here in the Coppin Cozy and Short Media Center are Susan Bell and Ayana Holder. But there are others as far as the Fear 6 is concerned. Cottrell from around the wicket pitches short and played screen on the offside by Agar. There is no run. Anthea Ishmael, I believe she sat on the board of management of the BCA with you?
Yes. Keith, I would safely say I believe that the majority of scorers in Barbados now are female.
Definitely.
There's no question about that.
Yes. So Anthea is working here as the official BCA scorer. Of course, she's along with the one and only John Griffith, known to all and sundry as John Hippie. Good afternoon to you, John. Brisk delivery cutting in from Cottrell, still from around the wicket, and with that angle trying to get back on to ball. Agar misses and taken by Hope. 154 for 8 in the 43rd over. Getting back to the Fear 6. So joining Susan Bell, Ayana Holt, and Anthea Ishmael, Leslie Prescott and Sheena Welch are responsible for the electronic scoreboard. They're the electronic scoreboard operators. And Kay Hall is the TriCast operator. Do you know Kay?
Yes, I do. Kay is an old Kensington person.
Picked short by Cottrell, guided down behind point. There's no run. I'm surprised that Andrew Mason hasn't tickled and tackled you over the fact that an interesting election is coming up. And I see you're there rolling with your old buddy Winston Walter Stafford OBE. I think he's one of the oldest ever members, directors of the BCA. He's 3 10 and another 10. That makes him what, 80?
Well,
big challenge from Big Henry Wallace for the first time. I'm told that your manager is Andrew Mason. I'm bitterly disappointed to hear that, Roland. I think if you allow Andrew Mason to handle your campaign, you're likely not to retain your seat. Picked short by Cottrell and guided down to point. There's no run.
Yes,
as the 43rd over comes to a close, 154 for 8. And Cottrell, 7 overs, 1 made and 1 for 22. Your response, Mr. Butcher, sir?
Yes, what I would say first of all is Australia fighting hard here to get a total. But getting back to what you want me to really speak about, I'm not even sure if Andrew Mason is a member, is he?
Well, he turns up every single time as a member of St. Catherine Club.
Oh, right.
He makes it a Mason combination. He comes along with David Mason. You know how these Masons in St. Catherine operate?
Right, so he's not a paid-up individual member?
No.
So he can't vote for me then?
Yes, he can vote for you. Just like how he can come and vote for you as a member of
the club would have to vote for me.
Oh, the club? Well, you mean the club may mandate Andrew Mason to vote for you?
Right. Well,
you're going to give him some support.
Well, of course he's going to give me some support because he knows the job that I try to do here at the BCA, and we'll try to do it if elected again for a couple more years.
But there's divided interest by Andrew. You know, he's a close buddy of Tim Boyce, who is also running. Be careful, Mr. Roland Butcher. Short delivery as Holder comes back into the attack, and it's guided square on the offside by Zampa. There is no run. Walsh is the fielder. I'm always wary of the Masons from that part of St. Philip.
Do you think it's going to be close?
I'll get to that in a minute because they soon have to get
the Hendy's in the race now, and my good friend Tim Boyce.
Well, they mentioned him.
Tim Boyce, I called him this morning.
Right.
I'm his manager, Tim Boyce.
I know you would have grabbed for the phone.
Oh, Tim Boyce is my
the best of the Masons from that part among the men is a guy by the name of Ken Mason. He now has a big job in Canada. Here is Holt over the wicket from the Marshall line, short and a cut down to the deep point for a single, which takes Zampa on to 26, 155 for 8. Now, Ken Mason is the brother of our Governor General.
We went to school together.
Mason, precisely, and he was at school with me. He was my head boy and I was his deputy, so I know he's a good boy. Right? I do not see how he's related to Andrew Mason.
Unfortunately, he is. As you know, all of us up there are related somehow. Back in the old days, I could imagine that St. Philip was so far away from Bridgetown.
Here's Holder. This one is picked short and turned out through forward sprayer for a single. Agar goes to 20. The partnership is now worth 28, 156 for 8 in the 44th over. Continue, Roland.
No, just to let our listeners know that we're going to be obviously doing a special at the break. You know, so stations along the line, stay with us. Keith Holder and, of course, Philip Hackett. They're going to be providing lots of information. You can interact with us in relation to the email address you're going to give to us and the WhatsApp. So we are going to be very much on air. So stay with us.
156 for 8. This is the 44th over. Holder bowls over the wicket, short and a hook. Good stroke down into the fine leg boundary by Zampa. His third boundary taking him on to 30. And it's now 160 for 8. What has become of your nephew Andrew Butcher, who entered secondary school with me? Is he still around? Does he still play any cricket?
No, well, actually, Andrew's tailor. He's a tailor. He's from the butcher household, but he's a tailor.
But he came to school as a butcher.
Yeah, but he is a tailor. From the butcher household, but some worrying runs here really for the West Indies. Short ball by Jason Holder, but top edge, another boundary.
Holder's in again to Zampa. Pick short and he stylishly defends it out on the onside. Cottrell to come to do the fielding and there is no run. Andrew, I'm asking that you get one of the analysts, perhaps Roland to remain or the young Jamal Smith. Because after all, Keith Holder and Philip Hackett are not that great as experts, as analysts. Okay. You see how you have to beg the producer for help, Roland? 164.8. This is a full delivery by Holder and driven down to mid-off by Zampa. And there is no run. The end of the 44th over. Can you kindly signal Mr. Hackett for me, please? Oh, you will come in and wrap it. Okay, so he tells me to take one more over. He's going to come and talk elections with you. Let's stick to the cricket out in the middle.
Yes, we certainly do that, Keith. And there's this partnership again. Pretty good one. It's now worth some 32 runs. Agar's got 20 and Zampa is on 30, so they're doing very well. And Australia fighting 160 if they can get up to that 180. What I would suggest you do, Keith, during the break when you have Andrew Mason on taps is to perhaps try and see if you can get.
Here's Walsh. Pushing short, the leg spinner bowling from over the wicket at the Joel Garner end and punched down to the extra cover by Agar, and he cannot score. 164.8. This is the 45th over. Australia recovering from 45 for 6 in the 13th over and trying to make a match out of this as it swung down to deep mid wicket for a single to Agar. 21 from 25 balls. Zampa has 30 from 56 deliveries, 161 for 8. You were saying, Roland?
Yeah, saying you might want to discuss with Andrew Mason about a refund for the breakfast you bought Monty Lynch, because I'm sure he wouldn't have brought it up at any time since then.
Driven out through the covers, and that's a single. Walsh is in his final over. He's been relatively economical, 1 for 27. And at 2.84 runs and over out of the 6 bowlers used, he is the most economical, 162 for 8. A partnership of 34, 21 to Agar, who's on strike. Zampa has 31 and is driven to the right hand of extra cover. Big Sheldon Cottrell ran around from the long off boundary, returns it on the first bounce to Walsh. And with a couple runs, Zampa goes into the 30s on 31, the second highest score Matthew Wade got 36 from 68 balls with 2 fours. Australia 163 for 8. Felipe 16, McDermott no score. Marsh 8, Enriquez 4, Carey 10, Turner 1, Wade 36, Stark 19, and now Zampa 31 and Aguirre 22. Now this is a reverse sweep, skillfully played, and it's heading down towards what would have been a third man and goes into the boundary in the orthodox position. And with that reverse sweep, that would be called a fine leg, and a desperate chase by Hossain doesn't succeed, and Zampa intelligently goes on to 35 from 58 balls with 4 boundaries, and he now goes ahead of Felipe, who had 3 in terms of the highest number of boundaries struck, and this in his 167 for 8. 1 ball left in the 45th over, and here is Walsh again for slip on a short extra cover. Fisher is short and it's punched down to the extra cover. There is no run. The end of the over. Walsh finishes his allotment of 10 overs, 1 for 32, and after 45 overs, it's 167 for 8. Oh, okay, he's to my left. 167 for 8 from 45 overs. Roland, I'll leave you to contend with Andrew for the last 5 overs of the innings, but you're going to get some relief with Jamal Burt-Smith coming up.
Yes, and great piece of improvisation there by Zampa, realizing that there was no short third man, and decided to play the reverse sweep. Played it exceptionally well, and well enough to get himself the boundary. So Australia creeping up, 167 for 8, and 180 must be the first target, Andrew Mason.
Okay, well, partnership continuing to worry the West Indies as Holder comes up now in Bose Agar. He's driving straight, throw it off, what a shot! Well, that goes for 4. And there was a wash band of disdain about that. The ball pitched up on the line of the off stump and crashed through it off. That goes for 4. And what a recovery by the Australians here. 171 for loss of 8.
Yes, certainly, Andrew. Wonderful stroke there. Thumping Jason Holder down the ground as this partnership continues to blossom. 43 now.
Yep, indeed. Well, Stark and Wade put together 51 for wicket number 7. Holder comes up now in Bose Agar. Ball which is flicked away. Where's that gone? That's gone for 6 runs. Coming right across of his stumps. It goes to backward square. That goes for 6. And again, a lot of disdain. The West Indies not able to close the Australians out. Let me remind you, Jamal, at one stage they were 45 for 6 and in the doghouse. They've recovered.
Yes, most certainly, Andrew. The West Indies have allowed Australia to set a target for themselves, allow them to bat through a period of overs where they just consolidated, they hung around, they stunk around, and now with 4 overs remaining, it's helter-skelter now.
Yep, you're right. Over number 46 being bowled, 177 for 8. Agar goes to 32. Holder, how do you respond? Comes in and bowls to him into this delivery. Ball pitched up, blocked into the offside for a single. This is intelligent batting, there's no doubt about that. The ball comes from the bottom of the bat, goes square in the offside down to backward point for a run. 178 for 8. In fact, Roland Butcher was suggesting that if they get up, as the 50 partnership comes up now, if they get to 180, it could give the West Indies some trouble here. In fact, the last game, the West Indies only made 123. Here's Holder again as he comes in to bowl to Zampa. He is on 35. Goes past the umpire, bowls to Zampa. A ball which is slow. It's almost as if he's playing in the T20. And just rolling the fingers over that. And the batsman pops it down towards that mid-on area for a single to carry the score to 179 for 8. But at one stage it was 96 for 7.
Yes, and these are the times you have to question tactics, Andrew. Remember, we were on set, we were speaking to the uncomplicated off-spin of Jason Mohammed. At that point in time, you bring back a Jason Holder, it would be a totally different result.
Well, he comes up now again. This is Holder on his way to bowl to Agar, who's got 33 into this delivery. He's coming onto the front foot. That's another, almost like an off-break, really. He was backing away down towards square leg, but then saw the change in pace and made the adjustment and pushes the ball up towards mid-off. There's no run. What has Mr. Pollard done wrong? Can you tell me?
I'm just going to state some facts for you, Andrew. Our leg spinner, the West Indies leg spinner, bowled 4 spells today, Andrew.
Yes.
From different ends, being asked to close out the innings, bowling 1 over spells, 2 over spells. I don't think that's good enough. Leg spinners need to create a bit of rhythm, and to be fair to Mr. Walsh, he was bowling pretty well when he was in rhythm in his second spell. I thought he should have been allowed to continue.
Well, Holder comes up now, and to this delivery pitched up and driven out towards cover by Agar. There's protection of the boundary. Lewis comes off the boundary at cover in front of the Greenwich Lane stand. They get a single. It's 180 for 8. The partnership were in the West Indies. We've completed over number 46. In fact, that partnership is worth 52. It's 180 for the loss of 8, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, Andrew. You know, there's always a little danger when you have a team on the run and you allow them to bat their allotment of overs and allow them to build momentum towards a target that could be defendable in the grand scheme of things. I mean, obviously, Andrew, 180 for 8 with just a few overs left, 4 overs left, still is not going to reflect a substantial score. But at the end of the day, the rhythm has been taken from the West Indies, and the Australians have been allowed to recover to the point where they may feel that they have something to defend later on under the lights.
I agree with that. So we see what happens here. It's 180 for the loss of 8. The West Indies again not able to close the Aussies out here. But you know the Aussies, they're very, very tough people indeed. Here is Cottrell as he comes up now on his way, goes past the umpire and both air guard. He's hitting the ball over the top of the wide long off here. Where's that gone? That's gone for 6. What a shot. Oh, what a shot. A ball that was set wide of long off. That's gone for 6. And Cottrell is bowling baby pace here, really. His first spell sharpish, but I'm not quite sure that Cottrell really should be playing the ODIs in my view. I don't know if you'd want to comment on it, but I begin to question the selection, really.
But it sounded like you made a statement, so I don't need to comment on that. What I can tell you is that in Cottrell's second and third spell, he's looked a bit flat. And to be fair, he's not providing the creativity that we would like to see from a death bowler, slower balls, etc. It really seems that he's being targeted a bit.
Can someone explain why he's playing in the ODIs?
Well, Andrew,
can someone explain that?
You look into your crystal ball, I'm sure you'll find the answer.
I have looked into my crystal ball, and I'm beginning to wonder, why is Cottrell playing ODIs for the West Indies? Can somebody tell me? Maybe that's a question for Keith Holder when he comes to call the break, really. Cottrell comes up, he looks as if he can barely get to the wicket. That's a wide outside the off stump, and that must have been very close to a wide. There's a grunt like Monica Seles, but no energy like Elephant Man. You know Elephant Man, don't you? But in Barbados, of course, is Little Rick or Peter Ram. Wonderful people. And he's not hooked in the saddle like Destra. You know Destra, don't you? You know those wonderful people. 186 for loss of 8. And he really looks ordinary, I must admit. He comes up now, Cottrell, he's in and bowls the ball, which is outside the off stump. And there is lots of movement in the screens, looking to maybe get it through cover. The ball goes away, taken by the keeper. I think he's a T20 man. You agree with that? I think he's a T20 man.
Most certainly we can agree on that, Andrew. But as I said, it's just lacking a bit of creativity in his bowling, not seeing those slower balls coming out on the shorter pitch deliveries that he's tried in his second and third spells. They're just sat up, to be fair, Andrew. So he's lacking that extra bit of pace. And obviously at this level you can't rely on one spell only. So he has some work to do.
He's got a lot of work to do, there's no doubt about that. 186 for 8. He comes up now on his way, bows the air, goes 40, a ball short side the off, steered away down towards that wide third man area for a single. Hustle for 1, coming off the boundary quickly. A fleet of foot is Hossein. And the batsman set in for 1. A partnership of 59, the best so far for Australia. But what a recovery from them. And you really have to give it to them, really, because they're always inspired by, faith and character, and they've done well over the years. 187 for loss of 8. Cottrell comes in again. The ball to Zampa. Zampa's getting about outside the house. I'm looking to run it down towards the third man area. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. When the score was 45 for 6, we were beginning to wonder if we were going to be able to go home tonight and watch the stand home party. Have you got a chance to see that on CBC TV? I understand it's got several people watching and lots of sponsors as well. It's a stand home party. Here's the delivery, which is Bolden, the soldier, gets the wicket. A ball that was pitched outside the off stump, pitched on the off stump that should be there with the big drive, and the stumps are really disturbed here. And Cottrell, he didn't do the salute. That's interesting. Have a look at that on the monitor. The ball that hits the off stump, and Cottrell normally does the salute. I think he's so disappointed in his bowling. He looks tired. He looks very tired, down on his haunches. And that's something that I would imagine that people should look at. 187 for loss of 9. The West Indies are going to wrap it up here.
Yeah, so we chided Cotterell a fair bit, Andrew, but on the monitored replay you can clearly see that he actually ran his fingers over that delivery, got a bit of grip, and was able to hit the off stump of Adam Zampa, who gave himself some room probably to clout Cotterell somewhere over the infield, probably over the mid-off area, because the mid-off was up. So you have to give credit still, Andrew. He's been able to get the wicket. So the new batsman at the crease now at 187 for 9 is Riley Meredith, and the West Indies are looking to close out an innings that one could argue should have been closed out at least 8 to 10 overs ago, Andrew.
I agree with that. So Zampa goes for 36. Has done his job here. He's going to leave it to the bowlers. Here's Joseph. Look at the rapid as he comes in to bowl to Airgar. And this delivery hits the ball in the air. Will he be caught? The catch is taken at cover. And Joseph strikes. And finally, the West Indies dismissing Australia. It looked very much at one stage as if they might not have gotten up to 100. But in the end, it was Joseph coming back. The catch taken out of cover. And Australia winning the toss and batting. And over number 48, all up for 187. Jamal.
Yes, and credit to Alzari Joseph there just for following the batsman. Andrew gave himself a bit of room, and Joseph just followed him, and he looked to turn the ball into the onside, and all he could do is get a leading edge really to Evan Lewis, who took an easy catch in the end, having to pedal back about 10-15 paces or so. But Andrew, a bit of a lackluster performance by the West Indies, let's say, in the last 15 overs or so, but albeit all told 187 all out, they will be pleased at the end of the day that they are chasing the target less than 200, but also they'll look back and believe that they could have shut out this game a bit earlier.
Okay, what I'll do is to run through the details for you. Of course, you want to get your pen and your paper, and don't forget that we're not going to leave you. We're going to continue, of course, with a very interesting discussion with Keith Holt and company. You can participate and get involved. You can send us your WhatsApp messages, of course, and we'll give you the email in a minute. But here we go with a scorecard provided by Miss Bell. Thank you, Miss Bell. Can we run through the details for you? I think we can. Felipe, he was caught. Lewis bowled Joseph 16. McDermott caught Hope, the keeper of Cottrell, for duck. Marsh caught Hope, bowled Joseph 8. Enriquez caught Holder, bowled Hossain 4. Carey was bowled by Hossain for 10. Turner bowled Hossain 1. Wade caught Paran off the bowling of Joseph for 36. Stark leg before to watch 19. Zampa bowled by Cottrell for 36. Agar was caught by Lewis off Joseph for 41. The last man to go, Meredith, did not have a chance to bat. 47 overs and 1 ball bowled. Australia winning the toss and batting, all up for 187. In terms of the extras, leg byes 4 wides, 11 no balls, 187 all out in 47 overs and 1 ball. I shall endeavour now to read the scorecard in terms of the bowling for you. Cottrell 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 29. Holder 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 41. Joseph having a very good game, 8 overs and 1 ball. No maidens, 3 for 39. Hossain 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 30. Walsh bowling in 4 spells, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. And the uncomplicated off spin of Mohammed, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 12. Jamal Smith is with me. Let's do an assessment of the bowling. Let's start with Cottrell. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 29.
Yes, but certainly in the context of his figures, they sound like very good figures, Andrew. But as we would have noted, his second and third spell didn't have the teeth that we were looking for. He started relatively well, but his last 3 or 4 overs, he was able to provide the lower order batsmen with some boundary options. And, we suspect that he's just lacking a bit on pace. If we're going to attribute that to a lack of fitness, Andrew, at this stage, that is conjecture, but certainly he has a bit to work on.
Let's look at the work of Holder. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 41.
Yeah, Jason Holder, I thought he started well again, Andrew. He got into a pretty decent rhythm, and at one point, we felt that he could have gone on for an over or 2, but being brought back in the death, and as we well know, Andrew, although his death bowling has been improving a bit, he's still not the finished product in finishing out innings. We find that his lack of pace does do do him in sometimes because his variations then are easier to pick, and he was carted in the context of the game because he's barely conceded 41 runs for 7 overs, run rate of just about 6 runs, but at the same time there were some lusty balls played off him, so that's something that he can work on as well.
Indeed. Let's look at the work of Joseph. 8 overs and 1 ball, no maidens, 3 for 39.
But so far in the series, Andrew, I think that Joseph has gone really well. In the first ODI, he operated primarily from the Markham Marshall end, the southern end of the ground. He got good pace and bounce. He was in wonderful rhythm, and here he was again today, operating from both ends and be able to creating wicket, taking opportunities and bowling with a fair bit of pace and a bit of skill as well. I have to say he's in pretty good rhythm, Andrew.
Okay, and Hussein continuing to have a good time in Barbados. 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 30.
Yes, a wonderful spell from Akil Hussein. There's really not much to say. He created the opportunities. He bowled a peach, as we well remember, Andrew. The only wicket that was really gifted to him, we'll have to say, was that of Moses Enriques. But outside of that, he bowled a wonderful spell, Andrew. He got some balls to spin sharply. He kept the batters in check, and he really was the ace, the trump card today for the West Indies.
He continues to inspire confidence. A very, very good left arm spinner, no doubt about that. Can feel well and also is a pretty handy lower order batsman. I like Hussein, and I think that should be given more opportunities. Let's look at the work of Walsh.
Yeah, Hayden Walsh, I think he was asked to do a task today that I believe that leg spinners should not have to go through that in a 10 over game. As we said, he bowled 4 spells and his last spell was only 1 over. For me, he wasn't really allowed to get into rhythm. He actually started to 2 right-handers, Andrew, as we said, to the most western, and asking him really to bowl straight as opposed to attacking that outside edge a bit more because of the limited landscape to the offside. He was then asked to operate from the northern end in Jewel Garner end, then he was asked to operate from the southern end again, and then he finished off with the 1 spell. I mean, all told, and albeit, Andrew, he still came out sparkling at the end of it, just conceding 32 runs for 1 wicket. But one wonders if he was allowed to create a rhythm for himself, what is possible.
Okay, so bowling in 4 spells, not the best thing at all for the leg spinner. The work of Mohammed, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 12.
Well,
was he needed today?
Uncomplicated, in my humble opinion, Andrew. I felt that he was introduced at a time that was better suited for one of the other bowlers to come back, possibly a Jason Holder or Cotterell, or even at that stage, the leg spinner here, and Walsh Jr. Could have completed his allotment at that stage. I felt, that was the period where West Indies just eased the grip slightly from the Australians, and Mohammed not being much threat at all, Andrew. Only conceding 12 runs, but bowling 4 overs from this end, and then obviously 4 overs coming down from the opposite end. That was 8 overs really where the Australians weren't asked much from the West Indies, and they were allowed then to back deeper into the innings.
Okay, so now let's look, of course, at the Australian innings. It was in 2 parts, because when you look at it, Australia lost the wicket of the day's 4th ball, and then they slipped to 45 for 6. But then we saw the recovery. We know the Australians, they're very, very tough people. So you didn't expect them to roll over and die. It was not going to be a meek surrender. I should tell you now that Stark and Wade got together. They added 51 for wicket number 7. Wade and Zampa 32 for wicket number 8, and the best partnership was for the 9th wicket between Erga and Zampa.
Yes, most definitely. You have to call that middle to lower order resistance, Andrew. They didn't give up, as you rightly said. They fought all the way almost to the end. They were gifted, as I said, a few overs where we thought a bit more pressure could be applied to them, but credit to Matthew Wade, who batted within himself for a large period of that innings. He scored 36 from 68 deliveries, but the point was that he occupied the crease and he allowed the lower order guys to come out and express themselves as well. He bided his time. I was wondering what would happen as he got deeper into the innings, but obviously he lost his wicket to Joseph, but certainly Mitchell Stark as well providing good support with 19. Zampa being able to cultivate 36 as well, Andrew. I thought that was a vital innings from Zampa. He actually played a few attractive strokes as well, and he took his chances where he needed to, and then obviously West Agar coming in with a very enterprising 41 at the bottom. So overall, all told, say from number 6 down to number 9 really gave Australia that extra breath, you'll have to say, Andrew. They won't be breathing easily, but certainly they have a bit on the board that they could try to ruffle the feathers of the West Indians early and see if they can obviously solidify their position and their efforts into a win. But having said that, Andrew, 187 in an international ODI game, you would expect the West Indies to get over the line.
Yes, so you think West Indies should get over the line here. Let's look at the pitch. Your impressions of the pitch?
I felt like it was a better surface from the first ODI. The bounce is even, the pace is even, and not much devils around. There was a bit of spin for Aki Hussain, a bit of spin and bounce also for the leg spinner wall. So obviously those would be encouraging signs for the likes of Adam Zampa. But I have to say overall it looks a pretty good surface, Andrew. I just felt that the West Indians bowled well. Obviously Aki Hussain with that early burst, being able to get those 3 wickets in quick succession, really set the tone for the game. So I don't think that the surface as it is made any great impression or impact on the game as far as the wickets were concerned. I think it's a pretty even surface to play on. So as I said before, 187 really and truly the West Indies should be looking to get over the line.
Yes, one would think so, but you never know. The Australians are very good. This is a pitch that you expect the spinners to do well on it, and of course the pacers as well. And from that position of 45 for 6, they recovered with some good partnerships towards the end to make a score that they feel that they can defend. I would think that in a 50-over game in good conditions, you should make 187, but you never know. Of course, we're going to give you our Crumbs Bakery quiz. Name the 3 West Indian batsmen who have scored 2 ODI hundreds. At Kensington, we had tremendous response with, in fact, as many so far as 73 people on WhatsApp. We're going to certainly look very much indeed at what has happened in terms of the email. It's middlestumpvibes@gmail.com. So you can very much participate. We're not going to go anywhere. Keith Holden Company will be coming, and you can certainly tell us what you think about the West Indies. Do you think that despite the performance of the West Indies...
Coverage of the West Indies versus Australia series is brought to you with the kind compliments of KFC. Get in the game with KFC. Calvin Alkins Custom Services. Accessibility, delivery, speed, consistency, and Barbados Steel Works Limited. More than just steel.
Stations to stay with us. KLS Radio there in Jamaica, KLS FM 89. Thanks to our good friend Mr. Dwayne Anderson. Real FM in Grenada. Mr. Andrea Donald, my good friend, who did a wonderful job when the T20s were actually played in Grenada. NCN Radio, of course, taking our broadcast, Mr. Dylan Murrell and Mr. Roddy Beard that Keith Holden knows so well. 105 FM in Trinidad and Tobago, the sports leader, their slogan, Mr. Joel Morris and Company. CBC, the ever reliable CBC. Thanks, of course, to the technical support from Mr. Pearson Bowen and, of course, Mike, the Loveman Sobers, who's enjoying his Crumbs Bakery at the minute. And, of course, NBC in St. Vincent, Mr. Colvin Harry. W. Vent St. Lucia, Mr. Mike Rogers. What a name to have for a radio station, W. Vent. I wonder what that's all about. Of course, the Beat, 104. We've got, of course, some representation here as well. Thanks to Mr. Biggs, the man from Church. Is it Church View? Church View in St. John, 104 FM, the Beat. Thanks to Mr. Anthony Green and Mr. David Johnson. Vibes Radio, the champion station, the rights holders, Mr. Lennox Lawrence and Mr. Nathan King. And of course, we can't leave out our friends at ABS Radio, of course, in Antigua, Ernie Mae Brathwaite. She's got a name Brathwaite, so I imagine that she's got some Bajan connection. And of course, Mr. Garfield Burford, a Jamaican who's firm in the courts there in, of course, Antigua. Thanks to LED Lighting, Shelley Hardin, and of course, Crumbs Bakery, Michael Arthur, and his wonderful team. So, we want you, of course, to send us your emails. We want you, of course, to also send us your WhatsApp messages to 1246-253-4679 and participate in this wonderful discussion. I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to go and have some crumbs, of course, wonderful stuff for us as well. Jamal, you're going to take a break as well, Jamal?
Most certainly, Andrew.
All right, well, we should have some fire. Maybe Mike and Mike here coming in to talk, and you can participate by, of course, sending us your WhatsApp message. And, of course, Keith Holder is going to be the man anchoring as we prepare to continue to ensure that all of the stations across the region hear this. And I can't emphasize, Keith, the importance of radio. This is where it started. Sometimes I tell people that radio is very, very important. And many people listen to radio. You'll be surprised at the numbers that listen. And this is why it is so vitally important that radio is very much a part of cricket in the Caribbean, because this is where it started. Well, my good friend Philip Hackett comes a call in. Philip, your impressions of the situation: 187 all out in 47 overs and 1 ball, and they've recovered quite well from 45 for 6 thanks to some lower resistance. We'll of course invite your thoughts on that and the bowling of Walsh and company, and after you it's going to be Keith Holder.
But yes, Andrew, I really hope you enjoy your lunch, because I know you'll be trying to get a quick bite so you can come back and start us off in the second half of the game. So 187 all out, and maybe just that killer instinct lacking somewhat, because from 40 odd for 6, one would have expected West Indies to have maybe bowled the Australians out for much less. But this is cricket, and of course we're never going to lie down and play dead. They fought and they did well to come back. But 187, West Indies will want to get a good start. Remember, the Aussies are ahead in the series, and they will want to, West Indies that is, will want to come back and win this game and set up the decider on Monday. So all to play for, but Keith Holder, 187, a pretty good fight back from the Aussies, given 40 odd for 6. And if West Indies in any way struggle to get these runs or fail to do so, I suppose one could argue they've only got themselves to blame.
Yes, Philip, and you talk about the recovery: 187 all out in 47 overs and 1 ball, 2 good half-century partnerships, 51 in 13 overs and 5 balls. First of all, between Wade and Zampa, and then a stand of 59 between Zampa and Agar. And let's bright and early remind our listeners that you can email us at middlestumpvibes@gmail.com. So that's middlestumpvibes@gmail.com. And the Australians, during this break, they look rather purposeful. It's now 21 minutes after 6. I think we've estimated Susan Bell and Ayana, our scores that play is due to resume. Philip, what we got?
At 6:35, I believe, I've been told.
Yes, 6:30.
Which is about 12 minutes from now.
Yes. So there you have the email address again, middlestumpvibes@gmail.com. I think the target, Philip, of 188, as you were pointing out, it must bring out the best in the West Indies batsmen, based on the rather disappointing display in the first game on Tuesday when they lost by 133 runs. The return of Shea Hope from an ankle injury at the top must, or one would say, will be telling, will be vital.
It will be, and his opening partner, Evan Lewis. I think really the game is going to come down to the start from them. And if, of course, Evan Lewis gets going, it could be all over very quickly. Shea Hope, but you never know which, I wouldn't want to say which mood he's in, but it comes down to that. We know he can act as an anchor, but he could also step the tempo up when necessary. So it will all depend on how he reads the situation. But I think the big wicket here is going to be Evan Lewis, because with these small totals, if you mess around a bit, sometimes it could really put yourself under some pressure. So I think they will require some very positive batting. And Australia will be looking to target both the openers, because Shea Hope, probably the most consistent West Indies batsman in this format. Evan Lewis, possibly one of the more destructive. So pretty much that opening partnership will tell us a lot. And of course you've got Mitchell Starc. No Josh Hazlewood, but you've got Mitchell Starc. And well, I'm sure Meredith and Agar would be looking to establish some sort of a reputation as well. And then of course you've got the leg spin of Zampa, who really needs to come good, because he wasn't particularly impressive in the T20, didn't have a good game in the first match either, and it really and truly, he will need a performance here. But while we're on the subject of the email address, some correct answers coming into the quiz. If you remember the quiz, you're asked to identify the 3 batsmen who've scored 2 centuries and won the international at Kensington. And some of the correct responses coming into the email address, which I've been monitoring: Corey Beckles, Ayub Bula, Neil Alenzo, and Kenny Ferguson. Do you know any of those gentlemen, Keith Holder? I know you get around a lot and you know a lot of people.
Give us the names again.
Corey Beckles, Ayub Bula, Neil Alonso, and Kerry Ferguson. And those names are going to go into the pool, they're going to go into the hat, and a winner will be pulled out, of which will be informed at a later date.
Yes. And
our producer is looking after that aspect of it.
Okay. And I think Kenny Ferguson was stating, "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am listening in Florida and really enjoying your commentaries." Thank you very much on behalf of the commentary team, Philip.
Yeah, well, you're thanking me on behalf.
No, I'm thanking Kenny Ferguson.
Oh, okay, you're thanking Kenny Ferguson. Okay, is that all Kenny Ferguson had to say?
Well, I think you just gave the mention of the winners in terms of the 3 West Indies batsmen who've scored 2 ODIs at Kensington Oval.
Well, they're the ones who've given the correct answer so far, but I think the winner will come eventually when there's going to be a draw, says our producer, to get the exact winner. But Keith, why I asked you about Kenny Ferguson, because I saw another email from someone in Florida. I don't think it was him. And the person says, "I am listening in Florida and really enjoying your commentary. I must tell you that I enjoyed your conversation a couple of days ago when we unfortunately had no play. It was very nostalgic as it brought me back to the days when listening to commentary on radio was really enjoyable. I'm hoping that you guys will do more of the same when the opportunity presents itself in the future." And then the person adds, "One question. Why is West Indies cricket no longer on Willow?" And it's signed a West Indian cricket fan in Florida. Of course, we can't really respond to the second one because that has absolutely nothing to do with us. But thanks for your comment regarding the actual commentary and the discussion. As I was saying to Jamal earlier, Jamal Smith, Keith, and we were working together. The game was scheduled to start at 2:30 on Thursday. We would have been on air a bit before that, and we took it down to 5 o'clock. So we were actually on air for close to 3 hours, and there was no cricket.
Yes,
and it's good to see that, or good to recognize that it was appreciated by at least one fan.
Yes, I think, Philip, what perhaps we can emphasize to that fan and others is that what we did probably has become a norm for many years. I'm saying that, for instance, an Andrew Mason would have started with CBC for the Saturday commentaries way back in 1978. You have been with CBC and Saturday domestic commentaries here in Barbados, I'm certain, for roughly 3 decades or more. Mm-hmm. So there have been instances due to the fact that it becomes almost like a norm. There has been that practice, and we've had days when there's been rain during a local BCS season, and these things are going to come into the picture. Andrew has passed on a WhatsApp from Basil Morgan, the former first-class umpire who resides in Montserrat, and he says, "Good afternoon, listening to the radio commentaries coming from ABS Radio, brilliant as usual. Good afternoon, my brethren, lovely commentary. How is my favorite comments personnel, Hendy Wallace?" Well, Mr. Morgan, Hendy Wallace is now bidding to become a member, a director of the Barbados Cricket Association. He's among 4 candidates.
Is this breaking news, see?
Well, it's breaking news because it's the first time that I know that Hendy is running for a post. So he is vying with Roland Butcher, the Barbados-born former England batsman who has been a director for quite a few years now. Winston Walter Stafford tends to get the most votes despite he's the oldest man at 80. He has this thing, he's also the chairman of the Human Resources Committee. The thing about Roland Butcher and Winston Stafford, that they bring a bit of the English twang to the table.
But Keith, why are you guys always trying to get rid of the older people? You're trying to get rid of Gale. You're trying to get rid of Chris Gale.
No.
I know you're suggesting that.
No, I emphasize the fact that despite Winston Stafford's age, he always comes out the winner.
Okay.
In the last few elections.
I thought you said it with a tone of
No. He gains the most votes. He's a favorite man. I remember the days when Winston Stafford would come to BCA annual general meetings. Before they separated the AGM from the special meeting. And now they have the AGM, we discuss the accounts, blah, blah, and the special meeting is for what is going to happen next month, voting for places. And Winston Stafford and the...
Is that at 4 different places?
No, 2 different venues. What I'm saying...
They're going to have voting at 2 different venues?
No, they will be voting at one venue, but my point here is that years back, there just used to be the AGM, where the business will be discussed and the voting, etc. But there are now 2 separate operations. The AGM comes first, and then the special meeting. But Winston Walter Stafford OBE and the late Basil Matthews, who was a long-standing secretary of the BCA, they were always vigorous at AGM meetings. They would question almost everything in relation to what was being put on the table. And all credit to Mr. Stafford. He played for Barbados Courts way back then. Then, like Roland Butcher, he left and he lived in England for many years. Then there's Tim Boyce, your Empire mate, who's also running. And so we've completed the lot of 4. The incumbents being Winston Stafford.
And how many to be selected from those 4?
3.
Oh, so there's only going to be 1 disappointed person?
Yes, Hendy Wallace is the new bloke who is trying to get on the board. Of course, Hendy Wallace has been before
a selector.
And the chairman of selectors, and a successful one. I recall in 1983, in his last year playing for Barbados on the 19 level, he was part of a team which had a much vaunted pace attack.
Pedro Agard was part of that team?
No. Hendy Wallace. No. Pedro Agard was not in that league.
I know he was not in that league, but I wasn't sure if I remember Pedro Agard playing on the 19 cricket. I simply don't remember who he played with alongside.
He played in 1988 here in Barbados.
Oh, 88. Okay.
But Hendy Wallace.
But he's a baby in comparison to Hendy Wallace.
Yeah, they both went to Kojan Pari, but he's a junior to Hendy. But Hendy was part of a very formidable pace attack. In 1983, Barbados went to Jamaica and swept everything before them. Ricardo Elcock, who toured West Indies with England, as you recall, back in 1990, but a back injury put a premature end to his career. Now an international pilot with Virgin Atlantic. Milton Squashmole, Henderson Wallace, and Donville Braffett. Of that cricketing family from St. Philip. Adrian and Rommel, and then it spreads down to the nephews and the sons and blah blah whatever. That the likes of Richard Armstrong and those guys in that team, but it was very strong. So Henderson Wallace, who played for the Barbados youth team, and he played in Ireland for over 2 decades. Every year he would go up to Ireland and play professional cricket. So I think he's going to bring a lot in terms of the challenge to be laid.
And you say he speaks with a twang as well?
No. I say there are 2 guys on the board who speak with a twang. Roland Butcher and Winston Walter Stafford OBE. Yes. So, but Winston Stafford has worked extremely hard. He's the chairman of the Human Resources Committee of the BCA. There's the President Condé Reddy, who's not being challenged. And I think Andrew's mate, Gregory Nichols.
He's being challenged?
No. I think no challenge. He himself has to now put his papers in order, and it seems as though he will return unopposed. Of course, the last serious meeting like this 2 years ago, it was a case of...
Keith, who do you think will lose out? I ask those kinds of questions, Keith. I would never ask that to Philip, because I may have to leave the ground.
I always felt you were going to get naughty. Did I get to finish Basil Matthews'... Sorry,
not Matthews.
Basil Morgan's WhatsApp? Okay, he says best regards to Keith Ola. Yes, that's my mate.
Just before, because the players in the field, you've been talking for such a long time, for about 40 minutes. The break is not 40.
No. We recognize, as I told you, once it went past 6, this show was going to be limited because they work with time. And the West Indies are to start their chase at 6:35 in 3 minutes time.
So somebody just sent a WhatsApp to me to ask you if you believe that Cottrell should be playing ODI cricket. Is that a fair question?
Can you name the...
Well, my phone is not with me, but I could never, ever not ask you that. I think it came from Florida.
From Florida. Okay. Were they picking apples?
Perhaps they were. No. So the question remains, do you think that Cottrell should be in the ODI side?
I guess one would say that it can be debatable, Andrew. I think you just have to perhaps look at Cottrell's one-day record. He's now played this is his 37th match.
Mm-hmm.
And he came into this game with 49 wickets, averaging 33.10 with an economy rate of 5.87. It's debatable. Andrew, the players are on the field.
Philip, do you think he should be in the side?
Who's this, Cottrell?
Yes.
Well, I
want me to ask the question.
I believe that performance is always the key. And I would have to look and see what he has done in the last couple of ODIs that he's played before he would make that big decision. So I think we're just about to begin. I think Roland Butcher is going to replace me, and Andrew Mason is going to come in to do the ball by ball. So we're going to have a totally new team here. Roland Butcher, I heard something about you just now in relation to the BCA election. So we'll have to monitor that. There was some breaking news about Andy Wallace, and there was some news about you as well that you're, well, not surprisingly defending your position. But what Keith didn't really know was that in terms of commentary, Andy Wallace and you also share that you've both been expert analysts at various times in cricket. So Keith is not only the Irish and the British connection and all that, but you've also got the relationship in terms of these guys being media personalities. Well, we're about to begin. Here's Andrew.
Well, Stark comes up, bowls the first ball, wrapping the batsman the pad. Murphy going down the leg side. Might have been a bit of pattern to that as well. So the West Indies looking to win this game and keep some interest in the series from a West Indian perspective. And it's a situation where the magic number for them, 188, looked very much at one stage as if it would have been a lot less, but you never know. The Australians, of course, they'll never, ever, ever lay down and die. We know that. And the tail wagged lustily to get them from a position of 96 for 7 to 187. Stark comes into bowl to Lewis up from the northern end, and Lewis is getting it out, swinging. That ball really left him. I'd like to see the in terms of pace and that. What was it there? Roland?
148.
148. Oh, he's getting up there already.
Well,
he looks sharp from here.
He's the bowler in that bracket, Andrew, so you would expect it.
It pitched outside the off stump and had a lot of pace and really thudded into the gloves of the keeper. Stark goes back to his mark, operating from the northern end, where the World Weeks walk at stand behind him, and comes in on his way to bowl to the left-handed Evan Lewis. Goes past the umpire, now he's in, and bows to Lewis, and Lewis is beat outside the off stump. There's an appeal for catch of the wicket. He's gone, caught behind. And immediately Lewis says, I'm going upstairs because I believe the ball came from the pad. A lovely outswinger. The keeper took it, a big appeal, and umpire Wilson's hand went up his finger. But we shall look at the TV to see if Stark is going to get the wicket or will Mr. Lewis survive. What's your gut feeling, Roland? Can you tell me?
Well, initially the ball died a little bit before it got to the keeper. Stark is perhaps not too confident that he's going to get this decision here, but
have a look at
that.
Wait
and see.
Talk to me. You're close to the TV, Roland. What happened there, Roland?
It certainly hit the back leg, but it's a question. That's why the ball slowed up. So it's a question of whether he got an edge as well. No edge.
No edge. And the ball would have gone outside the off stump. So what you're saying, there would have been off the pad. Am I right?
Yeah.
So there was no baton to that. So the question of the catch behind is not a part. In fact, the umpire has to change his mind. Umpire Wilson, who hasn't been getting it right in recent times, Mr. Wilson, immediately when he gave him out, Lewis said, what are you talking about? And the ball impact outside as well. So umpire, I wonder how umpires feel when they're going to make those changes. How do you think they feel? Small, as we would say, up in Church Hill in St. John?
Not at all, Andrew. I mean, I think
the
umpire gives it as he sees it. If you look there,
but they're getting these things too wrong, really. Come on. Anyhow, so Lewis lives to fight another battle, but he's got a battle here. Stark, looking to be a star, comes up now and bows to Lewis, and Lewis is covering up. But the bat is broad as Port of Spain and pushes up towards that mid-off area. You can see that Stark is really riled up, as we say, because he knows that he's defending a small score and will want to be a good Australian cat among the bidge and of course the West Indian pigeons here. And that ball was leaving the batsman. The pad was found. The umpire gave it, had to change it, and immediately Stark is back to his mark. But you could see that aggression in his face. He wants to get early wickets here. He turns now, and from in the middle of the logo, the CG Insurance logo begins to move in to bowl to Lewis, and Lewis is looking to clip the ball away. They'll get what should be the leg bite, goes out towards that square leg area. Umpire Wilson now signals that leg bite was the ball that cut back sharply. The batsman might have been beaten for pace, so the West Indies are on their way. They won without loss in over number 1.
Yes, and Stark just cranking it up right from the off, and I think that's where Lewis is going to have to be careful, because he knows that Stark is going to swing the ball away from him. He's moving well outside the off stump. He's got to be careful that in moving in that direction, Stark doesn't get the ball to come back into him and expose his leg stump. So he's got to be mindful, okay, be careful, looking for the ball outside the off stump, but at the same time, be aware that he might just bring one back at you as well.
Well, he's going to continue to attack. Now, the last ball of the first over, it's Shea Hope. And he's going to do battle against Stark as he comes up now on his way. He's in and bowls to Hope, and Hope is getting the ball outside the off stump, just played inside the line and allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper. And at the end of the first over, the West Indies in pursuit of 188 for victory. They won without loss, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and a good fiery first over there by Mitchell Stark. That last ball on was 147. So he's certainly warmed up. He's not going to warm up after 3 or 4 overs. He's up for this fight. There's no question about it. He would also be aware that the wicket of Lewis is a fairly key one, and to get that as early as possible would certainly put the West Indies more on the defensive. Shea Hope's going to try and play the way that he plays, which is to stick around for as long as possible. But we know that Lewis is a quick scorer, so that wicket is a key one, and the Australians will be working hard to try and dislodge him.
Well, it's going to be Agar to take it up. How good is young Agar? You like him as a bowler?
Well, we saw him in the last game. He didn't bowl too badly. He's got a reasonable amount of pace. He seems to be more of an in-swing bowler to the right-handed batsman.
Well, he's got 19 matches, 26 wickets.
So he could be
economy of 6.08, best of 5 for 40, age 24.
So he could be a bit of a danger for Lewis.
Well, he comes around the wicket now on his way to bowl to Lewis. He's in and bowls to Lewis, and Lewis is allowing the ball to go by. Good carry to the keeper, and it's a situation where it's won without loss. So the action continues. Does he remind you of anyone bowling? Somebody saying Carl Rackerman. Do you agree with that? Does he look like Carl Rackerman to you? No, I didn't
study his action too well, but that last delivery was a 131.
131, yeah.
So he's
is
down.
Is that the pace of Jason Holder?
He's down below Mitchell Stark right now.
He is, considerably too. 131. Here he comes round the wicket on his way. As he comes in to bowl to left-handed Lewis, he's in and bowls to Lewis. And to this delivery, Lewis is getting one outside the off stump and gets it down to third man. It was in the air for a long time. In fact, it was a sort of catch it, drop it in front of the third man fielder. So Lewis gets a run. A ball that had some bounce on it. So 2 without loss. The West Indies wanted to win this. Hello to all of our listeners wherever you are. Thanks, of course, to CBC for providing technical support. Thanks to all the stations across the Caribbean, the 11 stations, and really want to thank Vibes Radio for securing those rights and ensuring that radio is alive and well in the Caribbean. Thanks, of course, to KLS Radio, Real FM, NCN 105 in Trinidad, CBC Barbados, The Beat in Barbados, NBC, WVent, Vibes and ABS Radio. Here is Agar. He's in and bowls to Hope. Hope is on the back foot and steers the ball square in the offside down to that backward point area, and it's 2 without loss. Saturday, of course, in Barbados. Saturday is always put in South Day. Did you have your put in South today, Roland? Or is it impossible because you're a cricket? Do you normally have put in South on the Saturday? You don't. Okay. 2 without loss. Of course, Barbados with a population when I was growing up was about 250. They tell me it's about 285,000 now, but I rather suspect that they're more. Here we go. In comes Agar as he starts his run over number 2 without loss. Comes in to bowl to Hope, and to this delivery, Hope is getting his first run. He runs the ball quite skillfully down to that third man there. Stark comes off the boundary in front of the Garfield Sobers pavilion, picks it up, fires the return to the keeper. The batsmen have time for one. Of course, Barbados largely a coral formation and surrounded by white sandy beaches, relatively flat and attractive coastline with rolling countryside covered by sugar cane. There used to be sugar cane, but not anymore really. Not a lot of sugar cane now. It's a crop over? No.
Well, it certainly appears so, Andrew.
You reckon? It appears so. Not all the canes in Barbados anymore. Very few tons, they tell me. Agar comes in and bowls to Lewis outside the offside with the back foot and strokes it into the offside to cover. There's a fielder picking that ball up. Beautiful stop at cover. And had that gone through, it would have gone for 4 off the back foot. And it was picked up at cover. It's 3 without loss. Of course, people would have been preparing now for crop over the big Kadooman. Independence, of course, November the 30th, and that was back in 1966. They'll crop over this year, although I see the guys saying that they're looking for one for next year already. What a crystal ball to have with COVID around. Here is Agar around the wicket in most of Lewis. Lewis is looking to get, going to get runs. I think he's going to get 4. He gets one outside the leg stump, comes from the top of the pad, looking to work the ball away, comes on the top of the pad. The keeper can't take it, moving to his right. It goes behind him, down to final. That's going for 4. A leg by is the West Indies a 7 without loss.
And it's all on no ball.
It's also no ball as well.
Poor delivery
so
there.
Double trouble.
By Agar, misdirected down the leg side to start with, and to add insult to injury, it's also no ball. So Lewis gets a chance to free his arms here.
So we shall see what he will do with his free hit. It's an offer.
And Andrew, that wasn't even a small one. It was a huge
one. Yeah, I saw it, yes, on the television. So what will Mr. Lewis do here? He's from Trinidad and Tobago, the land of Calypso. Big strong men, of course, there. Good roti in Trinidad, crab and kalaloo. Of course, that's never really sweeter than flying fish and cuckoo. Ever who said that, they lied. 7 without loss. Here is Agar. Round the wicket, free it. Comes up now, he's in. And to this delivery, short. And he swings at it. Lots of energy. And looking for gold, but got less than bronze. He got nothing, really. He really expended a great deal of energy looking to hit the ball into the port. And instead it goes by to be taken by the keeper. To end the over, Lewis has got 1. Hope is on 1. And the West Indies in pursuit of 188 for victory, the 8 without loss, which is the latest score at the region's Mecca.
And Agar got away really with that no ball. And he was swinging over mid-wicket. It appeared a slightly slow delivery, even though the speed gun showed 132. But the ball was on its way down when it got to the keeper. Now really Hope he's got to deal with Mitchell Stark.
Well, so the action continues. Hope is going to deal with Stark, as you say. Over number 3 comes in from the northern end and bowls, and Hope is coming forward with a big broad bat, plays it firmly up the pitch, the ball, and knocks the ball away. That was fairly well timed by Hope. Hope is on 8. Can you tell me why is it that Hope struggles in Test cricket, but seems to be so much better, at this level? What is he doing wrong? Can you tell me, Roland?
Well, Andrew, there's a lot of players, not just Hope, a lot of top players around the world who struggle in the Test matches, but do very well in the white ball game.
They do.
When you think of people like Finch and Jason Roy and people like that, he's in good company. So
here's Stark as he comes in again. Over number 3, 8 without loss. The Hope who's got 1. He's in and both Hope. And Hope is, French cut, Chinese cut, take your pick. That could have easily been dragged onto his leg stump. Instead it goes past the leg stump, down to fine leg, and he gets a run. A shot in the dark.
Yeah, good ball in there by Stark, just angling it a little bit wider, and obviously with a natural in-swing. And Hope just looking there, getting a thick inside edge past the leg stump. And
didn't look very secure in that shot, really. There was a big gap between bat and pad as well. He could have played out onto his stumps. We have a chance to see under the monitor. But Stark looks up for the task here. 9 without loss. The West Indies looking to win this and keep the series alive. Lewis settles and waits, and Stark comes up now on his way to bowl to Lewis. Into this delivery, Lewis is kept outside the off stump. Might have played inside the line, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. That was what, 144?
Yeah, and that's another good delivery there. That one we're steering there, big outswing. That's the one that we'll appeal for.
Yeah.
But start getting some nice shape.
Yes, bowling both the in-swing and the outswing as well, you're right. But he's looked good. This is the second over. I shall run through the details of what has happened so far. So the fastest 148.2. Well, his last one was the average is 146. So he's really really kicking up some dust there as he starts his run again. Comes in to bowl to Lewis, and Lewis is wrapped in the pad, a bigger P for leg before. The umpire says no. Appealing in great supplication, and the umpire says, no, will they go upstairs? Will the angle carried up past the leg stump? Well, are they going to go upstairs? No?
Well, I think Stark is perhaps signaling it might be height, but we'd have to see that. But again, as I said, that's where Lewis has got to be careful, because he knows Stark's going away from him, but he's got to be careful. He's struck upside the
I struck upside, but he was playing no shot.
Yeah.
Okay. So you think they did the right thing not to go for that one?
Yeah, definitely. That was a good decision. The height was...
Height would have
been the pace that Stark is bowling as well.
Yep, indeed. So it's going to be Stark to continue 9 without loss. This is a testing time for the young man from the land of Calypso. In he comes, Stark. He's in and bowls full down the leg side. Well, a wide is called by umpire Wilson. That was full. He should have gotten some bat under that, but he didn't. The keeper skipped across his right, the batsman to the left-hander, and it's 10 without loss. They're showing the other monitor. Yes, they would have gone outside the line. Height, and they would have missed the off stump as well. So good call by Stark not to go for the replay. So it's 10 without loss. Have you been checking the Olympics, Roland?
No, Andrew, I haven't got into it just yet.
Not as yet. Okay. Barbados have got some people up there, and I see Mike King is creating a big stir, the noted journalist there, and with his postings. Here's Stark, comes up, he's in and bowls, wrapped in the pad, a big appeal, that's out. I believe that could be out leg before, I think. Is he going to go upstairs?
I don't think there's any need to review this one, Andrew.
Well, he never suggested permanence really here. A full delivery struck on the pad, and when you look at the monitor, you may see that Lewis would have had his middle stump cart reeling, but he hasn't settled at all. I think he was discomforted by the pace as well. Let's have a look at the monitor. Talk to me.
Yeah, that one's straight in there, Andrew. It's gone with the natural movement of Stark, which is away from the left-hander, and Lewis is struck on the walk. Really, no need to review that one. That one really would have castled him. So he's got to go. That was the danger for him, really, because he's aware that Stark's going to move the ball away from him. He's coming across to the off to try and cover that swing. But in doing that, you still got to look to play straight. And as you could see, he was literally playing around this pad a little bit, and Stark really defeated him with an excellent delivery. And Mitchell Stark, once again, Andrew showing what a top fast bowler he is.
He is indeed. How do you rate him among the great Australian fast bowlers?
Well, he must rate very highly, because you know the good thing about him is that his longevity as well. I mean, he keeps playing day in, day out.
Very fit.
And he gives that maximum effort of fast bowling. And, you know, sometimes, you know, he doesn't look at his best, but when he's at his best, really, he's very, very good. And I think Bravo now is going to really have a bit of a challenge once more.
18 matches, 3,053 runs. What is his average? 31.1. He's in terms of 50s, 18. And 400s as well. Let's have a look at the monitor again. Full delivery. Struck on the pad.
It was beaten for pace, really.
Yep. Would have hit the leg stump, you think, or the middle?
Middle and off, because it was on the way towards the off.
Right, okay. Okay.
No, Andrew, I mean, this is not going to be easy for Bravo, because as you know, he bowls really well to left-handers, and Bravo is not in the best of form. So
and he's not all that comfortable against quick bowling as well. You didn't want to say it, Rolly. You tend to be on the fence in these matters. 10 for 1. Doesn't really play the fast bowling well, Roland. Come on. Talk to the people of the world. In comes Stark and goes to Bravo. Bravo gets one down the leg side. A wide is going to be called by the umpire. I would think Stark was a little disappointed that he was not on the money with that delivery. 11 for 1. Why is it that Darren Bravo doesn't play fast ball? Well, let's have a chance to see under the monitor. Here we go. Struck on the pad, pitching in line, and would have castled into the middle stump.
Yeah. Andrew, there's some people who don't play fast bowling that well. I mean, you know, Bravo is he's a driver, likes to get on the front foot. You know, let's just start. It's 148. I mean, 148 isn't slow. I mean, to Bravo, I would actually have a short leg right now.
I would too as well. You're right. Here's Stark as he comes up. The last ball over number 3's in, and bowls, and Bravo bowls. Unbelievable. His off stump is plucked out of the ground in spectacular fashion, and Stark is a star. What a performance. The Australians defending the small total admirably. The West Indies are on the back foot. They're 11 for 2.
Absolute beauty there. I don't think Bravo has done a great deal wrong there. Perhaps maybe he could have got forward, but the delivery was a perfect delivery for a new man coming into the crease and start really at his pace as well. Got that one to straighten just like he did to Lewis, but on this occasion Bravo not getting his pad anywhere near it. His off stump goes out to the ground. And excellent delivery by Mitchell Stark, who once again is proving what a major contributor he is to Australian bowling. Even minus Josh Hazlewood tonight, he's still pulling the choke out and bowling very, very quickly.
And you said as well, Roland, that 180 would be a challenge for the West Indies.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think, watching this pitch and knowing that West Indies would have to bat on the lights, I saw what was going on in terms of how difficult it was to score quickly. That any score of 180, you're in the game. There's a game on, and really, the Australian other bowlers, they've got to back up the effort of Mitchell Stark. If they can do that, then they would really have West Indies fighting to get through this game. So it's going to be a good game. Still a long way to go, but the early signs are that Mitchell Stark has proven once again that he is a top-line bowler.
He's a top-line. What did Bravo do wrong there as we look at the monitor?
Well, basically, both feet stayed within the crease, and that really was his downfall. Yeah,
it was his downfall. Agar continues, he's in and bowls, and Hope is wrapped to the pad. Ball cutting back at him, coming from the top of the pad and going down towards the gully area. There's no run. 11 for 2. The West Indies are struggling. This is over number 4. One stage Australia were struggling themselves. They were 45 for 6, then 96 for 7, but recovered thanks to the lower the resistance. That happens with Australia. They're fighters.
So Andrew, when you first come to the crease, your footwork is not so sure, and to get a delivery like that early on, there's a good chance of getting out. Yeah. And fortunately for Bravo, he got it.
Here's the guys. He starts his run again. Comes in to bowl to Hope, and this Levy Hope is getting one down the leg. So that's going to be called the wide by umpire Duguid, the man from Georgetown in Guyana. Hello to all of our friends there in Georgetown, and of course Guyana, wonderful country, population of about 700,000, and wonderful 3 counties, of course Demerara, Essequibo, and Berbice. 12 for 2. You've got some connections, I understand, rolling in Berbice, is that right?
Well, yes, big family.
The butchers from Berbice,
connections there, yes.
You're right. Here's Airguards. He comes up now. He's on his way to bowl to Hope. He's into this delivery. Hope is driving through the offside, through cover. Will have the legs to get to the boundary. Yes, it goes for 4. Pitched up into the drive, and the fielder at extra cover wasn't able to go across it. They might have got his fingers to it, and it burst through, had the legs to get there. And, it's Hope getting 4 to go to 6 West Indies, and over number 4, they're 16 for 2.
Yeah, and she'll Hope be a lot happier with the ball in that area. Full-length deliveries that he can drive. Fielder really didn't do that well there at mid-off. Really should have got something on that, but it was a good shot.
Agar again. Looks like a bit of a medium pacer though. Comes up now in bowls to Hope, and Hope allows the ball to go outside the off stump to be taken by the keeper. He's got a bat for a long time, Hope. We know he's got the ability. Hello to all of you wherever you are. Of course, we want to thank you for your support in terms of the Crumbs Bakery quiz. It's been very, very well supported. Thanks to our friends at Crumbs and LED Lighting for your support. Thanks to Shelley Harden and a wonderful team there, and Mr. Michael Arthur. Lovely goodies today. We welcome that. 16 for 2. Roland tells me he's going to be going jogging tomorrow morning. Here is Airguards. He comes up now, he's in and bowls, and Hope is driving off the edge. A loose shot will get a single. Goes down towards the position of White. A more backward point. That's not the shot that you normally see from Hope. It peeled off the outside. The third man Stark had to come across, and that could have gone anywhere. It's gone up now to 17 for 2.
Yeah, he had a bit of luck on that occasion, Andrew. He's looking to go straight down the ground, back over the top, but succeeded in getting the thick outside edge. Lucky it didn't carry all the way down to the fielder on the full at third man, but he got away with that one.
Jason Mohammed is batting at 4, Roland. Do you think that Mr. Hamid should bat at 4? And when we look at the side, is there a batsman short? Have a look at this. Let's look at that in a minute, Roland. 17 for 2. Jason Mohammed at 4 in the West Indies side. Are there shorter batsmen? You tell me. You're the expert. Here's Agar, comes up now, in bows to Mohammed. Mohammed is coming onto the front foot, ball pitched in the off stump and just pokes it with elbows cocked down towards mid-off. There's no run. Mohammed at 4.
What I will say to you is, Andrew, is that he will get a stern examination from Mitchell Stark coming in now with the ball new, 2 wickets down.
If he survives that long?
Well, whether he survives or not, if he, he's got to, because West Indies are in a bit of bother right now.
17 for 2.
We're just going to see whether he is worth his position by the way he has to take on people like Stark. Stark's only bowled 2 overs so far, so
he's looking good. He's picked up 2 already. Last ball of over number 4. Here's Agar, comes up now in bows to Mohammed. Mohammed is coming onto the front foot. Lovely little approach as he comes right into line, textbook style in the approved fashion, and strokes the ball out towards cover to end the over. Mohammed hasn't scored as yet. Hope is on 7. 17 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes.
It's in our name. Fried chicken, it's our thing. Others may try, but we have the original. We put the extra and extra crispy. And our secret in everyone's mouth. So if we want to make the best chicken sandwich, we just need to put our name on it. New Kentucky Chicken Sandwich. An abundant triple-breaded filet, premium mayo and pickles, all in a buttered brioche bun. The best chicken sandwich had to be KFC.
Trying to get forward, but not too fast.
No, he was running away from the ball.
Really. I wouldn't say he was running away, Andrew.
I think he was, really.
I was just saying.
I think one of the problems with West Indies cricket is that we don't play fast bowling well, and you don't have to be particularly quick. Truth is not always popular, but truth is always right. 17 for 2. You got to call it as you see it, Roland. I think one of the problems with the modern day West Indian batsman, he doesn't handle quick bowling well. You don't have to be express. Look at Wagner. Now here we go. Stark to continue the attack as he comes up now on his way. He's going to bowl to Hope, and Hope is wafting outside the off stump. Where did that? A widest call by the umpire. I'll have to look at that in the monitor, but umpire Wilson calls it. This goes to 18 for 2.
Yeah, again another good fiery delivery up in the 140s, and Hope wafting at that. And perhaps good thing he didn't touch it, because I think that one would have carried all the way down to third man. The pace of that delivery. He's got to be careful when he's looking to play off the back foot outside the off stump, but I think Mitchell Stark would, he should give Shea Hope a couple of short deliveries first.
I would think so as well.
At his body, just to see how he handles it.
Well, he comes up now. He's going to bowl to Hope, and Hope to this delivery is looking to turn the ball into the onside. Maybe mid-wicket, the ball finds the outside edge and goes down to cover for a single.
Yeah,
what's going on here? Talk to me.
Excellent bowling there by Stark. Good pace, swing as well, and Hope shaping to hit that one through the onside, end up getting it out to cover point where the misfield, and he got a single. And remember the last game, Jason Mohammed, Andrew Mason got that big booming in swinger from the left-handed Mitchell Stark. His stumps went out of the ground. We'll see how he looks to play this time.
You're right.
But again, I think Stark also could put a bit more pressure on him now. I think a short leg would be...
Short leg as well. You're right. Captain, I think, is a little conservative here. He comes in to bowl to Mohammed, 19 for 2 over number 5. The target is 188. As he comes up now, he's in and bowls a delivery which is outside the off stump. He will get a single as the backward point fielder doesn't pick it up. Number 47 in his back, outside the off stump, and playing away from the body, and it goes away square in the offside for a single, and the score goes to 20 for 2. We've had tremendous response to the Crumbs Bakery quiz, and in fact, the last time I counted, we had over 100 people responded by WhatsApp, and several people by, of course, email as well. Thanks to Keith Holt and Philip Hackett for keeping the show running. We didn't take a break, and we want to thank the stations for staying with us as well. 20 for 2. Can the West Indies recover? Can they be inspired by the thought that if you feed your faith, doubt will starve to death, and come home with the victory? Come home with the cherries, we shall see. Here's Stark in bowls to Hope, and Hope is playing in the dark, really, coming onto the front foot. The ball cut back at him and ends up down at the wicket.
Yeah, another good ball again to Shea Hope, and he really was aiming to drive that ball on the offside, but instead he just got an inside edge and it went out to square leg. So once again, staying on the back foot. And, I guess he must be wondering, when Stark's going to get bowled the short delivery, because he's looked to go full all the time, and you've got to be careful, because that short ball will come around at some point.
Well, he's got 8, 20 for 2 over number 5, and Stark steams in, elbows pumping, goes past the umpire and bowls, and once again, good pace. That's bang on target at the line of the off stump, playing away from the body again. That was at 143, and stabs it jerkily into the offside. The second set fielder comes forward to collect it, and there's no run. Australia won the toss and elected to bat, as they did in the first game, and won comfortably, one on the canter. And today they made 187 and 47 overs and 1 ball, to which the West Indies replied. They're 20 for 2 in pursuit of 188 for victory. And Stark has been the main man. He's picked up 2 for 6. He's in his third over as he steams in from the northern end to bowl to Hope. In bowls to Hope. Hope is driving over cover 4 runs. He had some width. It was full. He went after it. Fighting far with far. Through extra cover. That goes for 4 to carry the score to 24 for 2. Rolling.
Yeah, full and wide. Good shot by Shea Hope. He's going to go after anything that is in his arc. Out there wide, he just throws his arm at as it gets full contact. And I must say, Andrew, I'm very, very surprised that Mitchell Stark hasn't tried to bowl a few short balls at Shea Hope, because Shea Hope is the driver of the ball. He likes to get that ball which is full.
Right. Well, it may come along now, because fast bowlers do not be hit like that. So I think we can predict that he may bowl the short ball, but we shall see. He may even surprise us and go with the Yorker. Last ball of the overs. He comes up now, he's in, and bowls to Hope, and Hope is getting him outside the off stump, and once again playing away from the body, but gets it out towards cover to end the over. Not with the same venom as the previous 2. At the end of the over, Stark bowling 3 overs, 1 being 2 for 10. We've now completed 5 overs. 24 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
It's a super sale. Now on at CaribbeanLEDlighting.com. Shop online and find the fixtures you're looking for at super low prices. Get flush mounts, wall mounts, vanity lights, pendants, and even chandeliers, all now on sale. Reap the savings on the perfect accessories to style or restyle your home inside or out. Log on to CaribbeanLEDlighting.com for the super sale. Now on.
Caribbean LED Lighting. Look on the brighter side.
Well, the action will continue as it's going to be Airgar as he comes up now. He's in balls, the ball pitched in the pads and flicked out towards the wicket. And that's Mohammed. And the current score is 24 for 2 thanks to LED lighting. Look on the brighter side. I like that slogan. And of course, Crumbs Bakery, even down to the last crumb. And based on what I've seen from you today, Roland, you enjoy Crumbs Bakery, thanks to Michael Arthur and his wonderful team, Cecil and company up there at Windies, for providing some very good goodies for the commentators. Of course, the commentators can't complain. In fact, they've even got tea and coffee in the box. Here's Airgar as he starts his run again. Comes up now, he's in and bowls to Mohammed into this delivery. Mohammed is going back deep in his crease, pushes up towards that mid-on area. There's no run for him. So, Saturday night in Barbados, what will they do? Well, COVID has restricted everyone, really. But normally it would have been a hive of activity in Baxter's Road. Where do you ever get fish from Baxter's Road, Roland? Are you a Baxter's Road man?
No, Andrew. I live in Christchurch, so I tend to.
You go to Oysters?
They're very much in Christchurch.
And they tell me the fish in Oysters is just as good. I'm sure Ralph Thorne MP, QC as well, doing a lot of work there up in Christchurch South will agree with that. Agar comes up and bowls to Mohammed. Mohammed is driving through cover. Wonderful shot, 4 runs. Oh, that was sweet as a Julie Mango. It was pitched in the off stump and driven. That was a wonderful shot. And raced across the outfield like a shot from a gun. Pitched up, his eyes open wide. Thank you very much for that wonderful gift. And that goes through cover. Mohammed gets a boundary to go to 5. 28 for 2 and over number 6. Well played, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, well put away there by Mohammed. But again, too full. And Mohammed took full advantage of that and really timed it beautifully through the offside.
Agar again comes up on his way to bowl to Mohammed, and to this delivery he's forward and drives well through cover, runs for him. I don't think he's going to get to the boundary. One to get a second, they'll even contemplate the third, and I think had they been running with the pace of an Obadele, Usain Bolt, they would have gotten 3 there. I'm sure the Australian will be running back for the third. That's something that annoys me about West Indies cricket. And they didn't take off at any great pace. They got 2. As it went down to cover, pull back just in front of the boundary. They're back for the second. Mohammed goes to 7. Hope is on 12. Partnership has just realized 19. It's 30 for 2 the target. Now 158. These two would want to steady the rocking ship. Here's Agar as he starts his run from the southern end. Comes into Jason Mohammed into this delivery. Full, and he drives through cover 4 runs. Wide a bit off. Full toss, and he said, thank you very much indeed. If you're going to bowl that, I'm going to spank you. And that goes across the outfield. That's a wonderful shot by the little man from the land of Calypso. Went past mid-off to mid-off's left. That goes for 4 to carry Mohammed into double figures. And the best is a 34 for 2 rolling.
Yeah, lovely shot again by Mohammed. Again with a gift there by Agar. Really, that was a terrible delivery. It was nice, juicy full toss outside the off stump. And, Agar...
He looks like okay. No big thing. No big thing at all to me. I may be wrong. He comes up now, Agar. He's in, bows to Mohammed into this delivery. Mohammed is covering up. Much better delivery. But his bat is broad as Frederick Street there in Port of Spain, the nation's capital. And the ball goes up towards that cover area. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago, home of some wonderful people. Sweet singing the Baron. Of course, the sweet talking Basdio Pandey and the Shark and Bake of Maracas Bay. You've been to Maracas Bay, haven't you? You like it there? We call it Shark and Bake, but I think they call it Bacon Shark. Is it Shark and Bake or is it Bacon Shark? Is it Bacon Shark? Okay.
Bacon Shark.
Oh, Bacon Shark. But we call it, okay. It's almost like stew beef or beef stew. You know that, don't you? Oh, come on. Radio is always about commentary and about fun. 34 for loss of 2. Stew beef, and they say all kind of things when you go to Jamaica. Of course, they've got the lovely escovy fish. You go to a place out in Port Royal, I think at Gloria's, you enjoy yourself. Always great to go around the Caribbean. Now here is a ball which is driven by That's Hope. As start continues, it doesn't time it very well. It goes up towards Bid-Off Hope. There's no run. Of course, in Georgetown, there's a place. I don't remember where it is, but Germans. It's a place where you have some wonderful, wonderful soup. Wonder if it still exists, really. I think, was it in Tiger Bay? Not quite sure. I'm sure that Roddy Baird, who's listened to the commentaries, would tell me. But I always enjoyed going to Germans there in Guyana. Of course, Imran Khan will be telling me and sending me a note on it as well. 34 for loss of 2. Always great to go around the Caribbean. Here we go. Stark comes up again. He's in and bows the ball pitched up, and the batsman is coming forward, hoping just drives it down towards Bid-Off. Stark seems a little bit down on pace here, but you never know. But just warm into the task. 34 for loss of 2.
Yeah, I think his length is a little bit too full at this moment in time, because Shea Hope's going to go after full deliveries. So really,
what I think Shea Hope should really do here is to try and survive.
Well, no, I think he's doing exactly what he needs to do. If the ball is there, he's got to play a shot, because you just try and survive, and then you lose 1 or 2 quick wickets, you're in trouble. So
as they open, see Stark off.
Well, Stark,
I think they should. I think they should.
But Stark needs to try and really back him up a bit.
Let's see how he does in terms of pace. As he comes up now, he's in and bowls a ball which is once again coming back at the batsman. Good pace. What pace was that? They have a look and tell me.
147. 147. But the important thing about that delivery, Andrew, was the length.
Yeah, the length.
That was more of a lengthish delivery, not full.
Right.
Because if it's full, Hope's going to go after it. But
indeed,
I think Stark needs to bowl from that length back towards him.
Right.
Even shorter still.
You're right. Yes.
Try and make Shea Hope play cross back shots, because he's looking for straight back drives.
This is an important period, because I rather suspect Stark may be pulled out pretty soon. So they're going to try and value the wicket, stay at the crease. Stark comes up now, he's in and bowls, and Hope is coming forward. Inside edge will get a single, goes out to mid-wicket, mid-on, comes across to the right, and he comes through rather quickly for the single. Shea Hope is on 13. Mohammed is there as well. It's 35 for 2. He's got 11 over number 7. Partnership of 24. They're trying to steady the rocking ship. The batsman to go. Lewis leg before plumb to Stark for a 1, and then Bravo. Well, he didn't last as long as a snow cone, as they would say, and he was bowled by Stark for a dot. I think in Jamaica they call it sky juice. I think 35 for loss of 2. The action continues. Here's Stark as he starts his run, comes up, he's on his way to bowl to Mohammed, and Mohammed gets a wide ball outside the off stump. Full and he's happily coming across and allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. Roland, you want to say something?
Yeah, that delivery, again, good pace, but wide, and Mohammed offering to let it go through. And again, he's played a couple of good shots as well. Mohammed, this partnership is now realised some 24 runs, and it's an important one because they don't want to get too into the middle order too quickly.
Right, okay. 35 for 2. Last ball of over number 7. I've been on for a long time. I think the commentators have deserted me. They've all gone home. But of course someone will help me in a minute. Here's the last ball of the over. Comes in to bowl to Mohammed. Mohammed gets one side off of beauty. Might have just kept his bat inside the line, but it was angled across him, and the ball went very close to the outside edge. But importantly, from a West Indian perspective, he survives. Mohammed is on 11, Hope is on 13. They converge in mid-pitch. It's 35 for 2. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, just to finish that over off with a 145 delivery, and again, start space. He's kept his pace up all the way through. He may be getting towards having a bit of a breather now, and as we thought, really change the ball in from our end, Andrew, because Agar was just a little bit too eager, too expensive, ball a little bit too full, and really got driven on a couple of occasions. So it's now Meredith.
Well, yes, Meredith comes up now. He's in, and to this delivery, which is on the line to the leg stump. Hope back in his crease and works the ball away down to forward square. There's no run. 35 for 2. I shall endeavour to run through the details of what has happened so far. Of course, commentators are criticised for not doing the basics in terms of giving you all the scorecards. Well, we were here from very early. Some of us arrived late as normal. Never get commentators to arrive at the ground in time. 35 for 2, but they always make it in the nick of time. Meredith turns now, operating from the southern end of the Malcolm Marsh end, comes in on his way to bowl to Hope, and to this delivery, Hope is covering up, opens the face of the bat and runs it down towards that short third man area. There is no run, so I shall endeavour to run through the details of what has happened. You recall that the Australians, since Thursday, that seemed to be a long time ago, Roland, they won the toss. The game continued, so there was no toss today. And it was McDermott caught Hope ball by Cottrell to duck. Felipe was caught by Lewis off Joseph 16. Marsh caught Hope ball holder 8. Carey bowled by Hossein for 10. Enriquez was caught by hold off Hossein for 4. Here's Meredith as he comes into bowl to Hope, and this Hope is edging down to third man. It's going to go for 4. The third man is wide, couldn't get across in time start, so he gets a boundary, but I'm sure he's quite happy playing away from the body. Pass slip down to third man, that goes for 4. The third man is wide. Hope goes to 17.39 for 2. Turner bowled by Hossein 1. Stark leg before Walsh 19. Wade caught Poran bowled by Joseph 36. Zampa was bowled by Cottrell 36. Agar he was caught Lewis and his contribution was actually 41. The bowler was Joseph, and in the end 187 in 47 overs and 2 balls. Here's a ball which is pitched on the line to the legs and whipped away through the wicket by Hope. Without the legs to get there, the race is going to be tight, but the ball wins the battle. It does. It goes for 4. It slowed considerably, but had the legs to get there, as the field at mid-on chased after it but couldn't pull it back, and the ball might have just come from the bottom of the bat, was pitched up. Hope gets 4 to go to 21-43 for the loss of 2. Just to continue quickly with the scorecard. In terms of the bowling, Cottrell 8 overs 1 bait 2 for 29. Holder 7 overs no winners 1 for 41. Hossein 10 overs no winners 3 for 30. Walsh 10 overs no winners 1 for 32. Mohammed 4 overs no winners none for 12. And of course Walsh 10 overs no winners 1 for 32. Here's Meredith as he comes into Hope, who's on 21 into this delivery. He's forward and drives from it on. You don't run for that, my friend, you spoil it. Goes for 4. Oh yes, says our media man Mr. Philip Spooner, who played for Spartan, never got many runs, beautifully played through it on. That's a wonderful shot, goes for 4. And Hope growing in confidence, he goes to 25-47 for 2. Roland, talk to me.
Yeah, much more confident shot that there by Shea Hope. Held his position well. There's no Madon in place because he's fairly straight. And that one raced up to the boundary for 4. So 3 boundaries in this over, really.
Yep, it's 47 for 2. West Indies hoping that these two can drop anchor and really do a good job. Meredith's in both shot, banged into the pitch. That had a bit of pace on it. How many did that in terms of what? Was that 144?
Yeah, but his very first ball of his spell was 145.
145.
So he's just really showing that he can crank it up. But I think that's how Australia have to bowl at this moment in
aggressively,
time.
I think.
They have to bowl aggressively, just keep these two batsmen guessing. They've been a little bit too friendly in the last couple of overs, just pitching the ball up and getting driven through the offside and through the onside. And that last delivery there by Meredith, I think that was a good response, just to let the batsman know, no, it's not going to be your way all the time, and you're going to have to work hard for these runs. Nice quick bouncer.
Yeah, indeed, it was pretty sharp. 47 for 2. We're going to see some spin rolling. So start.
Your mate Zampa.
Zampa, 4 overs, 1 bin, 2 for 11, gets a breather. Got 3 overs, no bidders, none for 19. Meredith, 1 over cost 12, and Zampa will come into the attack. And I would think these two batsmen will be quite happy that there's some spin now, getting away a bit from the pace, especially of Stark.
Yes, they will, but they'll still have to play well, because if they allow Zampa to just get into some rhythm and build some pressure, then they could get into trouble as well. So they're going to have to look to keep scoring and rotate the strike. Probably a better position now for Zampa to bowl in. The other game, really, he didn't bowl that well at all. He was clobbered by Kieran Pollard.
Well, it's 47 for 2. It's going to be Zampa to see what he can do. As he will start, he's going to bowl to Mohammed, who's got 11. He's in from the northern end, and this first delivery is a pitch on the line of the off stump, a little bit of turn away from the right hand, and he pushes down to cover. There's no run. He started well. He's got 3 men on the offside, saving 1. Zampa tosses the ball from hand to hand, now grips it, starts his gentle run, comes in and bowls to Mohammed. Mohammed is forward and drives inside edge, and the ball goes up to the onside the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. There's a bit of a naughty shot there by Mohammed. He draws the way down towards square leg. He's got 11, 47 for 2. And it's going to be Zampa as he comes up now again. He's in, and to this delivery, Mohammed is bowled. Well, that was an absolute nothing shot by Mohammed. When you've seen Stark off, Zampa comes into the attack. I'll ask Roland Butcher to describe that. But the West Indies losing their 3rd wicket with Mohammed bowls Zampa 11 and over number 9, 47 for 3.
Yes, he's a bit unfortunate here, Andrew, because that ball was a full delivery. It's come off the pad and gone on onto the stump. So really, Mohammed not the luck go there with him. Full length delivery. He's looking to drive it on the onside. Ball come off the back pad and then cannon into his stump. So Australia picked up their 3rd wicket, and Zampa, he has his first, and just really what West Indies didn't want, because Mohammed and Hope had just started to put together a partnership, and Zampa has broken that in his first over as Poohan now comes to the crease, and he's really going to be under pressure as well, particularly against the leg spinner. It's going to be tough, Andrew. I think Shea Hope has got a big role to play here this evening.
Yeah, I would think so as well. 47 for 3. Of course, we're going to have a double change with Jamal Smith coming calling with his good friend Philip Hackett. They're both from Empire, although when you listen to Philip Hackett and Saturdays, you're not sure whether he supports Empire Spartan. We do know that Keith Holt is a big Empire man, and we also know that he's not a St. Catherine's man, given what he said about St. Catherine's. They don't like you, but they feel, Mr. Holder, 47 for 3. So, what do we have? We got West Indies in the spot of bother, and of course Roland Butcher is a St. Catherine's man, but I think he's more up to UWI really. 47 for 3. So, what do we have here? We got the new batsman in Poran. There are 3 balls left in over number 9. And, of course, Roland Butcher takes his break. And, we should ask you to comment on whether Mr. Mohammed should be batting at 4 on the side. Send us a WhatsApp at 1246-253-4679. Of course, millstopvibes@gmail.com, and we will certainly want to hear from you. Should he be batting at number 4? Here's Zampa to bowl to the left-handed Poran. He comes in and to this delivery. He's on the back foot, plays it capably into the onside, but a bit of pressure. There's a slip and a leg slip. Now, welcome back, Jamal. 47 for 3.
Yes, game interestingly poised, Andrew. These two have some work to do. Two of the better batters in the team, if we're being honest, particularly to spin bowling.
Well, we'll see what they do here. 2 balls left in over number 9. Zampa comes out now, bowls to Paran. Paran is off the back foot, looks to play the ball squarely offside, goes by to be taken by the keeper. That was a bit of a naughty shot by Paran.
Yes, certainly. Second ball in, not wise to be playing across batter's throat so early in the mix. Andrew, really nothing short at the end of the day. It was a googly as well.
Is there a batsman short? Have a look at that, because after these you've got Pollard and Holt and then the bowlers. Here is Zampa in, bowls off the back foot and strokes the ball away out towards cover. That's Paran, but can't pierce the heavily set offside field. And we've now completed over number 9. At the end of it, the West Indies are 47 for 3. 47 for 3. Paran hasn't scored yet. Hope is on 25. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Any time is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Now with 2 convenient locations, Fairchild Street in the city and Speightstown, St. Peter. Try their snack boxes, 2 pieces, fries and a bun for only $12.99, or the loaded fries with chicken deliciousness for only $11.99. With barbecue and fried chicken, delicious burgers, the freshest salads and sides. Any time is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Follow at Crispy Fried Chicken BDS on Instagram.
All right, so thank you very much indeed. Well, time for a change of commentator. Philip Hackett is just making sure that everything is sanitized there. Philip, are you ready and ready to rumble? Over to you.
Ready, willing, and ready to go. So too is the bowler, and he is at the top of his mark. Agar? No, it's not Agar. Meredith. 1 over for 12 runs, so he will try to improve on that not so good start as he runs away from us. A slip in support as he moves past the umpire. He runs in now and he's up to the wicket to bowl to Hope. Hope gets a good delivery. One that touchdown, maybe just about, as you like to call it, Jamal, that fourth stump. And it lured him into the stroke. It went past the outside edge. Now he comes down and does a bit of gardening, has a chat with Puran, I suppose, as much to settle his nerves as anything else.
Lovely to hear you using my terminologies, Philip, and rubbing off on you.
I'm telling you that I associate with good people and therefore I do good things.
It is unfortunate we can't carry on our off-ear conversation, Philip, but let's get down to business.
Andrew would make sure we don't even come through again if you
Yes, let's get down to business, Philip.
So here is Meredith as he moves in again, right arm mode. He has a very straight approach and a busted in run too. And here's Hope playing that rather late and playing it square into the offside. Good delivery, but I thought it was well played. It was played late, which meant I suppose he was keeping his eyes on the ball and played it up into the offside. He's got 25 from 26, 5 boundaries. And of course, Puran has just come in, has just faced the 3 balls. Pollard, Jason, Holder, and then, Azar Joseph, Hayden Walsh Jr., Akil Hussain, Sheldon Cottrell. I think the West Indies have got to get some productivity from these 2, and then Pollard and Holder. Wouldn't put too much money on the others, and I don't mean that in a negative way. Here's an attempted hook, which is going over the head of the batsman. The keeper has to jump high to take it. I don't mean that in any insulting way. Of course, we all know Azar Joseph can handle himself, and I have a great lot of respect for Hayden Walsh Jr., even if others don't. So I'm not writing them off at all. But the reality is, in terms of specialist batsmen, you really wouldn't go past Jason Holder.
Just a bit of bits and pieces coming into the end, but guys that can get 20, 25, 30 as well, Philip, and this target 187 is not a big one.
47 for 3 is not a big one, but it's beginning to look rather big from 47 for 3. And here's a ball played square into the offside again by Hope down towards point no run. 47 for 3. Well, maybe you're not panicking as yet now, Jamal, but I suspect that less than 60 or 70 for 4 would create some concern in some quarters.
Well, I'll be very honest with you, Philip. Won't be panicking as long as Shea Hope is at the crease. This is his version of the game. He's a wonderful exponent of the 50 over game. He's looking pretty good. I realize that he's seeking to be a bit more positive towards Meredith as well. Probably a tactical game plan, possibly knowing that Stark is a threat, etc., etc. Possibly trying to transfer that pressure back onto Australia. He's already played an array of lovely strokes in this 25.
He also tried to be quite positive against Agar, but he waits now for Meredith and is turning this one away down towards forward square and there's no run. But yes, He's played a couple of really strokes that really left you in awe, especially that there was a flick, I think it was up towards the wicket, and that was stunning, and then he followed it with an on-drive of the highest quality.
Yes, of the highest quality, and we must admit, particularly when the ball is in the fullish area, when Shea Hope goes on the drive both on the offside and the onside, one really has to sit and admire the class in which he goes about his business. But as we well know, Shea Hope is a guy that he sets his stall in this 50 over cricket and goes a long way, so a target like this wouldn't faze him too much.
And talking about rubbing off, I'll get back to that in a minute. So is into Hope, and Hope drives up towards cover, between cover and mid-off, extra cover and mid-off. They'll pick up a couple of runs here. I think they'll just get 2 and turn for the second and complete it, which takes the score up to 49 for the loss of 3. So over number 10 has now been completed, the first power play, and after 10, West Indies set a target of 187 for victory, 49 for 3, the latest at Kensington.
Yes, and a pretty decent over from Meredith, considering that his first over was a bit expensive. And as we rightly said, Philip, this pair would have to do that rebuilding work and try to get the West Indies closer to that 187. You don't want a case where Pollard, Captain Pollard and Jason Holder come in too early and have too much to do. The wickets that have fell, Stark bowled 2 lovely deliveries to get rid of Evan Lewis and Darren Bravo. And we were saying offset, particularly Evan Lewis, seems to be having just a few challenges to Mitchell Stark. He tends to run into his pads a lot, and that LBW was certainly on the cards. That this over seems not to be finished, Philip.
Well, I don't know why I got the impression it was finished, but it's certainly not. As Meredith turns and moves into bowl to Shea Hope, who's on 27, moves past the now, and he's giving himself room and playing the tennis shot out towards cover for a single, and I think I can safely say the over has now come to an end, and that comes to an end at 51 for the loss of 3. And I talked about rubbing off just now, Jamal, and that was because in other words, one thing rubbing off on another person. I turned a while ago off here to say a word to Keith Holder, and when I looked back, I was just in time to see a lovely extra cover drive heading out to the boundary for 4. And I said, wow, that looks good, Shea. Yeah. And then recognized that Shea Hope was at the non-striker's end. It was Jason Mohammed who played the stroke.
And to be fair to Jason Mohammed, he actually played 2 very attractive strokes through the extra cover region, gifting his wicket away. As we well know, just now that wicket to Adam Zampa was a bit soft, but certainly it was an encouraging start from his perspective, but obviously not being able to carry on. But as we said, Philip,
The Beat 104.1 FM, where FM means your favorite music.
It's in our name. Fried chicken, it's our thing. Others may try, but we have the original. We put the extra and extra crispy. And our secret in everyone's mouth. So if we want to make the best chicken sandwich, we just need to put our name on it. New Kentucky Chicken Sandwich. An abundant triple-breaded filet, premium mayo and pickles, all in a buttered brioche bun. The best chicken sandwich had to be KFC.
Everywhere I go, all the places that I've been, every smile's a new horizon on a land I've never seen. There are people around the world, different faces, different names, but there's one true emotion that reminds me we're the same. Let's talk about love. From the laughter of a child to the tears of our grown men, there's a thread that runs right through us and helps us understand. as subtle as a breeze that finds a flicker to a flame. From the very first sweet melody to the very last refrain, let's talk about love. Let's talk about us. Let's talk about life.
Standing by to rejoin live coverage of the cricket West Indies versus Australia.
Oceans apart, day after day, and I slowly go insane. I hear your voice on the line, but it doesn't stop the pain. If I see you next can't you see it, baby? You've got me going crazy. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be right here waiting for you. Whatever it takes, or how my heart breaks, I will be right here waiting for you. I wonder how we can survive this romance. But in the end, if I'm with you, I'll take the chance. Oh, can't you see it, baby? You've got me going crazy. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be right here waiting for you. Whatever it takes, or how my heart breaks, I will be right here waiting for you.
Music from Richard Marks, standing by to rejoin live coverage of the second one-day international. West Indies versus Australia. And currently the West Indies are 62 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Agar, right arm fast, and a drive. Wonderful stroke, but well cut off as well. At mid-off, he beat the short extra cover, and trying to pick up who's over there at mid-off, ran the run. Henriquez. I know your eyes are very sharp, and although Andrew Mason is 6 inches away from the screen, he could not identify him, Bert, because I don't think he knows him.
Yeah, Henriques, as we should say, and that's the one thing we need to clean up on the pronunciation. Remember, we were debating about Felipe.
That's right. Yes.
It's very interesting. We this side of the world, we pronounce these words as such, but obviously on the other side of the world, they're pronounced otherwise.
Very good, Bert. That's why you were a student of Jeff Booms. 94 for 5. And Holder, yes, no, they will get home safely. And a bit of indecision. The ball was pushed just behind the point. And bits of indecision as diving to his left to do the fielding was Turner. In the end, they got home safely. 95 for 5. This is the 21st over. And Holder 11, Puran comes on strike. He has 15 after a bit of discussion in mid-pitch.
Yeah, that would have been a catastrophe, Keith. But, that's just the hallmark of the fielding of the Australians. So far, we've seen him diving around to their lefts and their rights and really stopping some very enterprising strokes from the West Indies. And there it was, swooping around at third man and almost causing a collision and a run-out.
So Agar continues from around the wicket at the Joel Garner end, and it's pushed down into the covers by Puran for a single. He goes to 16, Holder has 11. They've put together 24 invaluable runs, and they need to keep level heads and remain there. The overs are not a problem. The target is 188. The likes of Joseph, who now fancies himself as a fast bowling all-rounder. He Walsh, who likes to give the ball a clout. The leg spinner who bats left-handed. Akil Hossain, he's no slouch, and Sheldon Cockrell, in my opinion, is the only rabbit. 96 for 5. Is my assessment good enough, Jamal?
That's fair enough, Keith.
Okay, once you have given me marks, I will take them. Bowling over the wicket on this occasion, and Holder in behind it. Just pushes it in the area of where a slip would have been. Saw the opportunity for a single. Kerry from behind the stumps had to run around, and it's taken quite comfortably. So Holder 12, Puran 16, 97 for 5. You were one of the most inspirational leaders as a club captain here in Barbados. At this stage, what would you keep saying to your batsmen if you had to send a little message out?
Well, obviously, and they're doing exactly that, seeing off the danger men and rotating the strike, just keeping the wickets intact, because obviously, Keith, the longer you stay, the easier things get. And as we already said, the two real threats are Zampa and Stark.
With Puran on strike, Agar goes around the wicket again and back to one, lifting slightly. Agar turns and heads back to his mark. It was pushed down towards the area of the silly point where Wade comes in from extra cover to do the fielding. There is no run. 97 for 5 with one ball left in the 21st over.
Yeah, and a bit on West Agar, Keith. So far since I've seen him in the first ODI, and no, he's really only been predominantly bowling one length. I actually can't recall a single half volley that West Agar has bowled. He just runs in and he hits the deck. He hits that probably just around 6 meter mark, and he hits it very, very hard. And he's not the quickest, but he certainly hits the deck as hard as possible.
Here's the last ball of his fourth over, and this one beats him with pace and good bunks outside of the off stump. Puran, the batsman, taken by Kiri. 21 overs have been completed. West Indies set 187 for victory from 50 overs, 97 for 5. That's the latest score at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, that length again, Keith, and pretty predictable. Not much lateral movement or offer from Agar. So that's really, you have to say, Keith, a defensive length. So not really a big wicket-taking threat at this moment. So as I said before, the key is really to see out Stark and Zampa and keep manipulating the strike towards the other bowlers and not giving your wicket away, because certainly this is the most important partnership now of the West Indian innings. They're still pretty far adrift at 97 for 5, target obviously being 188. Lots of work for these two to do, but they certainly can do it. As we see now, there's another bowling change, and that's what happens, Keith, when the bowling staff is limited, certainly in terms of wicket taking options. You try to create that illusion by mixing it around. So Mitchell Stark now, he has 4 overs left. Zampa has 4 overs left. Realistically, those 8 overs are the wicket taking over, so to speak, and these make-up bowlers, if you will. Mitch Marsh, for instance, he has a bit of a golden arm as well, but these guys are the guys that the West Indians cannot afford to give their wickets to.
So Marsh with his first delivery, right arm medium pace over the wicket from the Marshall end and Holder guys it behind point. Wade makes a stumbling save to his left. There is no run. This is the 22nd over, 97 for 5, a partnership of 25. Puran is on 16, Holder 12. And you look at the partnership so far, before this, the best would have been 36 in 5 overs and 3 balls for the third wicket between Hope and Mohammed. So very vital they stand. Andrew Mason and Roland Butcher are standing by to replace us. Andrew gives a sort of look as if to say, well, you should have been over this chair before. But I think he did an hour exactly when the innings started. He had an hour for himself. And Michael Sobers, who is our technical guru, says keep him at bay for the next 15 minutes. I would never do that. I would never threaten a Mason from Bayfield.
Well, Keith, another good delivery there from Mitch Marsh, and as we said, Keith, this now is a period where they cannot afford to give their wickets away. This is sort of the make-up overs, if you will.
Here's Marsh in the game. Before the slip, there's a third man in, Holder on the front foot, coming out and pushes it into the covers. There is no run. I've been getting some WhatsApp messages, and those messages mainly relate to the presence of Jason Mohammed in this side. You look at the screen there, the West Indies players. These guys are young.
3 Guyanese in a row. I see Shepherd, Sinclair, and Hetmeyer all there with the bibs on.
You're sharp, Bert. You're sharp. How old are you now?
36.
You're a very young man. Here is Marsh. Short and Holder pulls. Wonderful shot down to the mid-wicket boundary. Pick short and with a quick eye, he pivoted and pulled it down to the mid-wicket boundary. Now joining Puran on a 16, taking the partnership to 29. It's his first boundary, having faced 26 balls. Brings up the 100 for West Indies. 101 for 5 after 21 overs and 4 balls.
That's a purposeful shot there from Jason Holder. There you see him intently hitting the ball away from that deep man at backward square, all the way wide to the mid-wicket area. Good shot for 4.
Marsh again to hold a pitch on the pass, and he flicks it down into the fine leg boundary. So 2 consecutive boundaries for Jason Holder as he now goes up to 20, and West Indies are 105 for 5 in the 22nd over. Puran is on 16, a partnership of 30.
Yes, back-to-back boundaries certainly doing the world of good. There was Mitchell Marsh airing on the fuller side, possibly overcompensating for that short delivery before that was pulled in front square, and Jason Holder equal to the task.
So the stand worth 33, current run rate 4.81 outside of the off stump, and he belatedly lets it go to Carey. A required run rate, Jamal, of 2.96. So as I was pointing out, not a problem with the overs. The important thing is to keep wickets in hand, a West Indies win to level the series, and then to have what will be decided here on Monday. The over has been completed. Andrew gives me the nod. Get out of your chair, Keith. 105 for 5. That's the latest score at Kensington Oval, West Indies. 22 overs have been bowled. More from Jamal, and then you'll hear from Andrew.
Yeah, very productive over there from the West Indian perspective. Jason Holder being able to pick up 2 much needed boundaries first. A nice pull stroke in front of mid-wicket, a couple bounces into the boundary for 4, and then a flick, a very fine flick beating the fine leg to his right for 4 off Mitchell Marsh. So that's certainly not the start that Mitchell Marsh would have wanted, conceding 8 runs and really relieving some of that pressure that has been applied, Andrew.
So it's 83 more to get. 5 wickets in the bag. The West Indies looking to win this. They've got Holder, their former captain, and of course they've got Puran, young buck who looks a good player. Here is Ega, comes up and bowls to Puran. Puran is covering up, pushes from the off stump down towards cover. There is no run. So Holder understands the importance of the leader, having been there before. Of course, the business of a leader is to turn obstacles into stepping stones and disaster to triumph. And the West Indies at one stage were 69 for 4, and then 5 for 72, but they've carried it to 105 for 5. And I'm sure they're hoping that these two can shepherd the flock to safety, if one cares to describe it like that. Round the wicket comes Ergaz. He comes in and bowls to Puran, and Puran is off the back foot looking to force the ball away, flies past the outside edge, taken by the keeper. There's a grunt from the bowler, and he must be very happy about that. Puran walks away down towards square leg. He knows he's played a naughty shot. He's added 33 already with Holder. He's got 16 holders on 20, 105 for 5 as we welcome back Roland Butcher. Nice to see you, Roland, and you well.
Very well, Andrew. Good to see you. Quickish delivery there by. Here we go. And forcing off the back foot. And luckily not to get an outside edge. Carried nicely through to the keeper, perhaps just above chest height.
Well, there's no slip. Here's Ergar round the wicket from the northern end to bowl to Puran, and Puran covers up, and the ball almost goes onto his stumps. In fact, he came forward, the ball hit the bat and was running back to his stumps, and he came back to protect the stumps as well, and it went just outside the off stump. Good pace save by Ergar. Looks to be pretty slippery, and now the two will converge in mid-pitch.
Yes, and first of all, he was looking to go for a single, and came back just in case the ball was spinning back towards the stumps.
Over number 23, it's 105 for 5. Let me remind you, the target is 188, and Ergar begins to move in on his way from the northern end to bowl to Puran. Into this delivery, he's off the back foot and plays it square the offside, down to cover. There's protection of the boundary. The batsman have time for a single, play that quite well. He looks a good player, Puran, and certainly there's some who were calling for him to maybe play test cricket, but I suppose these guys don't really want to play the longer version. They love the T20s and they love the ODIs. He goes to 20, what's he now, 17. Holder's gone to 20. 106 for 5. Can Holder see the West Indies home here? We shall see. He's got the ability, there's no doubt about that. The former West Indies captain, Ergar again, comes in to bowl to the right-handed Holder, and to this delivery, he's forward and plays it up towards mid-off, takes an exploratory step out of his crease, and then Puran says no, there's no need to flirt with danger. Holder listens to the young buck and says, I'll go back into my crease, but I must play with a lovely flourish, elbows well caught. Holder, of course, knows Kensington well. He's made a double century here, and it was against England.
Yes, and in a winning cause. So.
It is, yes. Well, he's on 20 now. Puran is on 17. They've added 34 for wicket number 6. Last ball of over number 23 being bowled by Ergar as he bounds in from the northern end to bowl to Holder. This delivery, Holder's covering up to a ball that cuts back at him, and the ball is from the inside edge running down to where forward short leg would be, and at the end of that over, Puran is very much on the 17. Holder's got 20, 105 for a loss of 5 wickets that he just scored Kensington.
Bro, did you know that if you switch to LED lighting throughout your home, that you could save as much as 80% on your lighting costs?
Yes, man.
And did you know, wait, you knew that?
Of course, I also know that with using LED lights, I get brighter lighting that lasts longer and is better for the environment too. And by choosing my LED lights from Caribbean LED, I get up to 3 years warranty.
Wow, you know very much.
I hear all the ads on radio for Caribbean LED. Call them and ask at 621-0092 or visit them in Lower Estate or Vildy if you don't believe me.
All right, so thanks to LED Lighting, thanks to Shelley Hardin, thanks of course to Crumbs Bakery. Can you imagine that we had Crumbs since about 1:30 and still plenty still left really? Roland Bush will take some home for his grandson. 106 for loss of 5. And Roland, what would you like? Do you like the meat rolls, do you?
Andrew, I'm not a pastry man, I'm afraid.
You're not a pastry man?
No.
Okay, well, 106 for 5. So it's going to be Mitch March, who must be a pastry man as he starts his run, comes into bowl to left-handed Puran delivery. He's off the back foot and just runs it down towards that backward point area. There's a loud shout of no coming from Holder as Puran was flirting with the idea of a single, and he returns to base. He comes on the pitch to pot it, and we'll have a little word with Holder. What do you think they're talking about?
Well, I would imagine that at this stage they would just say, just keep going, just keep ticking over, make sure we don't lose any wickets. We've got plenty of overs left.
Yes.
And, just keep batting.
Well, to come, Joseph followed by Walsh, Hossain and Cottrell. Here's March. Comes up now, he's into this delivery. Puran is flicking the ball away for a single. Pitched on his pads, goes down to forward square. Lovely turn of the wrist and impact. Gets a single to go now, try and make him 18. Holders on 20, 107 for 5. So they require another 81. The current rate, which is not of any real interest, is more academic now. 4.59. The rate required is 3.04. I think what is required for the West Indies to occupy the crease and just bat with a washpan of common sense and win the game. Here's Marsh as he comes in again from the southern end to bowl to Holder. Holder is forward with batters broad street. Plays it up towards that mid-off area. More extra cover really. There's no run for him. Holder just draws away down towards that short fine leg position, just trying to keep the concentration levels going. And Poran comes down to have a word with him, maybe saying, former skip, just stay with me. Let's battle away and be inspired by faith and come and win the game. And win it for the West Indies. Make everyone from Kingston, Jamaica to Rob Street in Georgetown happy. Here's a ball which is outside the off-stump, edge down to third man 4. No slip. Third man can't get across in time. The ball goes away for 411 for 5. And had David Shepherd been alive, he would have been all over the place with full of energy. Holder gets a 4 to go to 24. They need 77 with 5 wickets in the bag.
Yeah, fortune favouring Holder there, nice outswinger. But this late in the game, the ball going down to the boundary for 4, and I think Australia missing a trick at this time.
She's have a slip in, you think?
Well, the only way Australia can win this game is by bowling.
I would think so
West
as well.
Indies out, so they've got to attack.
Here's Marsh, comes in, bowls to Holder. Holder's forward to a ball which might have been a bit slower, and comes forward. The bat solid into the line, plays out to cover. A little bit of swing away from the right-hander. Comes down to have a little word again. You're right. Bit surprised that there's no slip in place.
Yeah, I mean, with so much time left in the game, really, you cannot be this defensive.
No.
You've got 5 wickets down. You know that your only chance of winning the game is bowling the team out. How are you going to get them out? You can't be looking for run-outs, so you've got to have slips in place.
Marsh comes in to bowl to Holder. The Holder is getting a lovely outswinger. Comes from the outer portion of the mat, and it will get a single. The third man is very wide, so 1 to Holder to retain the strike. The partnership worth 40. Precious runs for the West Indies. At the end of over number 24, the West Indies 112 for 5, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and the partnership now worth some 40, and 40 valuable runs for the West Indies. It was a lovely delivery by Marsh. Just nipped away. Holder just hung the bat outside the off stump. Had there been a slip in place, that would have gone straight to him. And I think the overs really of Mitchell, Marsh and Zampa are really going to be the ones that's going to be important in this game. Andrew, for Australia to have a chance of winning this game, the remaining overs, I think Mitchell Stark's got 4, and Zampa's got 4. So those 8 overs really are going to be going to be the key.
Well, it looks as if it's going to be Zampa. Is that Zampa coming back into the attack?
Yes.
So he's coming back into the attack now. Let's look at his figure. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 22. So the captain has turned to Zampa, his champion leg spinner, to see what he can do here. He's going to bowl to Holder, who's firmly entrenched now. He's in 25. Poran is stay with him, his first officer. Of course, he knows the importance of a deputy, which is essential. Here we go. As it's going to be Zampa. As he comes up now, he's in. And to this delivery, Holder's forward, turns the ball away cleverly into the onside for single. Mid-wicket has to run to the right, and they get a run. So it means that with that single, Holder goes to 26. Poran comes to the strike. He's got 18. They require 75 for victory. 113 for 5. We're into over number 25. This is a good partnership developing between these two, but it's still a lot of work to be done. Zampa, the leg spinner, tosses the ball from hand to hand. Now grips it and comes in to bowl to Poran, and to this delivery. Poran is forward, ball given lots of air in fighting the drive. He won't be tempted, and just blocks the ball way up towards Bhutan. Mid-wicket comes up forward to collect it, and there is no run. 113 for 5. Zampa goes back to his mark. Poran draws away down towards square leg, trying to concentrate as hard as possible. And Zampa, the leg spinner, comes in to bowl to Poran. Into this delivery, he's driving out towards cover. Will get a single. The fielder from the boundary comes in to collect it. The return is on its way. Poran gets a run. Good responsible knock from the young Trinidadian. He goes up to 19, Holders on 26. Of course, there are many who feel that in the future, that he, in fact, they say he's a captain in waiting. 114 for 5. Holder looks up and sees that Zampa's ready. There are 3 balls left in over number 25. Holder's 26. Poran has gone to 19. And the West Indies 114 for 5. 74 to win with 5 wickets in the bag. Here's Zampa as he comes in to bowl to Holder. To this every Holder's forward. That was given lots of air, the long off, and but there's a long off wideish, trying to tempt Holder, but just blocks it. He's got good reach Holder and just pushes to cover. There's no run. 2 balls left in the over. Zampa again from the northern end to Holder. Holder's forward, wrapped in the pad. A half shout from the bowler. Rather strangled the appeal because he knows it wasn't on. Holder very careful, very calculated here. Draws away down to square leg, now settles and waits. He's got 26 good runs, but he's got to keep going, Jason Holder. 114 for 5. Here's Zampa, last ball of over number 25. He's in and bowls. Holder's back. That's a good delivery. That's one that went through the arm on the back foot, very close to the outside edge. Good for right. That was a lovely last delivery, but Holder survives. That's important. We've now reached the halfway stage. Poran is on 19. Holder is on 26. 114 for 5 is the latest at Kansas Novo.
Yeah, beautiful last delivery, that one from Zampa. He's bowled well this game. He's actually come into this game in a situation where the team has been on top for a while and he's been able to attack. Not like the first game where obviously he had to bowl when Pollard had nothing to lose and Pollard took him apart. But today where West Indies have been having to be a little bit more circumspect in the way that they play. He really has found his rhythm and he's bowled with good control. And his figures don't look too bad at the moment also.
Zampa,
he's bowled 7 overs, 2 for 24 for a leg spinner. So he's done a pretty good job so far. And as I say, really, Australia need to get wickets if they're going to win this. And I think they need to be a bit more attacking, Andrew. No slip in place, really. It would allow Holder and Puran to nudge the ball around, pick up singles. Obviously, the boundaries are not coming that quickly, but they don't need to because you've got 25 overs remaining.
Well, it's going to be Marsh to continue as he comes in to bowl to left-handed power, and he's covering up and will look for a single. Holder gets home, but had it hit. Well, the running has not been the best, really and truly. They got to come and talk about this, really. It was played down to Gully. The field at Gully came across. I rather suspect had he hit, Holder would have gone. Let's have a look at that. Talk to me about that, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, this looks as if it's going to be very close. And,
okay.
He might just have.
We
would have needed the TV umpire.
Yeah, but the running has not been the best. They got to confer about this, really. Very, very scary situation, but they got home.
And now slip goes into place. Andrew, is it going to go into place or Gully?
No. It's not that kind of a captain.
Yes, he is now.
He's going to put the slip in. He heard you.
The horse is bolted.
Looks like Turner's going to go into the slip position.
That should have been the position before, but the horse is going. But yeah, they've got to win. To win this game, you've got to bowl them.
I would think so as well.
You can't be trying to get through the overs.
115 for 5 now. Holder's 26. Here is a delivery, which is short, goes into his crease, whips the ball away into the onside for a single down to mid-wicket. Mid-wicket comes off the boundary. He came right across the stumps and turned the wrist and impact. That looked good. Holder gets a single. He is on 27. Puran has got 20. 116 for 5. Is Holder a batting all-rounder or is he a bowling all-rounder? Roland, can you tell me? What do you think?
Well, he's a batting all-rounder that's having to play the part of a bowling all-rounder.
I'm going to quote you on the Primetime Sports tomorrow. You're saying he's a batting all-rounder. Here is Marsh. Comes in and bowls to Poran. Poran is forward and drives up towards wide bit off. The calling was good. The ball went behind the non-striker, so it was Poran's call. The fielder had to move across to the right. They got the single. That was lovely flowing shot by Poran to go to 20. It's up to 116 for 5. So let's look at it. The equation, they require another 71 for victory, make that 117 for 5. And the partnership realizing 45 precious runs. So we've got a game on our hands here. These two have steadied the rocking ship. Here is Marsh as he comes into Holder's on 27 of this delivery. Holder's off the back, but is it in the area? It's going to be safe. It went out towards that mid-wicket position. The ball almost really choked him, Holder. The shot wasn't there. He was flirting with danger. Mid-on came across, but Holder got away with that. He now goes to 28 with that single. 118 for 5. Roland.
Yeah, he got away with that one. Really, his heart must have been in his mouth because it was not that far away from the wideish mid-on fielder run into his right. Even had he hit it cleaner, then he would have had to beat the man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So,
well, Agard came across and stopped it. Here's Marsh as he comes in with his busting medium pace in both support to this delivery. Poran is covered up, turns the ball away. Clever cricket down to backward square for a single. Just coming right in across the stumps and working the ball away for one. That's what you're going to do. Back with a truckload of common sense. Cricket sometimes is made so difficult. You've got to occupy the crease. It's got to be calculated. 119 for 5. Poran 22. Holders got 28. I'll continue to do the countdown as we head towards the stand home party, which is at 9 o'clock. They tell me, and Mikey says he wants to go to the stand home party tonight. Well, perhaps he'll even be better for him if the West Indies win. Marsh comes up now, bowls to Holder. Holder's coming right across the stumps, a long way down, looking for a run, has to get back into his crease, and the fielder comes across to his right. That looks like Turner to stop it. There was a yes no situation. In the end, you could hear Poran say no. Hold up, there's no need to do that. So at the end of the over, 119 for 5 is the latest score here at Kensington.
Time is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Now with 2 convenient locations, Fairchild Street in the city and Speightstown, St. Peter. Try their snack boxes, 2 pieces, fries and a bun for only $12.99, or the loaded fries with chicken deliciousness for only $11.99. With barbecue and fried chicken, delicious burgers, the freshest salads and sides. Anytime is a good time for crispy fried chicken. Follow at Crispy Fried Chicken BDS on Instagram.
This is Middle Stump on Vibe Radio, the champion station.
Come on, boys. We know it.
So 119 for 5, Poran 22, Holders on 28. We start over number 27, and it's going to be, is it going to be Zampa to continue this looking? Yes, I would imagine so. So it's 119 for 5. Start 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 17 to combat Agar. 5 overs, no bid is done for 24. Meredith, 3 overs, no bid is done for 23. Zampa, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 24. Turner, 2 overs, no bid is 1 for 6. And Marsh, 3 overs, no bid is done for 19. Here's Zampa looking for a breakthrough now. Partnership with Israelis, 47 runs as he comes round the wicket now with his leg spin to Poran, and Poran is off the back foot and swings it up to the wicket, 4 runs. It was a long hop, and he said thank you very much under the lights to the Regent's Mecca, and that's gone for 4 to carry Poran to 26, 123 for 5.
Yeah, very poor delivery there by Zampa, his first one around the wicket, and it was a real long hop. And there's acres of space out at deep mid wicket. And Poran said, thank you very much. I will pick up the 4 runs.
Yes, and the 50 partnership has come up as well with that boundary. 50. Well done, young Poran. Thought he captained the side quite well in the T20s. 123 for 5. Here is Zampa, the leg spinner, comes in and bows to Poran into this delivery. He's driving up towards cover, spectators catch. Cover picked it up. Commentators should not be fooled by that. So he's got to stay there. He's got to bat away. Poran.
This is always getting interesting, lads.
23 for 5. In he comes round the wicket again. This is the leg spinner. Zampa into this delivery. He's driving, and is he dropped up at mid-off?
Absolute sitter.
Oh my golly, who dropped up at mid-off? Let's have a look at that. But again, I mean, you know, what's that all about, Poran?
That was an absolute sitter. It was a googly.
Yes, big drive.
Driven straight to mid-off, and oh boy.
Who said they dropped it? Number
Enriquez.
2. Enriquez dropped it, yes. Or Felipe. I think it is. Enriquez dropped it.
Enriquez.
Okay, let's hope we got the pronunciation right. Here's the batsman driving through cover, 4 runs. Well, he went after that, was in the air, bursting through the fingers of the fielder, extra cover. Immediately, it is Holder coming down to say, young man, young buck, yes, you got away with that. And this is the problem sometimes with West Indies cricket. They don't concentrate long enough. And I suppose this is why that in Test cricket we're not doing as well. The job is not over, Mr. Poran. You got away with it. Again, that was in the air. Season settled, my brother. 127 for 5. Here's Zampa, round the wicket, comes in and bowls to Poran, and Poran is getting the delivery. He's quite unsure now, and the ball goes very close to the off stump, and now Holder, the experienced old fox that it is, will come down and have a little word with the young buck, saying to him, settle. He's on 28, they require 61. Work the ball around and win the game, my friend. 127 for 5. Let's see what happens. I think this is going to be a big ball. Let's see what he's going to do here. Zampa, round the wicket, comes in and bowls to Poran at this delivery. Poran is off the back foot and swings it up towards the position of that's long on. Will get one, will come back for the second. It was almost like a swat, as if he were swatting a fly somewhere at the Queen's Park Savannah. And he gets a second run and now bangs the bat onto his pad because he realized that he goofed in the last over. But of course, fortune favors the brave, and he lives to fight another battle. So, what do we have? Poran 32, Holder 28, 129 for 5. The West Indies are cooking good looking under the lights at the Regent's Mecca.
Yes, and a good over there for the West Indies, and fortune for Nicholas Poran, and really, is that the drop catch that will lose this game for Australia? It really was an absolute sitter because the ball was right in front of him. He had all the time to see it. It was a drive straight to mid-off. And Henriquez, who's had an awful tour, he was pretty average in the T20. He's been pretty average also in the ODIs. And then in the field, a crucial catch that would have put Australia back in the game.
Yeah, he should have got that.
He's put it on the floor.
And then the next ball there was Poran driving in the air past cover. Here's who's going to continue now to
Meredith.
Meredith is back to attack. He's in and bowls, and Holder swings it. Where's that gone? It's gone for 6 over the wicket. Oh, the big man Holder, the pride and joy of Barbados, swinging the ball away, and the field up there, I think, could be in some trouble here. Who's the fielder? Crashed in, dear me, into the Betway sign, and immediately the Australians have gone towards him. Who's the field up there? Let's look at the bat to see the number, and that will tell us, but he's on the ground. Number what? 4. It could. What was it? Just double checking there.
Not sure, but
he got 6 Holder.
He's holding his ankle.
Can you work out who the fielders up there, Mr. Spooner? Can you help us? Okay.
McDermott.
Is it McDermott up there? Okay. No. So, but it was a short. But Holder tends to play that shot very well. But let's hope he's all right. The Australians are around him. And where's the medical staff? I'm sure they're going to come up pretty soon. And there must be a doctor around the place as well. Yes, immediately the doctor is there to see what is happening. So it's McDermott. Who, well, it's an injury. It looks like his leg as well. His ankle, really. So we see the monitor in a minute. But in the meantime, 135 for 5. The partnership is 63. And the West Indies require 53 for victory. So some attention to McDermott, and Pollard is just saying, ball by Zampa for 2, last man to go, and earlier Lewis was gone, leg before to start for 1. Hope ball Turner 38. It's a very poor shot by Hope. That don't normally see Hope do that, but just before he got out, he was trying to bat too fast, as they would say, really. Bravo, bowl by start for Duck. Mohammed bowls Sampo 11, and these two have come together. You were telling me something, Roland? Okay, in fact, we're just seeing the replay with Pollard playing around the ball, but just trying to work out exactly what the situation is. But it looks as if the fielder, McDermott, he's up and he's walking around the ground now. He's got some support there. But let's hope he's going to be all right, Roland Butcher.
Yes, I mean, you don't want to see any players get injured. The ball, he was eyes on the ball, obviously not too sure where he was in relation to the boundary board. In actual fact, he fell over the boundary boards and just stopped just before the concrete wall. But the ball was over the boundary already.
Let's get back to holding that shot. He tends to play that shot pretty well.
He does, but don't forget he also got out here in the last game playing the hook shot as well. But on that occasion the ball was bouncing a bit higher.
Right.
He tends to play the ball around the hip area. Okay. I mean, he's got to be careful with the ones a little bit higher. You saw in the in the first game. He got a bouncer early on, hooked it down to deep's fine leg, and was caught at fine leg.
Okay, so it's going to be Meredith to continue. And he comes on his way to bowl to Holder. Holder is coming right across his stumps. Well, it was on there again, but he says, no, I won't be tempted, and pushes up towards that mid-on area. There's no run. Philip Hackett is up next, 135 for 5, 53 required. And once again, we want to thank all the stations for joining the broadcast. Of course, we want to thank our friends, of course, at NCN Radio, Class FM in Jamaica, Real FM in Grenada, 105 in Trinidad, CBC in Barbados, NBC in St. Vincent, W Vent in St. Lucia. Here's Meredith as he comes in to bowl to Holder, doesn't get it right, and will go back to his mark. Of course, the beat in Barbados, 104.1 FM, Vibes Radio, the champion station, and of course, our friends at ABS Radio getting the broadcast loud and clear. 135 for 5, Powan is 32, Holder is 34, and it's going to be Meredith. They need a wicket now. The partnership is up to 63. He comes in from the southern end to bowl to Holder. Holder is covering up and plays the ball up towards that mid-off here. Might have just turned him around a bit as he rehearses the shot. Now maybe looking to get that ball more up towards mid-on, and there might have been a little bit of movement across him, and instead from the outside edge, it was in the air for a bit, went up towards mid-off. There's no run, there's no slip, there's a third man wideish, there's a backward point, there's a man at cover mid-off, so 3 on the offside saving 1, mid-on, mid-wicket inside the circle saving 1, there's a long leg and a man down at the backwards forward square. 135 for 5 over number 28. Here's Meredith as he comes in again to bowl to Holder. Holder gets a short ball, and where is that gone? Well, looking to swing it down to backward square, and the ball hits him high above the midriff area. Did it? See, the umpire is just about beginning to come down, but that was a short delivery. We'll have a chance to see the monitor. It was banged into the pitch. And
helmet.
They hit his helmet, actually. Yes, it did. Oh my God. This is why I saw the umpires coming down quickly, but you reckon Holder's okay?
Well, the physio is coming out as they have to after an injury like that, but it was a good quick delivery by Meredith, and really when you bowl short at Jason Holder, that's what you've got to do. You've got to get it up around the head. That area there, where we just saw that, is tailor-made.
Yes.
But you know, he has a little bit more difficulty when it's a bit higher. I mean, he's a big tall man, so if anything around his hip, it's probably chest for me in terms of height, but it's tailor-made for him. That was a much better delivery, shorter. That's hip again, and you saw the result there.
Right.
And obviously, if they show us the next delivery, you would find, Andrew, that it's much shorter in height.
Yes, we'd love to see that delivery. So that's the one that gives him the trouble. 135 for 5. We want to thank you very much indeed for participating. Of course, in the Crumbs Bakery quiz, we had several people. Philip Hackett has been charged with the responsibility to pick a winner. And of course, his first officer is Keith Holder, who's filling up there with Crumbs Bakery. He's having a croissant. 135 for 5. Here is a delivery, which is short, and Holder's back and swings it down to that square leg area. That's the length, it's just around his midriff area, so he's able to get inside the line, gets a run for that, and with that single Holder's played a very good knock here. He's on 35, Poran has got 32, partnership realizing 64. I think one ball left in the over, Miss Bell. Good Miss Bell with her multicolored in terms of her mask on, so she's had the mask on all day, she doesn't take it off. And of course, Philip Hackett, who's reading something there on his very expensive phone, is going to do some commentaries with his mask on. Can you imagine Philip doing commentaries with his mask? 135 for the loss of 5. Here we go, as it's going to be Meredith as he comes into bowl to Poran. Poran is covering up and steers the ball away down to wide third man. Got on top of that and played it very well. This has been generally a very good knock from Poran. And I would think here now, as we come to the end of the over, these two will just have to bat sensibly and win the game, but you never know. Cricket is such a funny old game. I'll invite the thoughts, of course, of Roland Butcher. In fact, it's time for refreshment, so it gives me time really to do a couple of things as Philip Hackett prepares to come a call in. Poran 33, Holder 35, 137 for loss of 5 is the latest score here at Kensington.
It's a super sale. Now on at CaribbeanLEDlighting.com. Shop online and find the fixtures you're looking for at super low prices. Get flush mounts, wall mounts, vanity lights, pendants, and even chandeliers, all now on sale. Reap the savings on the perfect accessories to style or restyle your home inside or out. Log on to CaribbeanLEDlighting.com for the super sale. Now on.
Caribbean LED lighting. Look on the brighter side.
That's the sound of doors opening to another Crumbs bakery to serve another important part of the Barbadian community, this time at Silver Sands in Christchurch. Another location with the same Crumbs commitment to bring you a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries and bread, because they should be as close to you as we can get. Crumbs, now at Silver Sands in Christchurch.
Even down to the last crumb.
All right, so 137 for 5, Poran 33, Holder 35. Of course, we were doing our commercials, and no doubt when Philip Hackett comes a calling, he'll be able to run through what has happened in the day. But before we do that, let's go across to Roland Butcher. You've looked into your crystal ball, Mr. Butcher. What are you saying? Can you tell me, will the West Indies win this, Mr. Butcher? Come off the fence. You're normally on the fence. Talk to me.
I'm not sure how you can suggest I'm on the fence, Andrew.
But you're always on the fence.
What I would say, obviously, West Indies are in an excellent position now. They've got a good partnership together worth 65. 2 set batsmen.
Yes.
I think Australia have got to take a chance now and release Mitchell Stark for a couple of overs to try and dismiss one of these 2 batsmen, and that would perhaps give them a slight chance of getting back into the game. As it stands right now, really, there's only one winner at this moment in time, West Indies.
So your money now would be on the West Indies, Roland Butcher?
Your money, I'd put your money on.
Okay, well, there's not a lot there, really, because I've had to buy so many things for the commentators that I'm broke. And the Keith Holt is certainly having a good time. I'm taking up Philip Hackett's time, and commentators don't like you to go into their time. I'll just do this one delivery, Mr. Hackett, and then you'll come a call. 137 for 5. Here is, who's it? This is Zampa. He's in and balls off the back foot and forced away by this young man, Poran, who's saying the ball as big as the small breadfruit that, of course, Roland Butcher's talking about. 138 for 5. Poran is on 34. I'll just do the over and then allow Mr. Hackett to come a calling. What I shouldn't do is to get a wicket. So they're down to 50 runs now. My crystal ball tells me that the West Indies should go on to win this. We want to come here on Monday and be happy, and maybe with foot and fire like blood. I like that song. Here we go. As this delivery is short and Holder swings it. Where's that ball? Down to backward square, 4 runs. Well played, Jason Holder. He's one of the most popular men in the country off the back foot and swung it beautifully down to backward square for 4. So 142 for 5. It's under 50 now. They require 46 for victory, and Jason Holder, with visions of making a good score that will win the game for the West Indies. The former captain goes to 39. The partnership is 70. Zampa tosses the ball from hand to hand, comes in to bowl to Holder, and Holder is swinging the ball over mid-on 4 more. That was a gift. And under the lights of the Regent's Mecca, he said, thank you very much indeed. And that ball goes away down to long on. That's gone for 4. Holder goes to 43. The West Indies 146 for 5. They require 42 more to win. Talk to me, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, 2 gifts really. First of all, a long hop, well put away by Holder. Full toss, the second one, he's not going to miss out on that with no long on. Just eased it over the mid-on fielder, so he picks up 2 boundaries and eased West Indies a little bit closer.
In comes Zampa again, operating from the northern end. Comes in to bowl to Holder, and Holder is forward. He's been given like before, and immediately Holder decides to go upstairs. What's your view there? He came forward, was then inside edge onto it. The umpire gave him leg before, and immediately Holder says, no, I'm not out. But what's your gut feeling?
Well, maybe he feels he's got an edge on this one, Andrew. I'm not sure, but because we're, Holder, we're seeing it from behind him, so it's difficult to tell. Let's see what's happening in front of us now. He's on the front foot there, inside edge.
Inside edge. Yeah, looks like a pretty big inside edge as well.
Yeah.
And not for the first time, our good friend Mr. Wilson gets it wrong. Here we go, big inside edge. Well. Come on, Mr. Wilson. You must have seen that. 146 for loss of 5. So Miss Bell, could you change it back to 5, please? Put your mass on and put it back to 5. Well, I mean, that was a big inside. I think Holder was rather angry. Immediately he went upstairs. Come on, Mr. Wilson. Now here we go. There's Zampa as he comes in and bowls to Holder. Holder's back. Back in the pad. There's an appeal for leg before. Sometimes you can lose concentration when something like that happens. Holder draws away down towards square leg to sum up the concentration again. 146 for 5. You can't lose it now, Mr. Holder. You must be inspired by the thought that if you hit for success, then keep on scratching. Here we go. It's going to be the spin of Zampa. He's in and both. Holder's forward with a bat as broad as Nelson Street. Stares it square in the offside. And the ball goes down to backward point. So at the end of the over, Holder, with visions of making a 50 and beyond, Piranhas in 34, they came together with the West Indies in trouble, and they batted quite courageously, but they know the job is far from over. 146 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington Oval. We'll invite the thoughts of Roland Butcher, and after him is going to be our good friend Philip Hackett.
Yeah, very good over there for the West Indies. Holder picking up a couple of boundaries, and obviously that inside edge saved his wicket, but really Australia leaving it very late to give Mitchell Stark another run out. Just continue with Meredith. Looks as if he's going to go around the no he's not. He's staying over the wicket to the left-handed Pooran, and really this partnership has now moved on to 74 as I welcome back Philip Hackett.
System 146 for 5 as this delivery is outside then the off stump. They can go like 2 and going through to the keeper. We've seen so many decisions overturned during the course of the season. Roland is beginning to disturb me a bit.
Well, Philip,
it has nothing to do with which side is benefiting or losing. It's to do with the number that has been overturned.
Well, that's why you've got the technology now, Philip, to ensure that any wrongs is made right. So,
I'm suggesting that there are too many wrongs.
Well, there may be too many wrongs, but eventually it's about getting the right result.
That's correct. Here is the delivery, which is bringing a defensive stroke from Pooran. He gets a single nevertheless as he steers it down towards third man for 1. And Meredith continuing from the southern end of his 5th over. And then the third total expensive. And West Indies 147 loss of 5. I think the Aussies lost the opportunity to come back into this game when Pooran was put down not too long ago. Difficult to see how they can actually come back. Now, of course, because the game with various uncertainties. But 41 to win, 20 overs left, these two entrenched, and at least a couple of batsmen to come who we know are going to fight all the way. Joseph and Hayden Walsh Jr. for sure. Akhil Hossain is no rabbit either. Here is Meredith as he makes his way to bowl to hold over against the ball inside his legs. That's going to be a run. A wide, signaled by the umpire. So the Aussies have got their work cut out for them. Mitchell Stark has got another 4 overs, and if he doesn't come back soon, he wouldn't get a chance to bowl most of them, and that would be unfortunate from their point of view. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 17. Clearly the class act in this bowling lineup.
Oh, no question about it. With just 40 to go, really, Australia now hoping for a wicket, and as I said, Stark really is their best opportunity, but he's being held back for some reason. And yes, that drop catch really was an important one.
I hope he's not being held back for the next match. Here is Meredith and the holder in behind it, pushing into the point position. Yes, no, the return comes out, the non-strikers and misses the stumps. Lots of hesitation there, but in the end they decided to go. I believe Holder would have been home. And a single to take the score up to 149 for 5 in the 30th over. Pooran has got 35, Holder 44.
Very easy single there as Holder just pushed it into the offside. And fielder looks like Matthew Whale was a little bit slow in coming in and actually threw to the wrong end because Holder, he had already called. It was Pooran who was really, if anyone, the one that was struggling, but he went to the bowler's end and Holder made it very easily.
Pooran is a 1 on strike. Now 135, 149 for 5. Worked away down towards fine leg. That ball is traveling very, very quickly indeed. But fine leg comes around, he's able to pick it up. The batsman come back for 2. So the 150 are coming up for the West Indies of 186 deliveries. 151 for the loss of 5. Pooran up to 37. I'll tell you something about Pooran. He started this series on 982 runs. And in fact, he's got to 37. He's gone past the 1,000 run mark. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And Roland, would you believe he's the joint 3rd fastest along with Sarwan to do that for the West Indies, to get past the 1,000 mark in ODIs. 27 innings along with Sarwan. But then you hear who is ahead of them as this delivery is making height and going through to the keeper. Taken by Carey. The only ones ahead of them, Seville Richards and Gordon Gringe, are the only ones ahead of them. So Sarwan and Pooran in excellent company. In fact, with Sarwan we've known for a while, so we'd have to say Pooran in excellent company alongside Richards, Gringe, and of course Sarwan.
Yeah, it's good achievement, and still got a long way in his career to go. And I guess it will level out over the period of his career.
So Meredith once again into Pooran, who drives upishly, in fact into the ground, and then upishly in the sense that it went into the ground and went chest high to extra cover, and there is no run. So the over comes to an end, and at the end of it, 151 for the loss of 5. Pooran has got 37, holder 44, the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and Australia can't afford to hold that much to start now, Philip. You've got to give him the blast. He's got to have his final blow now, really, because the game is slipping away from them. 37 runs required for victory. You're really asking him now, if you bring him on, to really pull a miracle out of the bag. You're giving him an awful lot to do, but obviously they'll be hoping that he can pick up a couple of wickets and then have a tense finish. And it looks like Mitchell Starc is going to actually come into the attack. And for me, it's a couple of overs too late, Philip.
Yes, maybe so. No, it's good when you've got people like people like Philip Spooner to really assist with all sorts of things. And there's also drawn to our attention that Holder's got 139 ODI wickets, 129 in tests, and over 1,800 one-day international runs. And the 44 of them that have come today have certainly come at a timely occasion.
Most definitely, because West Indies were struggling, and really for this 79-run partnership, it would have even been a worse situation. So we've got to thank both Pooran and Holder for what they've done so far.
Here is Starc, left arm over the wicket into Holder, who defends the first delivery, which is right on target, maybe just about middle and off stump, and he comes across and defends it. I can also tell you that Sunil Lambris is in the runs again, which is good news, I suppose. And you're going to ask me, what am I talking about? I'm talking about
best of best.
The best of best, yes. And getting a score of 95. The best of best in terms of the windwards. And so good to see him getting runs again. Not that he's ever been short of runs at that sort of level. The problem is he hasn't been able to transfer that to the international level when he's had the opportunity. Why is that, Roland? You know him pretty well. I'm sure you'll share after this delivery from Starc, who is into ball to Holder. Holder steers this one away, down towards third man for 1. And that single will take him up to 45, and over number 31, it's 152 for 5. Remember, the target is 188, which means that there are 36 more runs required.
Yeah, Philip, a lot of cricket supporters don't really understand the difference in levels. So a lot of people tend to think that because you score runs at one level, that you would automatically make runs at another level. But I can tell them it is not so. I mean, runs at first class cricket are certainly a lot easier than at test cricket, because test cricket you're playing against the very best for that country, and you don't get as many bad balls as you do at first class cricket. So that's why it's, and then you add the pressure to it as well, so that makes it a lot harder.
Well, I wonder who's under pressure now, Starc or Pooran, as this one is whipped away down towards backward square for 1, whipped away by Pooran, that is. He will go to 38, and the West Indies will come closer to that target of 188. It moves up now to 153 for the loss of 5, and the target comes down to 35. Talking about levels and so on, you remember about a year ago, there was this massive call for Nicholas Pooran to play Test cricket, even although he'd only played a handful of, well, not even a handful of first-class matches, and hadn't played a first-class match in ages. And there was that call simply because of his white ball form. We were mostly under lockdown around that time, and we didn't get to converse a whole lot. So after this delivery, you may want to share your views on that type of situation. A player who is excelling in white ball cricket, does that mean that he should actually play Test cricket? Here's Stark around the wicket this time to Holder. Holder is defending, a good delivery. Stark certainly bowling wicket to wicket, bowling very accurately indeed, and there's Holder coming forward equal to it and keeping it out, and there's no run.
Well, Philip, I don't entertain that sort of discussion because they're two completely different games. It makes no sense whatsoever because someone is getting runs at white ball cricket with spread fields, etc., etc. To then somebody translate that they would be a good Test player. Doesn't work like that. Really, most of the players who play Test cricket, you find that at the first class level they do something at first class level before they get selected. You don't get picked at Test level by hope. They're not hoping.
Around the wicket is Stark, left arm around, and Holder again coming forward and defending. Taking no chances there with Stark, and he's really bowling well. He's very accurate right at the wicket, at the stumps. And of course, there's no need for the West Indies to hurry. The required rate at this point in time is 1.83. They've got 19 overs and 1 ball to get 35 runs, so patience really is the name of the game.
Yeah, the only way they can lose this game, West Indies, is if they lose some quick wickets and then really the tail don't wag. But right now West Indies are in the box seat, and Stark's going to try his best, but as I said, probably a little, 2 overs too little.
Moves into bowl to Jason Holder. Holder again pushes into the offside, this time with more intent, but even so it doesn't really work for him. Turner comes up from the backward point position to complete the fielding, and that completes the over as well. At the end of it, West Indies set 188 for victory, 35 more required. They're 153 for the loss of 5 here at Kensington.
Yes, and these two batsmen just prepare to...
Old-time bakers in Bim bake from home. Remember the Dutch oven made of stone? Then came the bread cart. Oh, you could smell that bread a mile away. And then there was the bread van. Many have made a living selling from them. Now, your bread is as close to your home as you can get it, because there's sure to be a Crumbs bakery near you for a wide variety of fresh cakes, pastries, and bread.
Crumbs, so good, even down to the last crumb.
C-A-O, C-A-O. What you doing? Practicing how to say hello in Italian so I can go impress the folks at Caribbean LED.
You mean because they have the new Fumagalli range of lighting fixtures, ideal for outdoor use, especially for homes like ours in the tropics, affected by constant sunlight and sea spray?
Fumagalli.
Aren't you? Head to the store at Wildy. I will go to the Laura Estate location on my way home. Oh, and it's not C-A-O, it's pronounced Chow.
Wait, it's Chow?
This is Middle Stump on Vibe Radio, the champion station.
153 for 5. Here's the second delivery of the over, driven down towards deep cover for a single. The first just going past the outside edge to the keeper. So a single to Puran that will take him now up to 39, and they score on to 154 for the loss of 5. So 34 now required. 18 overs and 4 balls left. It's come down purely to runs and wickets. The overs of no significance at this point in time. The run rate required just 1.82. The current run rate 4.91. It's come down below 5 where it has been for much of the innings, but still just a comfortable challenge here now for the West Indies. They'll have to probably play some poor cricket from here to lose, but this is cricket we're talking about, so who knows. A partnership of 82 between these two as Holder comes forward and pushes into the onside down to short backward square. Puran calls him through for a single, an easy one too. So he moves closer to that half century mark. He's on to 47 and on to 46 in fact, and the target comes down to 33 as Ashton Turner in his third over. Around the wicket with a slip, a backward point, deep cover, extra cover. He's into Puran. Puran drives down towards the deep cover, gets a single, so the run is coming very easily, and as long as that patience continues rolling, it's hard to see the Aussies bowling themselves back into contention here.
Yeah, they're behind the 8 ball now. There's no 32 runs required for victory. 2 batsmen set at the crease.
Around the wicket is Turner, and Holder goes back and looks to point through the offside. Doesn't make contact. It goes through to the keeper, who takes it, and Kerry removes the bails. Now, I don't know what he's seen, but he's called the senior man down. A quick word, a quick exchange of words, a knock of gloves, and of course, Puran also making some signal to the dressing room, so who knows what all that fuss is about. As Turner continues around the wicket, and Holder shaping up to go for what seemed to me a big shot, and then just pulling out of it and driving more casually up into the offside. Seemed to be in two minds there, and then maybe looking to hit straight and hard and recognizing he wasn't quite to the pitch, and just had to adjust, and he pushed it into the cover. So the end of the over, the end of over number 32, he has got 46. That is Holder. Puran is 40, and the West Indies with 32 more required from 18 overs is 156 for 5.
Yeah, in a very good position now, really. 32, still got 18 overs remaining, so West Indies are in the perfect position now to close this game out. Yes, that last delivery, I think Holder was thinking of going down the ground, then realised it was a little bit wider, a little bit shorter, couldn't get under it, so checked his shot and pushed it into the offside. And really, which will start now, he's going to start his 8th over, but just a little bit too late.
So Stark at the top of his mark, and Puran comes down to settle into his stance. He takes his guard from Umpire Wilson. Umpire Wilson he's not had one of his better nights, as Puran stops at the crease and waits for Stark, who moves in from the 3W stand into bowl to Puran, who goes for an extravagant drive. Don't know what he was trying to do on that occasion. Looks like what you call a get-out shot, really.
Well, it wasn't a drive there, really. It was an old-fashioned swing through the line.
Well, I was trying to be kind.
The length wasn't there. I think he just really launched into this one, really brought a little bit too close to him.
Not really sure where he was trying to hit it, though. Was he trying to hit it straightish or square? It didn't seem to be a shot with any great specific intent, just a flare, really. Well, let's see if he will settle, and he waits for Stark, who will be a bit encouraged by that, I'm sure. He's into Puran. Puran drives officially at first, but out towards cover. Can't beat the cover fielder, who has done himself a bit of harm in trying to stop it. But, well, nothing too serious. You get these painful knocks from time to time, as you very well know yourself, Roland. So nothing really to make too much of a fuss about, and I'm sure Matthew Wade will survive without too much fuss. Here is Stark at the top of his mark. He turns and will race in again from that far end, the Joe Garnett end, as he is into Puran, who is driving. Ball bounces high above the head of Stark, who tries to knock it down, but it goes behind him, and that gives the batsman time to go through for a single.
Yeah, full delivery. I'll have to wait and see whether this ball was actually played into the ground or not. Went high over Stark's head. He got a hand up to it. Just looking to see if they're going to give us a replay or not, but it doesn't appear so. But in any way, they picked up a single.
So it is Stark coming around the wicket. Holder's on strike now, 46 to him. 157 for 5. Here's Stark around the wicket to bowl to Holder. Holder works his one way up towards mid-wicket. No possibility of a run. Matthew Wade picks it up, sends the return up to Carey. So 31 runs required, and West Indies coming a long way thanks to this partnership of 85 for the 6th wicket. These two came together when the West Indies captain Kyron Pollard was bowled by Zampa for 2, and at that stage West Indies in lots of trouble, as Holder waits for Stark to turn at his mark. 72 for 5 it was at that stage when Pollard departed, and these two have added some 80 odd runs as this delivery is driven past the covers. Runs here for Holder, that looks good. They'll probably just get the one, though. That takes the partnership up to 86, and they score onto 158 for 5. So when Pollard was dismissed at 72 for 5, Roland, looked pretty much at that stage as though the West Indies will be looking to avoid a whitewash in Monday's game.
Yeah, the game was very even at that stage when the 5th wicket went down. But these two have responded perfectly. That's just what you wanted, really. You would expect in any innings to be a partnership, but they've got to see it through to the end now.
And this series so far, is the batsman is struggling in each innings on both sides. Here's a ball that is outside line of the off stump, and again, Puran. You get the impression maybe losing his concentration a bit because he was trying to maybe run that down to third man and almost got himself into trouble there again. It went past the edge into the gloves of the keeper. But he's got to be careful here because he would hardly want to come to this point and not make it count. So as the over comes to an end, over number 33, Puran remains on 41, Holder has 47. And the West Indies 158 for 5.
Yeah, that last delivery was an excellent delivery by Mitchell Stark. Really, the line was good, the pace, the bunks, and Puran just nibbled at it outside the off stump.
Let's go back.
Lucky for him, he didn't get a touch. But Stark continues to show what a top-class bowler he is now. He's got 2 for 21 off 8. Really, the standout bowler, and really, he certainly missed his partner Hazelwood today, because defending this modest total of 180 odd, really he would have needed everybody to put their hands to the pump. He's got good support by Zamp. I think Zamp has had his best game so far.
Really. Oh yes, definitely.
He's gone for 43 in his 9 overs, but he's picked up 2 wickets and
2 key wickets.
I think he's bowled a lot better than that, really.
Yes.
But when you look at the other bowlers, you can see the inexperience in the Australian bowling, people like Meredith and Agar.
So here is Turner continuing around the wicket to bowl to Holder, fly to delivery, Holder drives back to him. There's no run. Turner 3 overs and 1 ball, 1 for 9. Picked up the big wicket of Hope as he comes around the wicket looking for another wicket here now, and there is Holder driving through the covers. Lovely stroke. That's running out towards the deep extra cover position. They come back for 2. And a couple of runs now to take Holder onto 49. But that was well played out towards extra cover, and they came back for the second run. So 160 for 5. It's down now to 28 runs required, and some 16 overs and 4 balls left. Here is Turner into Holder. Holder goes backwards. It's one away down towards the straightish mid wicket. Nice diving effort by Matthew Wade stops the batsman from scoring. So Holder remains on 49. And Turner in his 4th over turns and will come around the wicket to bowl to him again. In he comes, and this delivery, he goes back and plays it into the offside, down towards cover, and that's his 50. As he played that one down to deep extra cover, Jason Holder has reached his 50 off 66 balls, 5 4s and 1 6. Well played, Jason Holder.
Yes, most certainly, Philip, a wonderfully crafted innings there by Jason Holder, obviously coming in under a bit of pressure. At 60 odd for 4 and really cementing himself in this innings, batting really well. Philip hitting the sweepers and with regular occurrence, rotating the strike, shepherding Puran in between, just calming it down a bit, and he has really been that calming influence for the West Indies as they chase this total of 187.
And 27 more of them still required. His turn is around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Puran, who gets a short delivery but doesn't capitalize on it. Maybe not as short as he himself anticipated. Got all tangled up as he tried to pull it. Not really any danger, any harm, because it was not directed towards the stumps, but a miscued attempt anyhow as he settles into his stance and waits for Turner to continue from the southern end. Here's a ball that he's looking to bang through the offside, gets it past the extra cover down towards the whitish long off area. They come back for 2 runs, so he will move up to 45 at the end of over number 34. At which point the West Indies have reached 163 for the loss of 5.
Yes, most certainly, Philip, and a wonderful partnership still developing between these two. As we would have noted, they would have come together with West Indies in dire straits. And remember, Philip, I told you that the cat was amongst the pigeons, but we didn't feel like the cat had interfered with any of the pigeons yet. And certainly these two have made sure that the cat would leave the arena at 163 for 5. West Indies are sitting quite pretty with the partnership now, realizing some 91 runs, and both batsmen, Jason Holder now crossing 50 and Puran 43. So even contribution so far as running is concerned, and also that gives you a pretty good idea of the rotation of strike as well, Philip, and that has been the hallmark of this partnership, and Australia have not been able to penetrate this partnership.
Well, the cat either lost his appetite or he was chased away. As Stark is around the wicket to bowl to Holder. Holder gets a good delivery here. It comes off the inner portion of the bat. He looked back anxiously to see where it had gone, but really it hadn't gone. It hadn't really threatened the stumps. And it went up into the onside. Wade again was the man who picked it up, and the score remains at 163 for 5. Yeah, I don't know what scared the cat a bit.
Yeah, but that was a sharp delivery there. Actually, it was a crossing delivery. Look, as we can see there on the monitor, Stark, giving it everything that he has. Remember, I told you, Philip, earlier when he was operating from the Mark and Marshall, and we kind of got the sense that he wasn't getting that lateral movement that he's accustomed to. And now he's gone to a flat seam delivery. That was a short delivery, and it actually sped off the wicket. Well played by Jason Holder,
who waits for Stark to come around the wicket, and he's hitting this one India just over mid-on. We'll get at least 2 here as the ball runs out towards the boundary. Wouldn't get there though as they come back for the second. In fact, Puran has to hurry. The ball hits the stumps on the way in, and there's an appeal. The umpire's going to have a look, but Puran was rather casual and then had to hustle. But my guess is that he made it. Jason, Jamal?
Well, we'll wait and see, because that is to the furthest part of the ground, certainly from our vantage point. But Puran should be home. But that was another pretty quick delivery from Stark. He's actually operating around the wicket, left arm around, and spearing the ball into the batsman Holder, and that was pretty sharp as well, as we see on the monitor. Yes, Puran is clearly in, but as you said, he idled just a bit mid-pitch, and then he had to get on his burners. Luckily for him, he eventually got into the crease, so all is well. That ends well. But as we said, Stark opting to just come around the wicket now and spear the ball into Jason Holder, hit the pitch as hard as he can. As you can see, the mid-on and the mid-off, they're up. They're trying to save the singles.
Well, good thing for Puran's turbo boosters working is a start around the wicket to Holder. Holder is wrapped on the pad. There's an appeal. He's out like before. He walks away. Is he calling for the third umpire again? Yes. He is again asked for the review. He walked a few steps down the pitch, but even as he was doing that, he was signaling rather quickly for a review. So not for the first time, Jason Holder given out leg before wicket by umpire Wilson, and not for the first time Jason Holder opting to go the route of the review.
Well, to be very fair, Philip, based on the trend of events so far in terms of the umpiring from that end, we have to say he's well within his rights, but certainly possibly just a bit hopeful, more so than, because that did look adjacent, but probably just a little more hopeful than anything else. As we see it now coming up on the monitor, yes, that looks pretty adjacent. There's no edge on the outer edge, and we have to say that Joe Wilson has got that one right. We will get the ball tracking now to confirm, but that certainly will be crashing into one of the stumps, possibly middle and leg. So it will be the end of a well crafted and constructed innings there from Jason Holder. And Mitchell Stark, the danger man, would have once again produced another wicket for the Australians. But one has to think that at this stage, with just about how many runs, 23 runs to go, that it may be too little too late. But as we well know, this is a game of glorious uncertainties. As we see the ball tracking no wickets, is the umpire's call.
I suspect it would have been that.
Yeah. So we'll have to say.
So had he said not out, he would have been safe.
Well, so we'll have to say that Joe Wilson did get that one right, and Jason Holder has to go back to the shed. But nevertheless, a very well played innings, certainly from the West Indian perspective, coming out and adding that stability and that calmness, and that profitability in terms of hitting the ball up and down the wicket. Philip maximizing on the bad deliveries, playing inside the zone, really working the field around. You'll have to say that in the grand scheme of things, that was a quality innings from Jason Holder.
I really wouldn't argue about that at all. Jamal, 52 off 69 balls, 1 6 and 5 fours, and a partnership of what? The eventual partnership, this bell was
would have been 91.
91.
Last time I looked,
it was 91 at one point. I don't think they added, so a partnership of 91 for the 6th wicket. And at this stage now, with Zari Joseph coming to the crease, 23 runs required, 1.48 runs per over is being asked. And in fact, Mitchell Stark, 3 deliveries left in the over. In fact, at the end of this over, Andrew Mason is going to come in, unless he's ready to do so now. He can very well do that now if he's ready. Is he ready? No, he wants me to complete the over. So I will graciously do that. And then that would be my stint for this game for sure, because I don't see that it would require Keith Holder to come back to replace Andrew, and then for me to come back to replace Keith for 23 runs to be scored.
Well, most certainly, Philip, but there's still just that hint of danger around with Stark, still having some 1.3 overs to go, with what we will have to say now is the lower middle order firmly in place. Azari Joseph, we know he can play, but obviously starting out with his tail up, he's well warm and he's running in, he's spearing those deliveries, those flat seam deliveries into the right-handed batsman. So there's just a hint, just a whiff there still for Australia, Philip, as the West Indies are 23 runs away.
Well, he's only got 9 deliveries left, so it's a question of keeping him out for those 9 deliveries, and if they can do that without any further damage, I suspect that West Indies will go on to win here. But the danger, Watkins start doing those 9 deliveries, that's going to be significant as he runs in now to bowl the new batsman Joseph, who gets a good delivery, one that is good in the sense that it is making good height, a generous height. And he left it alone outside down the off stump. Didn't really threaten the stumps, but it shows that he's running in and he's really making the effort start.
Yes, man, those turbines are burning, I can tell you that, Philip. He's really charging and he's really looked good, and we put the two ends in perspective. He's looked better from that northern end, that Joe Garner end, and he's really running in now. His tail is up, he's really putting in the work for his team, and he certainly will be looking to castle Alzari Joseph.
Joseph knows what is ahead of him. He's got to stay with Pooran until the 23 runs have been added. And he looks up and sees that Stark is ready to race in at him, and he settles and waits for Stark, who's coming left arm around the wicket. He races into bowl to Joseph, and Joseph gets the ball outside his legs, and it's down the leg side, and a diving effort by Carey to take it. He does take it, and it must have struck something because I don't see any signal of wide.
Yeah, possibly off the pad down with the angle, but again, good wicket keeping from Alex Carey. Would have mentioned that today as well. Shea Hope doing a commendable job. I know Alex Carey really coming and doing a wonderful job as well behind the stumps for Australia as we see it now on the monitor. Whoa, that missed everything. That's actually a wide, Philip. So we have to say umpire Joe Wilson has got that one wrong as well.
You notice I'm a bit speechless. Here is Stark. He's into bowl to Joseph, and Joseph gets a good delivery here. He's in behind it, defends it down towards mid-on, and there is no run. So I think I'll go and settle myself. The over comes to an end. 165 for the loss of 6. 15 overs left. 23 more runs required. Pooran 43, Joseph yet to score. 165 for 6, and after Jamal Smith it will be Andrew Mason probably to take it through until the completion of this match.
Yes, thank you, Philip. Certainly coming into the business end or the back end of this game now, with the West Indies just 23 runs adrift and Australia needing 4 wickets, with their main bowler Mitchell Stark just having 1 over left. Adam Zampa, he just has 1 as well, and we'll see a continuation from Ashton Turner, most likely, who's been the least of the apostles so far. Andrew.
Well, let's see what happens here as the action continues. In he comes on his way and bowls short outside the off stump, and it's a bit of bounce. The batsman on the back foot, and it went by to be taken by the keeper. That's Pooran. He's got to be the main man now. He's 43, 165 for 6. Here's Turner around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Pooran, and Pooran is hitting the ball in the air. Will he be safe? In fact, it's gone for 6 over the long off area. A ball that was given some air, went after that, and it was in the air for a long time, but cleared the long off boundary. That's gone for 6. Jamal.
Well, we knew Pooran was itching to get after Turner, and he finally got a delivery with a bit of width. A little fortunate in the end there because he really had to extend to get that delivery down to that long off region, but we heard that thud just under us, and that was the assurance that it was 6 runs. Andrew.
He's gone to 49. Here's Turner, comes in and bowls to him. He's on the back foot, pushes in front of him. Beautifully bowled indeed by Turner. Draws away again down towards leg slip. He's got 49, 171 for 6. They require 17 for victory now, the West Indies. Pooran settles and waits, and Turner comes up with his off breaks. He's in and bowls to him. He's off the back foot, edges, and the man at slip does not take the catch to get a single. I think he was actually moving away, and the field at slip didn't take it, went behind him for a single. Pooran is 50 now, 172 for 6. It's all happening at Kensington Oval here.
Yeah, well, I'll have to use Badri's favourite word here, fortuitous, Andrew. There was Pooran edging away to the slip fielder, but that bit of anticipation, he was moving away to his left, and in the end he was out of position. He had to change position, and he muffled that catch. It looks like Wade, it looks like, Andrew.
Yes, it is Wade.
So that's another life for Nicholas Pooran, who has been living a bit dangerously, if we're being honest, but at the end of the day he's still there. West Indies now 16 runs adrift.
Well, let's see what happens here. Joseph who nowadays has been making more runs and getting wickets. So we need the runs from Mr. Joseph from Antigua, and of course Barbuda. We tend to leave out Barbuda. Hello to all of our friends there listening in Barbuda. 172 for the loss of 6. Can he see us home? We shall see. Here is the spin off turn around the wicket. In bowls to Joseph. Joseph is forward and drives up towards mid-off. There's no run for him, as the field at that mid-off area just comes across to his left to make the stop. It was given Samir, not the full-blooded drive. 172 for 6. One ball left in over, number 36, being bowled by Turner. They require 16 for victory, the West Indies. And what's going to happen here? The West Indies with their noses in front, but you never know. Poran has got 50 exactly. 133 minutes, 68 balls, a 6 and 2 4s. Now, some adjustments to the field. There's a slip, a leg slip. The backward point is going to go on the boundary. There's an extra cover mid-off. In comes Turner, in bowls, and Joseph is on the back foot, clips the ball away down towards that backward square area for Stark to come across to pick it up to end the over. At the end of it, Poran is on 50. Joseph hasn't scored as yet. 172 for 6 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and very interesting over there, Andrew. Nicholas Poran living dangerously on 2 occasions. First, being able to complete a 6, just getting the ball beyond the boundary rope, crashing into the lower part of the sight screen below us here at the Markham Marshall end in the media center end, and then playing a loose cut stroke outside of the off stump. Unfortunately for him, he was dropped by Matthew Wade, who was going the other side in anticipation. So still anxious moments, nervous moments for Nicholas Poran. We've seen a bit of this throughout his innings, Andrew. Ever so often he's played a shot, and that was not necessarily on, so he's been sporadic tonight, but he's still there. And obviously we know Joseph can play a bit, and a lot rest on this final over from Mitchell Stark.
Yes, I agree with that. So 172 for 6 Stark, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 23. Coming back to get the big scalp of a Holder when he had him trapped leg before for 52. He's such a tremendous bowler he is. Let's see what the approach of Poran is going to be here. He's got 50. Last over bowled by Stark. We're going to start over number 37. The rate required 1.14. So that's not in the equation at all here. It's a matter of just working the ball around and win the game, but of course Australia want to do other things and win it as well. Stark comes in and bowls, the ball pitched up and turned away for a single, out towards the position of, they'll not go for the second run. It went down to square leg, and there was Stark scampering after. They took the first run quickly, and I think they were contemplating the second, but in the end it was a situation where they just got 1. So 173 for 6. Joseph comes in the strike. Poran is 51. They confer in mid-pitch. Another batsman might say, look, I'll with so many overs left, I'll just want to see out Stark. But he's got the confidence in Joseph to go for a single off the first ball.
Yes, most certainly. Joseph has shown in the last ODI that he can play a bit.
Okay, I'll ask the question after this delivery. 173 for 6. So 15 required. Stark comes in to bowl to Joseph. Joseph is get the ball, which is outside the off stump. Yorker length delivery, very close to the off stump. Well, that was a bit of a nothing shot. Would you have taken a single off the first ball?
Yes, as I said, Joseph has shown that he can play, Andrew, and at the end of the day, we are at the stage of the game where singles will count. And Joseph is by no means a rabbit, and he's played very well in the first.
So you would have taken the single?
Why not?
No, I would not have. No,
why not?
Not at all. No.
Why not?
I think Stark is a good enough bowler. You've got several overs left. I would want to take Stark at the moment. 51 to Poran. Joseph hasn't scored as yet. In comes Stark on his way to bowl to Joseph, and to this delivery, Joseph is driving. The ball hits the bottom of the bat. Stark looking to york him again. Hits the bottom of the bat, goes up towards mid-off. There's no run. Clearly the plan is here to try to york him. And in the meantime, Poran comes down to have a word with Joseph. 173 for 6. The requirement 15. With 4 wickets in the bag. Lewis 1. Hope 38. Bravo a duck. Mohammed 14. Poran not out 69. Pollard 5. Jason Older made 52. How many balls are left? 3 left. So Stark has got 3 left in the bag. 173 for 6. And he comes from the northern end to bowl to Joseph. And Joseph gets a short ball and is lucky to get away with that. Comes off the top of the bat and goes into no man's land down at that forward square area. The feel-up wicket comes across to his right. That choked him. He gets a run. He now is off the mark. It's 174 for 6. They require 14. Have a look at that on the monitor.
Yes, another sharp spear in delivery, and as I said, Andrew, Mitchell Stark is running in, bowling left arm around, and he's spearing those deliveries into those right-hand batsmen. He's bowling very quickly. You can tell that last delivery was clocked at 144 k's, so he's working up a head of steam here, Andrew, late into the night at Kensington Oval.
Yes, he's a world-class bowler. There's no doubt about that. And if anyone is going to win it for Australia, it'll have to be him. He's just got 2 balls left, and of course Poran will want to see him out there. He's on 51, 174 for 6. He comes in again to bowl to Poran. This delivery, Poran is driving safely up towards the mid-off area. Might have been a slow ball. We'd have to see the monitor. It was popped up towards mid-off, and Stark and his hunters thought it might have just gone up there. Was deceived by that delivery. And Poran gets a run to go to 52. It's 175 for 6, 13 to get.
Yes, most certainly we have to wait on that replay, Andrew, on the monitor as it comes up now. Let's see.
Was it a slow ball?
He actually ran his fingers over the ball. It gripped a bit.
He did.
It wasn't traditionally a slower ball. It just looked more like he was born a type of cutter.
So he played a bit early.
Cutter. Yes, he played early.
His last ball, he's going to bowl to Joseph. Comes up now, he's in and bowls to Joseph, and Joseph digs it out from the bottom of the bat, and it goes square at the offside. Stark looking to breach his defence, but Joseph, the man from the Birds, the Browns as well, comes across and just digs it out, plays it square in the offside to end the over. Let's look at the figures of Stark. 10 overs, 1 bid, 3 for 26. A performance worthy of commendation.
Yes, most certainly. Mitchell Stark spearheading this attack by all intents and purposes, bowling very, very quickly, picking up the first 2 wickets tonight, Andrew, and bowling with a fair head of steam. He really put in a world-class effort for his team. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 26 runs, 3 wickets. What more can you ask of your premium fast bowler?
Tremendous performance from him. So 175 for 6, 13 to get, and it's going to be Turner to continue. He's going to bowl his 6th over as he comes round the wicket now to bowl to Poran. This delivery, Poran is driving. Where's that going? That's going for 6 over extra cover. That is a wonderful shot from a talented batsman. You could not get it any better. One of the shot under the lights of the region's Mecca. That's gone almost into Broad Street. It goes for 6. He's up to 58, and they require 7 for victory. What a performance by this young man.
Yes, and the might of that stroke, look at it there as we see it disappearing into the night sky. Andrew actually struck that back wall, that handshell in this wall.
Oh, it did. It did indeed.
That was a mighty strike from Nicholas Pooran, way over extra cover. That is the shot of a batsman with immense talent.
Not often did you see the 6 over extra cover like that. Here's Turner comes in and bowls to him. He's on the back foot, playing with a washpan of common sense, just playing the ball away, calculated knock. It's been a wonderful performance by Pooran. Once or twice he was fooling around a bit, but generally he's batted well. 181 for 6. Here's Turner, comes in, bowls to Poran. Poran is back and goes deep in his crease and pushes up towards that mid-on area. There's no run. So there's a winner for us of the Crumbs Bakery Quiz. The winner is Mr. Corey Beckles. We'll ensure that Mr. Beckles gets his wonderful goodies from Crumbs. 181 for 6. Here is Turner, comes in and bowls, and Poran is on the back for the ball, keeps a bit low, but he's now seeing the ball as big as the football that was used, of course, in the Euro finals between England and Italy, that Italy won, causing the riot in the mother country. And he pushes out to cover. There's no run. 181 for 6. What will Mr. Turner do here? The odds are stacked heavily against the Australians under the lights at the region's Mecca, as the West Indies, they've questioned the Australians, and it looks as if they could be jailed here at Kensington. Here's a delivery which is driven in the air down to long off for single. It was in the air for quite a long time, given lots of air, and the ball is picked up by the fielder coming off the boundary. That's Agar. So we got 6 runs left for the West Indies to win, and I suppose in horse race in terms of the furlong and a half to go, the West Indies are 3 lengths clear and kicking for home. 182 for 6. Here's the delivery, which is down the leg side, past the keeper. More runs for the West Indies. Will it have the legs to get to the boundary? One to get a second, and it gets into the boundary. So it means that will be 5 wides. So the West Indies require, is it just 1 for victory now? 1 for victory, and this has been a very good performance by the West Indies. They've responded to the challenge admirably because they were in a spot of bother on 72 for the loss of 5, but the former captain holder and of course Poran came together, and the West Indies are very close to victory, and what a victory it would be. So 1 run for victory, 187 for the loss of 6. The scores are level. Here is Turner around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Joseph, and Joseph is swinging the ball away. That's gone out towards the mid-wicket area. It goes into the boundary, and the West Indies under the lights here at the Regent's Mecca, after being in a spot of bother. Poran 59, Joseph on 5. The West Indies win this game 191 for loss of 6. All to play for on Monday.
That's most certainly Andrew. And young Azari Joseph finishing in fine style with Captain Carey bringing out the field, and he's not afraid to express himself. This is Joseph, and he just easily hiked that ball over the mid-wicket area, a couple bounces into the boundary for 4 to seal what is a much needed victory for this West Indies team.
Indeed, and you really got to give products to the performance really of Holt and Poran, because when they came together, the West Indies at that stage were in real trouble. There's no doubt about that. It was 72 for the loss of 5, and Pollard played a nothing shot, but these two really batted well. They saw Stark off, and he came back from another spell, and at the end, despite Stark picking up the scalp of Holder, it was Poran. I thought he batted very well and maybe played the shot of the match when he drove a ball over extra cover for 6. This is a player with tremendous talent. So the West Indies on winners row, and I would imagine from Kingston, Jamaica, right through to Robb Street in Georgetown, Guyana, they're all celebrating the West Indies work of art.
Yes, most certainly, Andrew. A hard-fought victory in a sense. West Indies in ascendancy, both in the batting and bowling at points, and giving it away slightly, as we know, Andrew, earlier. The West Indies probably had an opportunity to close out Australia for less than what was posted, that 187, and then a bit of shakiness in the batting, but overall, in the end, they've emerged victorious, so they have to be credited for that, and certainly Nicholas Pooran stood tall, a bit sporadic in between, if we're being fair and honest, Andrew, but at the end of the day, he got the job done, and certainly let's not forget that knock from Jason Holder, and of course Shea Hope setting it up early with a nice innings, in tempo 38 from 43, and he got the innings going, so you'll have to say that all in all, those 3 batters are the reason why the West Indies have eventually managed to cross the line.
Yes, I think they deserve it, really. I mean, when you look at it, Australia at one stage were struggling at 45 for 6, but we know the Australians, they tail wagged lustily to get up to a score that they felt they could have defended. 187 in 47 overs and 1 ball. Towards the end, it was Wade getting 36, Zampa got 36, and Agar got 41. And it was a very good bowling performance, of course, by Hossein. 10 overs, picked up 3 for 30. And in terms of the work of Hossein, you got to give him credit. I thought he bowled beautifully. When the West Indies batted, they slipped to 47 for 3, then 69 for 4, then 5 for 72. The innings very much at the crossroads. But it took the experience of Jason Holder, who knows Kensington Oval. He loves this ground. He's made a double century there. And in the end, it was him and, of course, Poran, who added 91 important runs for wicket number 6. And despite Holder's departure, you always had the feeling that the West Indies had enough in the tank to get over the line.
Yes, certainly, Andrew. That was the partnership of the game. And remember, we said earlier, when the West Indies responded, we started to respond, that would be what would be needed, of solid partnership, and that they found that partnership in Pooran and former captain Holder, and as you rightly said, there were two contrasting innings in the sense that Holder was the more assured the one that went about it methodically, just working the ball around and then taking his boundary options. And later in the innings, we saw Puran being a bit antsy at times, trying to get on with it. But all in all, at the end of the day, those two are mainly the reason why the West Indies got over the line with at least 4 wickets to spare. But we have to say, Andrew, though, still a little cause of concern, and certainly that top order of the West Indies not firing as one would imagine, and one would suggest that possibly Mr. Bravo and Mr. Mohammed in particular, one of the two of those may find themselves wanting in the last ODI of this series. At the end of the day, the West Indies should be looking to close this series with a series victory, and in doing so, they may have to make some adjustments to that top order because some runs are badly needed. It's clear that those batters are under a bit of pressure and obviously a bit low on confidence, Andrew. But certainly for me, the man of this contest, the man of the match, would have to go to Akil Hussain, who bowled brilliantly, really set up the innings for the West Indies and allowed them to close out the Australians for something on the 200, which eventually was a target that they could chase.
Okay, so 191 for 6. Of course, we want to bring you the presentation.
We're going to win today by 4 wickets and level the 3-match series 1 apiece. Cricket West Indies would like to thank the official sponsors of the series who've made this possible. CG Insurance, title sponsor, Sandals Resort, Betway, MasterCard, Blue Waters, and Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. I'd now like to announce the winner of the CG Insurance Player of the Match, and that award goes to Nicholas Puran for his half century, his 8th 50 in ODI cricket, 59 from 5 deliveries. Congratulations, Nicholas. What made the difference today in that knock?
First of all, I want to thank my God, Jesus Christ, for giving me health and strength and the opportunity. Secondly, I just want to dedicate this to my wife. This is my first half century since I got married. So this is for her. For me, it's just about just building a partnership, fighting, finding a way with Jason. In the night time here in Kensington, it's a bit tricky. The surface, you can't really drive the ball properly. So we just have to find a way and just fight.
You spoke about that 93-run partnership with Jason Holder, the highest 6-wicket partnership in ODI cricket here at Kensington Oval. Tell us, what exactly were your plans, especially to the threat of Adam Zampa?
To me, I was just basically backing my strengths. I just wanted to hit the gaps hard as possible, to be honest. I was waiting for a ball to go over mid-off. For the longest while, I was just backing my ability to spin. I've been practicing, specifically in the last couple of days, for that matchup as well. For Jason had a clear plan, which is, the wicket is tough to drive the ball, so he's gonna wait on his back foot, defend even if it's full, and just tuck the ball into the leg side, and it worked tonight.
Yet again, you continue to shine in this ODI format with your consistency and your strike rate as well. Could you give us a little bit of insight into what gives that type of success we've seen from you?
Pure hard work. I work day in, day out. I try a lot of things in the nets just to get better and better each day. As I said earlier on, I have goals that I want to accomplish, and I can only accomplish that by working hard. I play a lot of cricket. I'm getting a lot of experience now, so it's for me now just to learn as quick as I can and eliminate the amount of mistakes I make often.
You guys restricted Australia for 187 at the halfway stage before you got the opportunity to bat. What were your thoughts on that total and the challenges of the pitch?
I felt like Jason, all the bowlers, Jason Cottrell, Akil, Hayden, they all bowled fantastic today. Up front, well done to them. I just felt like we allowed them to get too much runs. We give them a chance in the game, and that's something as a group we wouldn't tolerate. You can see the body language drop, guys misfeeling, and that's something we don't like. We give Australia a chance, and that's something we're gonna pass stop to.
Enjoy your award today. Well played.
Thank you.
That was Nicholas Puran, the winner of the CG Insurance Player of the Match. Now, I'd like to ask Alex Carey to join me. Alex, tough luck today. Where did you feel you lost this one?
Yeah, it was an interesting game of cricket in the end. Obviously, it doesn't help when you, I think it was 5 for not a lot. And the Wade and the bowlers did a great job to get us to a total where we were back in the game. We took some early wickets again. The belief was there definitely, and I guess we created opportunities and we were in the game in that back end. Unfortunately, we couldn't quite close it out, and as it proves, probably 20 or 30 short at least.
How are you going to try and deal with the spin thrown by the West Indies? You seem to struggle to score during that phase when these bowlers are on.
Yeah, I think both teams tonight, obviously, spin's a threat on these type of wickets. It's proven for both teams at the moment. But I think the way that Matt Wade and Stark started to combat that, Adam Zampa was, had a plan against him. I suppose with the newer ball, it might spin a little bit more and bounce a little bit more. So getting through those probably first few overs of the spinners. But yeah, a great effort again to get to 190, and we're definitely in the game.
And in terms of your bowling, was there more that you expected from your bowlers?
No, I thought they did a fantastic job again. I can't remember exactly, but 5 for and a good partnership from the two lads there. We had an opportunity to crack it open again. I thought our bowlers were fantastic tonight. Zampa, Stark again up front, the two young quicks. Yeah, we definitely created enough to stay in that game. But yeah, look, bring on game 3, I guess.
In a couple of days' time, you'll have a virtual final to see who wins this series. What will be your focus?
Yeah, I think the boys are really excited to get back out here. Obviously, the little scare over the last couple of days, and we're back playing cricket, so that's great. Yeah, game 3 final, it's always exciting. Our boys, I guess the batting group's got a bit to prove to get a good score on the board for our quicks. But our quicks are doing a great job. Our spinners are doing a great job. It's going to shape up to be a great game.
Nice chatting with you. All the best for that final game.
Cheers.
That was Alex Carey, the captain of Australia. And now for the winning captain, I'd like to invite Karen Pollard to join us today. Pollard, tough win for your team, but I'm sure you're pleased.
Yes, pleased with the win. Obviously, when you start a cricket match, you want to win. But to say I'm overall pleased with our performance, throughout the entire game, I think we have some work to do. Having Australia 46, for 7, and they get into 190, I thought we didn't put our foot on the X, what we should have done. And they get into 190, we gave them opportunity to come into the game. And then getting into the game, obviously our batters didn't make it easy as well. It seems like we don't like to do things the easy way.
You're a hard taskmaster. Your spinners were excellent again today. A word on them?
Yeah, they were fantastic. Hussain, coming up trumps again. Walshy, hard work continued to pay off. But the start that we got, getting a couple of wickets early, I thought, was fantastic. By the bowlers in the field. But as I said, 180, 190, I think is a bit disappointing on our part, if we be totally honest. And that's how I can sum it up in terms of, for the guys.
We've seen some fragility in your batting, very different to what we saw in that series against Sri Lanka recently when you won 3-0. Have you been able to put your hands on the issues that has resulted in that sort of fragility?
I just think obviously difference in opposition. Australia is Australia. They have world-class bowlers. As much as guys are missing, I think only maybe one guy from the attack is actually missing, which is Pat Cummins per se. So I think it's a world-class batting lineup, and the test is a bit different, and we haven't been able to combat it how we want to. But having said that, what was good this time around was a fight by the guys. Nicholas Pooran getting that half century, and Jason Holder as well. We know what he can do with the bat lower down, and Pooran has been looking like his own self again. A bit scratchy tonight, but sometimes that's what you need in a game like this. You want someone to scrap, and I think they both scrap well for us to come through with a victory.
Staying with batting, Jason Mohammed hasn't delivered for you with the bat. Is that a concern, and how do you plan to address that?
Obviously he's in a sort of catch-22 sort of situation. Obviously Jason, he's playing a role whereas if we lose a couple of wickets, you want him to come and try to bat long. Overall from a Super 50 perspective, he has done well. Chase normally does that for us, but when you look at the makeup of our team as well, with me coming back into the team, not being able to bowl, he gives us that 6 bowling option. Yes, we haven't been able to use him because of the nature of the surface. But having said that, sometimes if you win games, you tend to want to try to rally on. But those conversations need to be had, and we will look at it as a team, and we will try to come up with our best sort of combination to play this third game.
2016 was the last time that the West Indies got the better of Australia in an ODI match. I mean, a chance to win a series against them in a couple days' time. What will you focus on particularly?
Improvement in all 3 facets of the game. For us, I thought, the first game, we bowled pretty well. Again, restricting him for 250, but not able to bat properly. And then today, I thought 120 if so much should have been the total. and again not being able to finish it convincingly. So again, we can only speak about it. There's not much time or much technical stuff you can do in a short turnaround. So let's see, we're still into the series, and I said it was 2016, we haven't won an ODI match then. The 2020s are doing really well, for us in terms of winning cricket matches and winning series. So let's see what happens, in 2 days' time.
Thanks for your time. 1-1 is not a bad position. All the very best to you for the rest.
Thank you.
All right, so there you have it. The captain, very skillful in the way he answered the question about Mohammed, who certainly has been on the microscope really, in that he's not done a lot. But I think we've got to concentrate on the West Indies victory. It really was a good one for them. We want to congratulate them, because from a position of 72 for 5 when Pollard departed, good batting by Holder 52, Poran 59 out of. They added 91 for wicket number 6, and despite Stark getting the wicket of Holder in the end, and the West Indies had enough in the tank to go home to win, and in the end it was a very pleasing performance for all West Indians. So as we look back quickly before we say good evening, Jamal Smith is still with me. Concern for the batting: Lewis getting 1, Bravo, Duck, Mohammed 11, and Pollard got 2. Some concern in the batting.
Yes, most certainly. As you said, Andrew, Captain Pollard skillfully answered the question about Jason Mohammed, but truth be told, some hard questions will have to be asked, not only of Mohammed but of Darren Bravo as well, and the possibility of bringing in, say, a young Hetmeyer for one of those two batters will have to come into serious consideration for this final ODI, a virtual final, as you heard Darren Ganga say. So yes, there's huge concern with the West Indies batting not being able to post over 150 in the first ODI and being beaten soundly, and then coming back here tonight and struggling a bit for a target of 191. So they certainly have a lot to do as a batting unit, and with the Shea Hope coming back, we hope that Shea Hope then would get a good score. But more certainly, you don't want a case like this where your lower middle order has to come and bail you out. So some questions will be asked of that top order.
Well, in the end, the West Indies going on to win. We want to congratulate them. 187 to Australia, 47 overs and 1 ball. The West Indies 191 for 6 in 38 overs, and really a tremendous performance by Poran. I thought he batted very well for 59. Holder's 52 was important. As we look back quickly at the match, with Australia winning the toss and electing to bat, were in trouble at some 6 wickets down for 45 runs, and they were able to recover thanks to some good Lord batting, with Wade getting 36, Zampa got 36, Agar got 41, and once again Hossein, who seems to like Kensington Oval, picking up 3 for 30 from 10 overs, and it was a good performance from him. Jamal, when the West Indies batted, they were in trouble. They lost the wicket early, couldn't deal with Stark, who ended with 3 for 26, and all of a sudden the West Indies were 72 for 5.
That's most certainly, as we said, that start from Stark, as we had expected, Andrew. It was fiery, it had pace, it had movement, it had accuracy, and obviously Evan Lewis and Darren Bravo in particular falling prey to Mitchell Stark for him making those early inroads and causing that shiver in the batting of the West Indies that we know can be fragile at times.
And in the end, it was a good partnership between Holder, who got 52 from 69 balls, 5 fours and a 6, and Poran towards the end driving beautifully wide off that long off area for 6. His contribution of 59 from 75 balls, he was unbowed, and it was a good performance with 2 fours and 2 sixes, and it was Joseph in the end whipping the ball through a wicket to seal the deal for the West Indies. So the final scores then in this match between the West Indies and Australia: 187 all out in 47 overs and 1 ball to Australia. The West Indies 191 for 6 in 38 overs. So the West Indies are on winner's row, and while Australia behind closed doors doing a post-mortem on the massacre from Halfway Tree in the land of wood and water to Nelson Street in Bridgetown by winning, the West Indies caused a roadblock like Shaggy under the lights at the region's Mecca.
You've just heard commentaries on the West Indies Australia series, a production of Vibes Radio, the champion station. Join us again for more on Middle Stump.
You've been listening to our live coverage of the third one-day international, West Indies versus Australia. It was brought to you with the compliments of the Barbados Cricket Association, Great Healthworks, distributors of Omega XL, and Solar Dynamics.
This is a public announcement. The public's attention is drawn to an advertisement making claims of using copper tubes 25% wider than other suppliers. Solar Dynamics informs the public that the claim does not apply to its product. The copper fin tube in Solar Dynamics collectors is 15 millimeters internal diameter and its copper header 22.23 millimeters. The largest headers ever used in Barbados-made solar hot water systems was the 1-inch copper header with 3/4-inch D-tube made by Solar Dynamics. The public is advised that the Solar Dynamics tank has its original porcelain enamel glass-lined coating intact. No 3 holes aboard after they're glass-lined. The Solar Dynamics hot water tank, therefore, provides cleaner, healthier, safer water. Solar Dynamics thanks you for taking note of these matters and invites you to visit us and see for yourself. See ours and others. There's none better and none that lasts longer. Solar Dynamics, making Barbados #1 in the world in temperature BTU performance per 1,000 population.